To the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for tuning on in today as we've got the opening of free agency here as it's kicking off today officially. So we're going to be doing a little bit of tracking today, a little bit in and out throughout the course of this week, just kind of taking a look at what is going down. It would appear here we are going to be losing some talent here today, so strap in, folks, and be prepared to deal with some of these free agent losses, which do appear to be coming down the line. We've got Kenneth Walker already out the gate with a 3-year, $15 million per year deal going to the Kansas City Chiefs. That proves to be just a little bit too expensive for the Seattle Seahawks on that side of it. And we've got the Kansas City Chiefs active. They're going out there grabbing another cornerback. They're going all Chiefs on their secondary here. As they've got Jalen Watson out there on it. So Seattle has been very, very quiet here since the Super Bowl. Very quiet about what their intention is and where they're looking to go and how they're looking to do it. It's going to be interesting to see here because we should finally get an indicator here today. But even right now, as I'm just going live, we were hearing last night that Kobe Bryant was maybe going to be the guy that was going to be retained back. He had a whole tweet there that he was being brought back in the fold. And, now you've got word here that potentially Chicago is going to be signing him. So it's going to be a little strange here. This is what happens. You win the Super Bowl. Everybody wants your stuff. They all want your good stuff. So not shocking here. Just kind of interesting that it's been kind of hard to quite get a feel for what it is Seattle's intention is going to be here, even not just today, but kind of throughout this offseason a little bit. Is you sort of just been sitting there going, okay, which way are we going here, guys? They're just kind of sitting in the cut, sort of hanging out. So we'll see how it goes today. I appreciate you guys watching. If you do me that favor and hit that like button, we'll probably go for a bit today. We'll be in and out here all 3 days here of free agency. It's kind of the unofficial start today, and we'll be kind of popping along through. So we'll see how this thing goes today, but hopefully we'll get an update on the Kobe Bryant situation here shortly. We have a couple of these deals here. We'll kind of go through of the few of these. We got, of course, the Buffalo Bills trading for DJ Moore a couple days ago for a second-round pick that the Seahawks were surprisingly in on. Connor McGovern re-signing a 4-year, $52 million deal there as well, their center. Draymond Jones, former Seattle Seahawk, is signing a 3-year, $39.5 million deal with the New England Patriots. His second real big free agent contract he signed. He's done pretty well for himself. Malik Willis, surprisingly, is going to the Miami Dolphins in a 3-year contract, $67.5 million. It was going to be pricey. He was one of the best on the market. The Cardinals miss out on that one. Too bad, so sad for them. The New York Jets are franchising Breece Hall at $14.293. And Tavondre Sweat was, of course, acquired for them. They've been able to re-sign Jelani Woods. Demario Davis signs with the Jets. The elder statesman from the New Orleans Saints goes there on a 2-year, $22 million deal. So that's pretty interesting. Minkah Fitzpatrick also being acquired in a trade for a 2026 7th-round pick. Boy, Minkah's trade value has really gone down from where it was a couple years ago. He does sign a 3-year contract extension. The Ravens are signing John Simpson to a 3-year, $30 million deal. Max Crosby also acquired via a trade. Dalton Risner, Jalen Davis are going to sign 1-year deals with Cincinnati. You've got the Cleveland Browns, Titus Howard, being acquired in exchange for the Houston Texans, in exchange for a 2026 5th-round pick. He signed a 3-year, $63 million extension there once he arrived. The Steelers have made a trade for the Indianapolis Colts' Michael Pittman, being that the Colts ended up signing Alex Pierce to a big contract. So Pittman's going to go to Pittsburgh. He signs a 3-year, $59 million deal. And so that will go down in that way. We've got Asante Samuel, 1-year deal, $4 million there. Hopefully he can get healthy. He's a good player when he is healthy out there. The AFC South, David Montgomery is going to the Texans, of course. Dalton Schultz agrees to a 1-year contract extension worth $12.6 million. Trent Brown, a 1-year, $7. Ed Ingram signing a 3-year, $37.5 million deal. So trying to reinforce a little bit of that offensive line. They got a 1-year deal on Daniil Hunter, of course. Sheldon Rankins being brought in on a 2-year, $12 million deal there. And so the Colts being pretty active on trying to get a little bit of that offensive line dealt with. Daniel Jones gets the transition tag with the Indianapolis Colts. Alex Pierce, a 4-year, $114 million deal. That includes $84 million guaranteed. Woo, that's pricey there for him. But they keep him in house. They also were able to get Kobe Woolen here from the Packers. So we'll see what goes down there with that. The Jacksonville Jaguars re-signed a couple of guys, DJ Dallas. Nobody of a real note on Tariq Brown, who some people thought maybe here for Seattle. Re-signed with the Jaguars there on a 3-year, $33 million deal. So he will remain. The Titans, of course, acquired Jermaine Johnson from the Jets for the Tavondre Sweat deal. They haven't done a lot else other than just kind of hanging there. They've got money to spend too, which is interesting. Nothing going on really with the Broncos so far other than Sam Ehlinger and Justin Strand. We've got Kenneth Walker going to the Kansas City Chiefs, and they're also expected to re-sign Travis Kelce on a 1-year deal. Teron Johnson was acquired from the Bills. Eric Stokes remains signed there with the Raiders. He signs a 3-year, $30 million deal, so the corners are going very quickly off the market here. No shock there, but they are going fast. I think there's a little shock there just because this is a little stronger cornerback draft, so I would have thought that there would have maybe been a little bit of hesitancy there. The Chargers ended up snagging Khalil Mack on a 1-year, $18 million deal just before the start of free agency last night or the day before. We got Tier Tart signing a 3-year extension worth up to $37.5 million with the Chargers. Tyler Biadasz, 3-year, $30 million deal to be their center. And Alec Ingold, fullback, signed for a 2-year, $7.5 million deal. The Dallas Cowboys, Javonte Williams re-signed. George Pickens has received the franchise tag. Rashawn Gary is acquired in a trade for a 2027 4th-round pick. Kind of interesting there. That would have been one that you would have maybe thought maybe John would have thought about on that one, but Rashawn's contract is pretty pricey, so probably why they avoided that. Brandon Aubrey receives a 2nd-round tender at $5.76 million, and so then he'll probably retain there. The Giants, Isaiah Likely signs a 3-year, $40 million deal. There you go. And the Eagles getting Jordan Davis locked up on a 3-year, $78 million deal, as well as dangling Jalen Carter out there, interestingly enough. The Commanders are bringing back Treylon Burks, the former 1st-round bust, who's finding second wind here, a little bit of maybe a rejuvenation. Nick Allegretti, 2-year deal there signed as well. A couple low-end deals. Amik Robinson, 2-year, $16 million deal. Nothing really notable there. We do have the Bears, who did, according to what I'm getting from the chat here, does sound like Kobe Bryant's been signed for a $40 million deal there with the Bears. And so this is going to be in addition to the Garrett Bradbury deal that they've got going there, and Elvin Gallimore, 2-year, $12 million deal, defensive tackle, and DeMarco Jackson. Juice Druggs, the only addition for the Lions in their trade with David Montgomery. They've been quiet as well here so far. Eric Wilson, James Pierre for the Vikings signed. They don't have a lot of money to spend, so they're a little stuck there. Kyle Pitts has gotten the franchise tag for the Atlanta Falcons. They're also bringing back Austin Hooper into the fold, former Falcon, now another Falcon again, Falcon and new. The Panthers have been somewhat quiet. They did go out there and get Jalen Phillips on a 4-year, $120 million deal. Boy, that is expensive for Jalen Phillips. I don't know if I'd want to make that price. I don't know if I'd want to pay that myself. Saints, John Ridgeway, 2-year, $6.2 million deal. Nothing real notable there. Kenneth Gainwell, a former guy the Seahawks, potential guy the Seahawks would have looked at as a possible maybe replacement for Walker, is going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as they're going to lose Rachaad White, so he becomes a replacement there. Cade Otton is going to re-sign with the Buccaneers. Alex Anzalone also is a 2-year, $17 million deal. Cardinals, quiet here at the start of free agency as well. The Rams have been very active. They've re-signed Tyler Higbee on a 2-year, $8 million deal. They've got Trent McDuffie now signed to a contract extension at 4 years, $124 million. So not only do you make the trade with the 1st-round pick, not only do you put extra assets on top of that, but now you're going to put and sign him for this contract extension in addition to that. That's quite a bit. Then on top of this, they re-signed Cameron Curl at 3 years, $36 million. Then they went out there and then they went after Jalen Watson. The Rams are all in right now. 3-year, $51 million deal for Watson. Kind of interesting to see there. And then you can see Seattle has done absolutely, positively nothing. So we will hopefully get some updates here with Seattle shortly. It does sound like, unfortunately, Kobe Bryant is out the door, which is sad because he was tweeting out last night like it was all going to go down, like it was all going to happen. And instead, we don't get that. So, hopefully get a little bit of something here today on the good side of it. It's not all hopefully bad. Just double checking that we don't have anything really updated here. The Dolphins, of course, let go of Tua. And yeah, not seeing anything even yet on the Yep, there we go. So the Bears are signing. Weird tweet. Kobe Bryant last night gave you a tweet that made you think like the deal was close, and then here come the Bears. Everybody wants our stuff, man. Everybody wants our stuff. All right, well, let's see what you guys are at here right now. Let's bounce over to the chat and see what you guys are thinking. Arda Levy, thank you for the $10 donation. Arda Levy, appreciate you for that. He says, damn, did not think we'd let K9 walk out the door with Sharps injured. Who's carrying the rock this year? Who do you think now is more likely to keep now that we're not signing K9? Well, I think that it is a bit surprising. I think that the team probably wanted to make a pretty strong run in here at this situation. You know, when you look at this deal as far as from a K9 standpoint and the contracts in the league for the running back position at $15 million per, this essentially makes him tied for the third highest paid back in the entire National Football League. So you have Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, and Derrick Henry, and he's tied with Derrick Henry now on his average per year, basically, maybe a shade underneath it. But the bottom line on that is that that's pretty high cost to be paid. They went over the top of what the franchise tag here is to put him on the multi-year deal to the Chiefs. And I'm not surprised by this deal. You guys that have been, of course, following along on this channel know that I've long predicted that this kind of contract was going to be handed to Kenneth because there's teams in the league that are going to see a bit of value in Kenneth that maybe even some of the average Seahawks fans don't quite see because that he hasn't been maybe utilized to the utmost for reasons that are outside of his control. As far as who do I think this is more likely now to mean that we're going to keep? Well, I think that you definitely are still trying to make a run at a Josh Jobe and see if you can, keep him retained in-house. Kobe was a guy that they seemed like they were very hot to trot to try to retain too. But that seems to be out the door as well now at this point. I don't know if there's really another couple guys who are on the roster that I see that they're going to now retain beyond what we've seen. I think Rashid Shaheed is out the door and gone at this point. Seems like the Raiders are going to make that happen one way or the other. Tariq Woolen does feel like he's probably already on his way out as well. So Seattle's maybe going to, just have to kind of take these losses. And we know with John, he's not always a wave one kind of guy. And maybe have to kind of wait through this wave one to get into more of a territory where he thinks that there is value. This certainly puts Tyler Algiers right there in the crosshairs as kind of option one now to find some insurance there for K9. But it does get a little bit light, your depth and your talent now at the running back position with K9 going. So I don't have a good answer for you on that at this point with it. You're going to have to get creative with it. And, the options are ever dwindling here on this open market. Breece Hall franchise tag, Kenneth Gainwell gone. If Algiers signs, it's going to get, really, 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 really lean. And I think that the team's just leaning back on overall on this and how John's talked about the situation to Levy is that they're going to really lean on believing that, that it's going to be the blocking, the system that's going to be able to generate success for running backs now more than it is. I think that they're needing the difference maker at the position. Not that they wouldn't look for one, but it's not as much of a priority. I think it would have been maybe in the past. But this is obviously a bit of a guess. So I don't know when. I wish I'd give you a better idea of the feel of what I've got to which way they're going to go. But I'm trying to study this and look at what Seattle's done leading up to free agency and what they're sort of indicating about what they will or will not do. I have really no read right now about which way this team's looking to go, whether it is to try to make big splash stuff and make a big splash trade, or whether they're just kind of going to try to be patient and look for the value and land in that area of things, which they have in the past very often to Levy. It's kind of hard to say. They're being very, very, hesitant. I just showed that list, and they're the only team that hasn't really done anything on this list. Just completely blank. No re-signings, no trades, just no nothing. Just kind of hanging there, which isn't a bad thing, but just means we don't have a lot to talk about or a lot to know about what they're looking to do. You're awesome, though, man. Thank you for the $10 don't know, brother. Appreciate you for that. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $5 donation, Lord Disciple. Couldn't Seattle make Hendrickson work here scheme-wise, or would it be too expensive that they wouldn't even consider it? I don't know if the cost is necessarily something when you have the kind of money they got to spend going to hold you back from bringing back in Hendrickson. I don't know if the fit is going to be really right, Lord Disciple. When you have edges, We talk about edges in a 4-3 and a 3-4, and we talk about them like they're exactly the same. But a guy in a 3-4 defense typically is going to line up a little extra wide. He's going to be standing up, and that's how he's going to get after the quarterback or defend the run. A guy that's in a 4-3 defense that puts his hand in the dirt and he's operating from that standpoint, that's a bit of a different kind of. We sometimes make these edges all the same, Lord's disciple, you know what I mean? And it just doesn't really work that way. There's guys that do well at standing up, and there's guys that do well at putting their hand in the dirt. And they're not necessarily, some guys can do both, some guys can't. Some guys look completely like a fish out of water when you start having them stand up versus putting their hand down. To me, whenever I've seen Trey Hendrickson try to stand up and operate like what you would in our defense as an outside linebacker, as a pass rusher, I don't think he looks comfortable doing it. I think he's a low to high guy. I think he's a 4-3 down lineman. I think he's a defensive end who's got to put his hand in the dirt to do what he does most effectively. Also a guy that's getting up there in age for the price that you're spending. Is it better to go do that for a guy that's not exactly a fit, who's going to be very expensive? Again, I don't think the expense itself would be the mitigating factor here to cause you to not to do it. But when you know he's not a pure fit, and then on top of it, he's going to be mightily expensive, and you can't even extend the contract out because he's an older player. So you're really going to feel the brunt of that pain of the cap force. It just doesn't quite add up as to why it makes a lot of sense. But it's the place that I think, Lord Disciple, we've got to be really, really aware of with this defense and with the McDonald scheme, of that the type of edge he's looking for is a very specific type. And grabbing guys that are down linemen, and I see it, Lord Disciple, from people that'll bring up guys in this draft that are guys that they're looking at as an edge for Seattle. And you watch the tape on these guys, and they got their hand in the dirt, and they obviously look really comfortable rushing the passer from that hand in the dirt, going low to high, like I said, versus standing up. And it's a very commonality where people kind of get these sort of confused and put them all into the same kind of basket. But you got to put them into separate baskets, these players, in my opinion. We'll see if maybe they go crazy town on this with Hendrickson. But that's why I think that there's not as much them pushing for this at this point. This is why they weren't maybe pushing as much for even at the deadline of looking at them as an option here, despite the fact we knew that they were in on a guy like Max Crosby, because I think that they realized the same thing. It's weird, I know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, if the guy is effective at being able to rush the passer off the edge, what's the difference of having him put his hand in the dirt to standing up? That doesn't make any sense to me. And I know that this is kind of confusing on that, but it is kind of the way it plays, where there's just a difference in how you're getting off the ball. And certain guys are comfortable doing one thing versus other guys that are less comfortable doing that. So I just don't think Hendrickson's really going to be a possibility here, but who knows, man? Maybe they think outside the box on this one, and he's a good enough player for them that he is a good player. He knows what he's doing. He can get after the passer. He's one of the better pass rushers out there, and his effectiveness out there on the bottom line of that. But I just think that that's why they would be hesitant to necessarily go this route with it. Just not quite that fit to the scheme exactly. It's a good question though, man. And again, it's one that I think that there's a lot of confusion on this one, because this is where this positions sort of have changed, and the wide nines, for instance, the guys you have in our defense, Lord Disciple, it's not even merely that they standing up. It's not even merely that they're a little bit wide. It's that instead of having a 5 or a 6 technique, a Leo end like we'd have in the Carroll defense, you guys got these guys at what I call a wide 10, not even a wide 9 technique. You got them even a little bit extra width to the outside. So you're almost needing even also a little bit more of an explosive guy, a little bit more of a guy that can get up to speed a little bit faster, which again, going back to Hendrickson's, just not really quite his game per se in that way. Dan DeMan. Thank you for the $10 donation, Dan DeMan. At least we got Okada. Hopefully we can still keep Jobe. Hopefully we can. And that's the one, of course, now you kind of watch for is you're sort of the last of the Mohican free agents you got that you probably would be really trying and hopefully looking to keep with some kind of aggression. And that would be nice. I think that the Kobe Bryant deal is one where I'm glad that they didn't do the cost that is going to be the price. 3 years, $40 million for Kobe is, I just, coming back to this and last night as I was trying to make my peace with this as being a deal with Kobe tweeting out that he was basically seeming like he was going to come back, that, paying both safeties this kind of high water mark money at the same time just doesn't make any sense. And there's a reason no team in the NFL is doing it. And 3 years, $40 million to be giving him that kind of money, $13 million per year. it's a bit rich for a guy that's, kind of a average-ish safety with who can take away the ball at a little bit higher rate than an average safety could. That's sort of what you're paying for at that point. I think in Okada, you're getting a guy there's not a tremendous drop off there, and you can potentially draft a guy too on top of this. I think that you got to load balance your roster with your contracts. We're going to be putting JSN on like a $40 million deal. We're going to be putting potentially Devin Witherspoon on well over a $30 million deal. You've got to kind of balance out contracts where if you're breaking the bank on certain positions, then there's got to be other positions where you're going inexpensive. You can't afford to pay everybody, even when you got a lot of cap space like the Hawks have to spend. And so you got to find value somewhere. There's no way you just can soup the whole roster up. And so, Okada's a nice insurance policy. I think if Okada wasn't on the roster, you're probably going to be matching this Bears deal. And this is the nice part about having that depth, that it doesn't cause you to overextend on contracts you really don't want to spend, because you start to get a little bit desperate about, well, what's the alternative? What happens if we lose this to this? What if this guy goes, well, now we've got a complete hole that we can't fill, so we've got to spend the money on him. So I get it. Makes a lot of sense, and Okada's a good player. He stepped in last year, and much like Drake Thomas, the more that this guy got to play, the better that he got. So we'll see what Ty can do going into next year as kind of that de facto starter now. But we'll see what happens with Jobe next on this one, Dan. We'll check here that we've got nothing going on here. Quiet as she goes. Yeah, we got nothing really popping through here. Okay. The Niners looking like they may be looking to move Trent Williams at this point. Dan, you're the man. That's for sure. Appreciate you for the donation. And Jobe's at least we're going to remain here, and he's under contract for another year. Maybe they pivot around to looking at trying to get him on an extension now, and something a little bit more lower end. Because now if you could get a guy like Jobe on a couple $1 million deal on a multi-year extension, and then you're paying Julian Love a lot of money, now the load balance game can work a little bit better. So that would be that'd be nice if they could maybe get something like that done with him too, to at least kind of cement this position in the future, so we don't have to deal with it. Certainly, so we don't have to deal with it in this upcoming draft, which isn't like, there's some good safeties. It's not the worst way to go, but you have so few picks. The more that you can get kind of taken care of in that way, the better, I think, going into this draft. Appreciate you, Dan. Thank you for that donation. Oh, goodness. Me in the house, starting us off right here. Let's go, me. Thank you for that. Appreciate you for that, brother. Yeah, $200 donation from me, who's been so very kind on this channel so many times over throughout these years here. Thank you for that, me. I really appreciate you. Just want to start you out right here, B. Hope you and the 12s are all doing well. I am doing great. Been just out here basking in the glow of Super Bowl glory and just kind of enjoying it. Hand behind the head, kind of just, this is nice. I'm kind of liking this, Nice and eased back a little bit. But much love to you as well. A little heart hands here. Giving some of the heart hands. Thank you for the $200 donation. You are very, very kind for all your support here to the channel. And thank you for starting us off right, man. Appreciate you for that. I hope you're doing well and having a good spring out there. Good start to the spring, or almost start to the spring. I guess we're about a week away, technically speaking. I'm down south, so it's always spring down here. But me, you were awesome. Thank you for the monster $200 donation. You are just amazing on this channel. All you do for this channel, I really, really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. And I'm doing well, doing good out here. Just been kind of enjoying, just relaxing, enjoying the season, just kind of taking it all into account, going back, watching some of the old games a little bit and looking into it a little bit. Going to have some fun today. I anticipated, I know some folks are going to get a little bit worried about these free agent losses, and I get that, but in John, we trust here. He's earned the right for us to put his trust in him, that he's going to find out what he needs to do here. And it sounds like Tyler Algier is going to the Arizona Cardinals on a 2-year, $12 million deal. So running backs are going very fast off the board here. Yeah. Wow. Goodness gracious. There's some deals being given out today. I'll tell you what. The struggle is real. Golly. Wild day here so far. Some of these deals given out. Me, really thank you again for $200 donation. You are just too kind. Too kind to me, man. Appreciate you. Salute you, bro. Golly. $200. Yeah, you're starting us off right today. Starting us off with a bang today. John Collins, thanks for $2 donation. Says the Cross and Lucas extensions look genius now. Indeed, they do. You're getting the Charles Cross deal done when you did at the time, and getting that all cemented up was awesome. The Lucas deal was even more fantastic because that required a little bit more of a risk and you rolling the dice, because Lucas hadn't really had a full season of playing through healthy and strong and looking good and like, I'm ready. It was more of them doing that math that, okay, he's got the full off season. He's recovered past this thing. Doctors tell us he's good to go. We know when he's healthy, he plays really well. So let's toss him this contract. And you want to try to get up ahead of contracts rather than be behind. You have these organizations that are constantly trying to stretch rookie contracts as far as they can go, constantly trying to push it past that 4th year or whatever they can kind of get away with. And they end up paying all the money, and they're always reactive and they're always sort of chasing the cap. Cowboys are an organization, for instance, that completely strikes me as this. As you see them putting George Pickens on a franchise tag, and it's like, they didn't have a lot of cap space to work with coming into this offseason a bit, and now that's going to hamstring you a little bit. And I don't want to operate that way. Try to be up ahead of things. Try to get these guys cemented and locked in on a contract that makes sense for both player and team. Of course, we see like the Mariners have done this with a couple of guys in baseball with Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh. Paid off really well for them too, doing this kind of situation. Smart organizations get up ahead of it. Dumb organizations get behind it. And I think that we are smart in that way. And those are great extensions. Love to see John as well, finally putting that real true investment in the offensive line, both from a draft capital standpoint and a monetary standpoint. But yeah, they do look genius now. You're right about that, man. Appreciate you, Sean. Santiago, thank you for the $10 donation, Santiago. I was just in Brendan's chat and watching these deals happening right now. Sheesh. It's looking crazy. But a trade for A-Chain would be amazing right now. I would definitely take a little bit of some good news. A-Chain news would definitely hit right. You're seeing these running backs popping off the board right and left, here and there and over there. I mean, it's going to get down to just about barely nothing as far as the running back market goes here by the end of the day at this rate. It wasn't strong of a free agent running back class as it stood anyway, but now you're really going to be getting down here to the bottom line. So, yeesh. You're down to Rico Dowdle, Isaiah Pacheco, Joe Mixon, Brian Robinson, Rashad White. It's J.K. Dobbins. It's a little bit lean right now. as far as the running backs go. So getting a Devon A-Chain deal done would be pretty nice, albeit it's going to probably cost you some significant draft capital to pull that off. He's a difference maker for the position, a complete running back, catches really well out of the backfield. Been very productive in his career so far. So maybe the way that they look to go here on this one, but you are definitely not picking through the prime cuts of beef at this point in the free agent market for the running back class. It's getting a little bit light down there, just a little bit. And even in guys like Pacheco and Dowdle, Mixon, not really kind of fits for this system. Not exactly like guys that are, super hyper explosive guys with some speed that you'd like to bring in here. So might have to get a little bit creative on this one. Maybe Brian Robinson can come in on a low end deal if they can't get A-Chain there. But some crazy deals being handed out, man. Some big money being thrown out there. And you can understand, I think, looking at these deals as to why John tends to avoid this wave one. I mean, what do we know about wave one? Is it tends to be fool's gold. You tend to be overpaying for the production you're actually going to get. And this seems to be the truth almost every year with how free agency plays out getting into the regular season. Yet it doesn't seem to dissuade these teams from jumping in cannonball style into the deep end of the pool on this one, as they are just throwing funny money numbers around right and left here. I mean, it's cooked out right out the jump here into this free agent period. And we had a lot of teams that didn't necessarily have a lot of money to spend. There was a lot of teams coming into the start of free agency here with kind of in the negative cap space standpoint of things. So interesting to see so many teams being so hyperactive, if it were. Kind of understand John, though, kind of saying, look, I'm not trying to go into this feeding frenzy just to get my little nibble. If I'm going in to get a feeding frenzy, I want to at least get sustained. And so I can get John being a little bit hesitant on this one to jump into this fray, but it's a little wild, this kickoff of free agency, watching so many teams throwing so much money around Santiago. But thank you, man. Appreciate you for that $10 don't know. Sean Collins, me with a $200 drop. Thank you for that. Dan, the man, Lord Disciple, Art Levy, you guys are always, as ever, just amazingly kind to this channel. Really appreciate all of your guys' support. Thank you so much for that. And we'll get something going here. Well, something's going to happen today. I can't think that it'll all just be completely quiet. Can't think like it's going to go like that here. And just as a note, if you guys do have anything you want me to respond to, because we'll have some, I'm sure, some pretty good discussion going on in the chat today as far as that goes. So if you got anything going on as far as question, comment, and you want me to respond to, just be Brandon. I'll respond to you on that at that point. Keon Lund says, I'd rather spend $14 million and have a running back. Definitely a pricey amount, and definitely can understand with the alternatives that are available to us being somewhat limited that you'd look to go this route a little bit more instead. I get the thought from some folks wanting to maybe potentially overpay. Kobe is gone. Shoulder devil. That is true. Yep. 3-year, $40 million deal. That's right. We do have Travis Etienne out there, Elite Mage. I forgot about that. Linderbaum to the Raiders. All right. Makes sense. They've got as much money to spend as anybody out there, so they could throw them that market-setting deal. It's a good deal for the Raiders. I like that. Start getting that line built since you're dead set on needing to get Mendoza set up. Suck my seacock. I get the canine thing, but Kobe Bryant at $13 million a year is something we should have been able to do. Yeah, it does come down to, I think, a little bit of this of, and I was wondering this with the Kobe Bryant thing, as far as I think John had a price he was willing to spend and he didn't want to go over that. And the reason being is that you've got Julian Love and you're spending a lot of money on Julian Love at the safety position. And when it comes to the safety position, it is a devalued position in the NFL. It's one that, like running back or like off-ball inside linebacker, they just don't get paid at the same amount other positions get paid at. And you don't have any team, if you look throughout the league, that is paying right now two safeties high water mark money at the same time. There's an indicator in that. And this is the thing that I pointed to back a couple of years ago when Seattle decided to jump into the same fray, when you made Jamal Adams basically a top 3 safety paid at the position, and you had Quandre Diggs as a top 10 safety paid at the position. When you were paying both of those two guys, it didn't equate to having an elite defense. It was a kind of a wonky way to have the load balance of your contracts on the books for your defense, and that you just don't get the impact you're paying for. Because safeties so often are that last line of defense, are what their name denotes, being a safety, they're not always in on the action, play in and play out in the same way that a defensive lineman would be or an edge would be. And so I think that this is where it makes a lot of sense why there's teams that don't pay two safeties this kind of money. And I think John in this case is kind of learning his lessons. And he's going, well, yeah, we did this with Quandre and Jamal, and it didn't equate out to what we'd hoped it would. Let's not make the same mistake again. And it's not that you aren't willing maybe to pay two safeties good money, but you're not going to pay two safeties high water mark money at the same time. That's the real key on this one. In the name of, load balancing the contracts, essentially, and being able to then put more assets into more positions, they're going to have more impact than on your team. I'm looking at right now, when we got to the safety average, you've got your Kyle Hamiltons up at $25 million per year, Kirby Joseph at $21 million per year, Antoine Winfield at $21 million per year. But it isn't that far of a drop down into the spot now when we're talking about Kobe Bryant. Like Kobe Bryant is going to be almost a top 10-ish paid safety, just about like 11-ish. And Julian Love, you've got as kind of a top 20-ish paid safety. So you're just trying to be a little bit, I think, careful with this one on not going over the top of that safety position. Again, understanding not one team in the league right now is if you had matched this contract and given Kobe Bryant this deal, no team out there is paying their safety positions that same amount of money as what you're paying to them at that point. You would be paying significantly more than anybody else. And that's fine. It's okay to do that, but you got to be sure that you're going to get the returns on that on the defensive side of the ball. I think that's where there's some hesitancy on that one. Right elite, John Schneider, Mike McDonald, we trust. They've earned the right to trust. They're coming off a Super Bowl win. You can be frustrated today. You can be a little bit like, why aren't we doing anything? But do fall back along in alignment on that of understanding that you just won the Super Bowl. They've earned the right for us to give them some of the faith on this one in their approach. And yeah, Luan, too much to be honest for one player. Don't want to overpay. I don't want to overpay. I don't want to be pushed by having to do something because, we got to keep the band together. That you want to be driven by doing things because it's smartly the right move to make. And you're not smart when you're overpaying guys just because that's the market's deciding that that's what these guys should be paid. You're smart when you're paying guys what they should be deserving, what the true value is. Overpay too much down the line and you get yourself into a predicament, like we've seen the Vikings this offseason with some of the contracts they threw out last year. Do I keep putting Tyler Algiers? Yeah, I keep adding Tyler Algiers. My bad, man. Yeah, Elite, it's going to be hard to get Linderbaum once he started to get past the $20 million range and $22 million or whatever he's going to end up getting paid. It's a bit much. Tyler Algier to the Cardinals. James Young will be just fine. Walker isn't worth $11 million, and he's no Derrick Henry. He's not a bell cow back, and the Chiefs will find out by week 10, but you can't blame him for wanting money. Can't blame him from getting paid. No, especially with running backs in the NFL. You can never shake a finger or wag a finger at those and say, how do you take the money? It's like, dude, my career's tied just this short. I got to get while the getting's good. Winter did Linderbaum sign for how much? Let's see if we can get the update here on the. Tyler Linderbaum is signing a 3-year, $81 million deal. So. Holy crap. They're giving him $27 million per year? Oh. Oh my gosh. Tyler Linderbaum is making $27 million per year. The next highest contract for a center was $18 million per year for Creed Humphrey. He just beat the prior highest contract for the position by $9 million per year. Now, it's a 3-year contract, granted, not the 4-year deals that Humphrey signed or Cam Jurgens or Connor McGovern is going to sign today, but $27 million for a center. Ooh. Aaron Jones probably on the table as a possibility here, man. Raiders went nutso. Sounds like Sante Samuel signed elite for back with the Steelers. ETN's still in play, though. We don't use base through. McDonald said we're more of a 4-3 with a crazy athletic Sam. Yeah, they do 4 down linemen, but the down lineman in their alignment is not a 4-3 defense. They don't put their hand in the dirt. They line out in the wide 9, wide 10 with the edges. You know, like I said, it's kind of what it is an amalgamation between 4-3 and 3-4. It's 3-4 on the outside, Steph, with the outside linebackers, and then it's a 4-3 defense essentially with the defensive tackles. So they're just kind of comboed up in a bit of a different fashion in that way. And that's what Mike meant by that. What's the word on Shaheed? Sounds like he was pretty much almost a guarantee out the door yesterday, but we'll see. Maybe there's a pivot here. Abel, the Rams are paying for 2 safeties and 2 corners. Well, Quentin Lake is technically speaking more of a slot corner than he's a safety. So they're paying 1 safety, and he's listed, I know, on Sports Track as a safety. But if you look at Quentin Lake, the majority of his snaps happen from within the slot. He's basically a slot cornerback for that team. But they do pay Cameron Curl, but then Kitchens becomes the inexpensive safety on the other side. So Kitchens, Curl, Quentin Lake down in the slot, and then McDuffie on the outside, of course, and the other guy that they just signed today on the other side. We'll be all right, Metal Dragon. We'll do something here. Yeah, shout out to me. Thank you for that, me. Awesome. $200 don't know. Let's go. Brian Robinson's definitely in play at this point. I think you can grab any of these couple names and their possibilities here. Kind of click down here and make sure I'm... Now it's ETN to the Saints. Man, the running backs are going faster than anything else. Brandon needs to learn hockey. It's my filler till camp. Former Jaguars, ETN, signed with the New Orleans Saints from Louisiana. So ETN off the board. Bummer. 4-year, $52 million deal for ETN. Ow. Whew. Running backs are starting to get a little expensive. Chosen says John will trade up to get Love. That'd be interesting. Definitely would take a lot to jump from 32 to 5. It might have even jumped higher than that to go get Love. Do feel like he's probably off the board to who was it? I was looking at the other day. I was like, oh, he's definitely going there. I've kind of wondered about maybe trading up for a guy like Ruben Bain if he drops a little bit into more of the, into more of a top 10-ish range of the draft with the short arm thing. Santiago, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, brother. You're very kind. That Linderbaum contract is crazy. He's good, but how? And ETN getting 4 years at 52? What is going on? This is insane. I don't disagree with you in the least, man. I agree with you fully. And this is where, is there a part of this that's going to be in John and Mike McDonald I trust because they've just come off a Super Bowl win with the third youngest roster in the NFL? Yeah. A part of this is going to be that. A part of it, though, as well, is that I was speaking about this kind of in the lead up to free agency, and I got some pushback from my chat a little bit, not a lot, but there's a couple of people that got a little bit up in arms in me mentioning this, and that I was saying that, the time for this to strike, for us to make trades, to make signings, to throw a lot of money around, maybe it's not going to be right now. Maybe we're going to look around the room and see everybody losing their effing mind and blowing all of their cap space out, using it all up right now because they think they have to. And then if we don't and we keep our spell for the little bit of that space, that we can wait for a better time to strike where we're not paying funny numbers, where it's not a bunch of stuff that looks sideways and you go, why would you ever want to spend? How are you spending 4 years, $52 million on ETN? There's no way I want to do that deal. No way. And this is where you want to look to me as an NFL franchise for when the market opportunities present themselves. And right now, this isn't a market opportunity. $27 million a year for Linderbaum, a center. This is people losing their minds. I don't get it at all. And from a Raider perspective, I don't know why you wouldn't put just the fourth year on the deal and then get him right around where Creed's at, because it just eats up your cap all the hell doing it this way on a 3-year contract extension for a guy that's 25 years old. But yeah, I don't want to delve into this Santiago either. I think that you're not going to build a great football team by doing crazy stuff, by putting crazy contracts out there or just adding names. That's not the way to get this done. And you spend this money right now and you're going to turn around and look, and a lot of these teams right now that are going nutso with some of these expenditures who didn't have the cap space that we had to spend, they're going to get on here into the, couple weeks from now or into the draft, and you don't have any other real moves you can make. You're locked in at that point. You're stuck with the roster you got at that point. And I wouldn't want to be that, especially on the back of overpaying players right and left. So I can't do that either. I couldn't go for these contracts. I completely support John not doing this with Walker or Kobe Bryant. I don't want to overpay. We don't have to overpay. We just won the Super Bowl. Why should we have to overpay? We've proven we can draft and develop now. We've proven we got the grade A coaching. We've proven we got the executive of the year. Why do we got to overpay? Why do we got to act like we're in a sense of desperation? For what? Why? I think one of the reasons that, teams have a hard time with repeating, there's a lot of reasons for it, of course. And we're feeling some of those reasons today, that you have your players getting stolen from you. People overpay your guys and you don't even have a chance to boom. Now you lose all this talent and now you get back to next year and it's hard to repeat because of that. Another reason that's not often talked about as a reason to repeat is that you spend all your money on your own guys because you got to keep the band back together rather than trying to make some smart decisions, rather than being intelligently like, is it the right move to bring him here? Yes, he was part of what was a special crew, but is it the right move as we go forward to keep him in the fray? And oftentimes the answer on that's going to be no. And a lot of those teams, yeah, you do have those teams that lose free agents and they can't replace those guys. That happens. But then there's also you overpay on your guys. You don't have money then to deal with other things. You're kind of stuck because you're just trying to run it back the same way. And that's not also an intelligent way to go. So I think John's looking at this right. He's not going to overpay, and I don't want to overpay. There's no reason to overpay. I want to go back to back along with everybody else, but I don't think it has to go on the back of you overpaying on players that aren't exactly worth the price that they're going for right now. Glad you're in the same place on that, Santiago, and thank you, man. Appreciate the double dip dono. M. Jordan, thank you for the 5 months. It's a Hawks Nest member. Day one of free agency is too early to panic. Yeah, don't be panicking today, and I don't think we're going to get a lot of that in the chat. I hope not today, and I know there'll be some frustration, but certainly don't panic. You just won a Super Bowl. You won a Super Bowl in a year no one thought you would get there. Think about last year and how free agency played out and how frustrated Seahawks fans were with looking at that and moving on from Geno Smith and moving on from DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett and then bringing in the options that you brought in at the time that people were like, well, we're going backwards on this. We're gonna go to devalue from where we were. Why would we do that? What's the intelligence here on that? But then when you see it play out and actually as it fits the formula, oh, okay. I think we've got to do that here. If this is a team that was still in the midst of barely making the playoffs or just missing the playoffs or getting the playoffs, but then they lose immediately, and you're a little bit nervous today on this, losing these guys, I'd be probably with you on it. But coming off the back of a Super Bowl win, let's sit back in the cut, let's sip on our iced tea, and know that this team's going to have a good plan of action for how they're going to want to push this thing going forward. John's not just going to sit on his hands. He never does that. Maybe he doesn't make the moves exactly you might always want to see, but he's not going to sit on his hands. He's not just going to sit on this cap space permanently. You're going to use it. He just wants to use it in the right area, and I believe and trust that he will do so. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Now, what's your top 3 pickups? Crazy start today, man. Yeah, it's been pretty wild here. Out the gate, kind of looking at what's going down here. The three pickups, I certainly would like to make a run at Devon Achane and find out what the cost is going to be. I'm a little worried it's probably going to be a second round pick to be able to go out there and get him. And I don't know if that's really where I want to give that up because he has only got 1 year left on his contract, or you've got to put him on some monster extension that's going to almost be every bit the kind of contract that, Kenneth Walker just signed, if not, potentially even beating it out or at least coming close to that same deal. Free agency wise, I would like to target a couple of these vet edges that we talked about coming into this free agent period, being be it a Jadeveon Clowney or a Von Miller or a Cameron Jordan from the New Orleans Saints. If you can go find one of these kind of ring chaser guys or find 2 of these kind of ring chaser guys that you can get on a 1-year deal, I think that'd be very, very, very smart. I think that a Mike Evans makes a lot of sense as a potential pivot away from Rashid Shaheed if he's not there, because there's not a lot of receivers on this free agent market that are available. And I don't know if you're going to want to necessarily go and draft a guy for where you'll be picking and what will be available to you, where you're going to be selecting. May make more sense here to try to get a little bit of an insurance policy put in there from Evans there as your ex receiver then, rather than, and get him on the kind of the 1-year contract, so to speak, at that point. Not going to be tremendously expensive. I would probably have that. So a couple of those vet edges that you get on the 1-year deal, Mike Evans, that you can bring in as a wide receiver would probably be that. I don't have guys that I'm necessarily, that there's somebody that I'm burning up the phone lines of Schneider to try to make that deal happen, that I'm trying to really progress hard aggressively at a particular player. It's too much of a light free agent market to feel that way, Peter. You just kind of generally go, well, I generally like to go this or that, but there's nobody that came into this free agent period that I was like, this is the guy that's, you got to go make that run at. And you've got to go and make this happen. We all thought about Linderbaum as a potential option, but you weren't going to get anywhere near $27 million a year in offering him that. So that there's just no possibility of it. But I don't have as many great names for you on this as much because it is just such a light, thin free agent class. Just doesn't have that hardy stock to it that it sometimes typically does, especially with these teams kind of overpaying on some of these guys. I mean, goodness, some of these deals being thrown out. ETN, 4 years, $52 million. Giving him a 4-year contract for a running back? I don't know on that. Seems just a bit much to me, Peter. Crazy start to the day, my brother. Crazy start to the day. Oh, MJ Seahawk coming in with a $50 donation. Let's go. Very kind of you, MJ. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate you so much. It says, Hawks Nest Nation, don't freak out too much. Jackson Smith and Jigba and Spoon extensions are more important than Bryant or K9. I wanted Linderbaum, but not at that cost. I would say we are more of a 2-4-5-D. Boye makes more sense than Crosby or Hendrickson. D boy? Oh, D, defense. You meant Boye Mafe. Well, I think that definitely the Jackson Smith and Jigba and the Spoon extensions are something that are going to, their shadow looms over the cap situation as it stands. There are people out there that have gotten confused on this and thinking that you're going to sign Jackson Smith and Witherspoon to contract extensions and that you'll put those extensions to where they'll click in after the current deals that they're on. And it's not going to really work that way. There's going to be bonus money. There's going to be increased cost to keep both those guys retained into next year's books. And you're going to want to get those extensions done. You're not going to want to wait on either of them. Both are going to break the bank. Both are going to be market setting kind of deals potentially for their position. And at that point, you have to kind of bite the bullet on that and understand that that's looming. You have to deal with it. And it's going to take a little chunk. It's not going to eat up all the cap space. It's not going to prevent us from still going out there and being active, but it does mean that you got to be a little bit more smarter with your money rather than just saying, hey, we got 55 million. Let's go hog wild. Let's go crazy. No, you can't quite do that to that degree of it. So I agree. Those are more important. You can't overpay across the board. Can't overpay across the board and then put market setting deals to JSN and Spoon as well. The cap is finite. Fans sometimes like to say that, the cap really doesn't exist. It's just really just a funny numbers. You can move the numbers around however you want. No, it is. It does exist. It does hit. Look at the Minnesota Vikings this year after they went on their free agent spending spree last year and what it did to them and how now they've had to make cuts and Jonathan Allen, we got to let you go. And then we got to make a tough decision over here. And they might still have to do a little bit more bleeding even beyond this just to get themselves in the right position. And that does also then prevent them potentially from being as much a contender going into this next year. So there's a price to be paid when you're going to go over the top in a given year, contractually speaking. And I think especially coming off of a Super Bowl win, you're driven very heartily to do that. Your fans are going to pull you very heartily to say, you got to pay this guy. Can't let him go. We just won a Super Bowl with him. You can't let him go. But I think instead of that, you got to, from a general manager standpoint, kind of take a step back from that, take the long-term outlook of the approach of it and go, wait, let me not be drawn to the emotionality of this. Or the vibes, but is it the right move to make? Is it the smart move to make? We can get caught, I think, a little bit into the semantics of what exactly is this defense. If you break it all down to it, it's a nickel defense. More often than not, that's the way they're going to live. And then it's really about the fronts. And the fronts, where the conversation on this was related to was the edges. And I see a lot of confusion in the Seahawks fandom about edges. And there's this, it's the same thing I sometimes see when you look at like guards, for instance, and like people go, well, this guy's a guard and this guy's a guard, so he should be able to play left guard or he should be able to play right guard. It's like, no, there's some differentiation in those two positions and what you're going to ask each of them to do and what the requirement is. So, really the heart of this discussion is about the edge group. And the edge group comes down to it's alignment. You can go nickel, you can go 4-3-3-4. What's your alignment? What is your technique within that alignment? So let's remove off the back end with the confusion on this one. Let's take away all of the secondary on this one. Let's take away all of the linebackers on this one. And let's just look at the front itself. The 4 down linemen that you're going to run more often than not in the Seattle Seahawks defense. The 2 defensive tackles are going to be aligned up in a 3-tech and in a 1-tech alignment. More often than not. There will be some variance over the course of a game, but if you flash on a normal Seattle Seahawks play, you're going to have a 3-tech and you're going to have a 1-tech. That means that 3-tech is going to be on the weak side of the formation, aligned outside of the guard's shoulder. That will be his alignment. That is Leonard Williams, essentially. The 1-tech is going to be aligned between the center And the right guard, typically, it's going to be on the strong side of the formation, and they're going to be aligned between the center and the right guard in their pre-snap alignment. Now, that's a 4-3 defensive tackle alignment, because in the old 3-4 defenses, you'd have 3 down linemen, right? And they, a lot of times, like Buddy Ryan's defense or the defense we run, you're in a bare front. So you've got those 3 down linemen really aligned close together. They don't run that anymore, right? Base defense is out the door now, right? So it's 2 defensive tackles that are in a down 4-3 down lineman kind of positioning, 1 tech and a 3 tech. Now, this is the place where Hawk fans get confused. This is where, for whatever reason, like it just kind of gets off the reservation here, where now you go to the edges. And so if you're in the Mike Holmgren days, if you're in the Coach Carroll days, and I think that this is maybe where this is confusing some Seahawks fans, because for years you've had defensive ends that are down defensive ends. They put their hand in the dirt. They're in a 5 tech kind of positioning, or they're just outside, barely the outside shoulder of the tackle. So they're a little closer to the ball than you would typically have with a 3-4 look. So you've had years of this. You've had decades of down linemen, defensive ends that have had their hand in the dirt. The transition to this defense, the transition to what Mike Macdonald does, is he has his defensive tackles as a 1 tech and a 3 tech, and then his edges are edges aligned like you'd have them aligned in a 3-4 defense. Let me say this again on it, because I'm not responding to you on this, MJ Seahawk, but just more of, this is the confusion that I see out there. Your edges are aligned in a 3-4 look. So they're in what's called a wide 9. That alignment is in a wide 9. And they're also standing up, not hand in the dirt. They're standing up. It's a little bit harder when you align guys out into a wide 9, or what I call it a wide 10, when you get them that far aligned out to then have them put their hand in the dirt. You want them standing up because they're getting more of an explosion off the line. They can close that gap of space, that extra width of gap of space in their alignment because they're standing up. So when you're looking at a Seattle Seahawks edge or a defensive end that you want to bring to Seattle, if you see a guy on tape and you're seeing that guy put his hand in the dirt over and over and over again, and that's how he operates, he's probably not going to be a fit to Seattle as far as a stand-up outside edge, goes. But that's more than what's going on in the secondary. The real differentiation in what the Hawks do defensively speaking is what they do with their 4 down linemen. And that alignment and that sort of hybridization between 3-4 and 4-3 is the real unique aspect of what they do on that front with those 4 down linemen. But that space and that width with those edges out wide, that's the important part of it. That's the important part to really pay attention to, because it dictates the specific type of edge you're looking for. Not only are the Seahawks not looking for an edge that puts his hand in the dirt and is aligned in a little bit tighter towards the ball, not only are they looking for the stand-up outside linebacker, they're looking for the bigger guy. They want the power edge. They want the guy that's not, and this is another part that gets confused from Seahawks fans' perspective at times about edges, because I have people that bring up edges in this draft, and they'll bring up some guy to me that's like 6'2", with short arms, and I go, and I kind of scratch my head and I'm like, why would you look at that guy? You want big power edges, guys that can control tackles. And we'll see. I might be wrong on this, because we've only got DeMarcus Lawrence, who's the only edge that you've added to Seattle since you brought in Mike Macdonald, as a guy that, he inherited Uchenna, he inherited Boye Mafe, and Derek Hall. You inherited this. Now Derek Hall is a power edge, so he just kind of fits to Mike Macdonald's defense because of that. But then as well, you brought in Jared Ivey last year. He's a power edge, and how he operates as an undrafted rookie free agent out of LSU. It shows that they're going to target this type of edge in this defense. So when you look for an edge in this Seahawks defense, not putting his hand, you don't want a hand in the dirt guy. You don't want the undersized 240 pounds, 6'2", with not very long arms, like Cassius Howell. A lot of people want to bring up, I don't see how anybody can look at Cassius Howell and say that's going to be a fit into a Mike Macdonald defense. There was nobody like that he had out there in Baltimore. There's nobody you're really having like that here in Seattle since he's come in that way. So that's where I think the confusion comes in. We've had a lot of years with a certain type of defense that was not like what Macdonald's run here. And he runs his own kind of thing, which is updated in a new standardized kind of model for fronts and the way that he rolls it out. But yeah, 2-4-5 is definitely another way you could kind of put it in that manner too as well. Though again, we don't spend much time in base, that we just sort of end up living in nickel. Boye Mafe, maybe again, not as much a power edge per se in Mafe's case. He's a little bit more of the twitched up, snatch the edge kind of guy, work off my pass rush moves, more than he's a pocket crusher, but we'll see. MJ Seahawks, they may be looking to bring him back. And I do think that in Hendrickson's case, he certainly is not. Mafe would definitely be more of a fit than him, even with not being a power edge, because he's better at standing up than he is, putting his hand in the dirt. To your point on that. But I don't think we'll get too much freak out, hopefully, today. Hopefully people will be, for the most part, calm on this one and steady as she goes, MJ Seahawk. But, brother, I appreciate you, man. I salute you. Thank you for the $50 donation. You are very kind. Very, very kind for that. And you got to be thinking about those Spoon and JSN extensions, man. Those are part of this process. They can't be overlooked, especially when we got JSN talking about wanting to be the highest paid in the sport. Got to keep a few extra ducats put aside to make sure that you can cement that. That's for sure. You're awesome, though, brother. Thank you for that, man. R. DeLevy with another $5 donation. R. DeLevy, thank you for that. Wow. That Linderbaum deal. Poor Geno joining Russ and watching teams shell out for O-line help only after they leave his team. Yeah, it's true, huh? You put him behind that craptastic O-line, and now you're going to start stocking the damn thing up. And yeah. That's a wild Linderbaum deal to be given out by the Raiders. They've got a lot of money to spend. You got to spend it somewhere, I suppose. And good on Linderbaum's people for securing that deal. I mean, you break the market. You break the market by the previous position you're going to overcome by $9 million on average. That is incredible by the agents to be able to pull that off, and shows you how vital the offensive line has gotten into keeping it built strong and keeping it. The cost to keep it built strong is high. So that's pretty wild. But yeah, you had Russ for years, no offensive line. And then you go out, get Charles Cross and Lucas the second he leaves. And you got Bradford and Gray Zabel, of course. It's tough. And now Geno's kind of experiencing the same thing. I sort of thought a good spot for Geno would be Minnesota. I've definitely been thinking that that'd be the place that because I could see him completely beating out McCarthy out there. But I would love to see Geno out with Minnesota. Give him some decent receivers to throw to, an okay offensive line, a defense, give him kind of a chance on that one. But Vikings could do much worse, I'll be right back, folks. One sec. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Says ETN signed with the Saints for $13 million a year. Damn it. And on a 4-year contract at that. I mean, a lot of these running back contracts tend to be standardized into a 3-year kind of territory, unless they're really signing with their own team. You get to the free agent market, the contracts have tended to be in more of that 3-year area. Even 2 years is what you could really hope to best get. So going to the 4th year with that at $13 million per year, strange deal from the Saints' perspective. And that division, I think, just leads all of those teams to really think they all got a chance, because nobody's really very strong in that division as far as truly the trendsetter. And so everybody ends up thinking they've got kind of a chance. And so everybody ends up getting probably a little bit more aggressive than they probably should, considering where their roster is. And the Saints continue to be a team that, never will reset the stack, never will just kind of own up to it and eat it and move through, that they're always kind of still trying throughout the years. It's Loomis out there. And then he just operates very strangely in this manner. So, I don't quite get it, with the Saints making a move here like this. There's some weirdo deals being handed out in the NFL today. There just is. From organizations that I look at these organizations on some of these deals and I'm like, yep, That's why you're not a good organization. That's why you don't win. That's why every year you fall far short of what you think your expectation is, because you're not building this smartly. I don't know the intelligence somebody can tell me on giving ETN a 4-year deal at $13 million per year with that Saints roster. Like, that's the best way to go. That's the best way to build your strongest team with your defense where it's at. I don't get it, Peter. Banker Elbreeze, thank you for the $2 donation. He says the LA Chiefs are coming, Brando. Only needed quarterback swap. That's probably a couple of years down the line, Banker, right? Once Andy Reid's retired and, Mahomes wants to go to LA to finish things up. But good on your Rams. This is something to where those are big deals that are given out and what you've handed out, that's for sure. I don't like making a trade for a guy like McDuffie and giving up a first round capital to then give him that contract. I'm not a fan of that. I love the deal itself, but the contract on top of the deal for before a guy's even played a single down for you, that gets me a little bit nervous myself. But at the end of the day too, you guys are identifying appropriately that, this is our go for it time. Stafford might not be here for more than a year. This is the time to strike. And we're going to have to maybe reset this thing a little bit after this next year. So, let's take full advantage and let's lock this in. Let's go. So, guys are going to be good. Guys are going to be tough to deal with. And solid moves from the Rams to kick things off. The most active team in this division here throughout free agency by far. Got Cameron Curl back into the flow. Even Tyler Higbee on a re-sign deal. Yeah, I like overall what you guys have done. Don't like the contract, 4 years, 124 for McDuffie's just a little bit of an overpay again on the back of already giving up a first round and it's a little bit much there, but it's all right. You guys are gonna be good. You guys will definitely be the team to be looked at as probably the front runners we walk into the season next year, considering some of the losses that we're probably going to suffer here this offseason a bit in retrospect. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm tired of waiting a week to sign a player. I'm starting to wonder if this is all Pete's fault. Oh, that's good. That's very good, Thomas. I like that. The Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. Any of this have anything to do with the team sale? I don't think so, Lord Disciple. I don't. No. I think this, and the reason would be because this does fit to the way that John operates. I could go through and show you many years here where you've had cap space. You've had a lot of cap space to spend, and you don't very often, if at all, ever get into wave one of free agency. You'll re-sign your own guys. I mean, that's kind of the only time you've really gone to wave one is when you're re-signing your own guys for fairly significant money, like a couple of years ago when we re-signed Leonard Williams and Noah Fant. But you've had a lot of money to spend in the past, significant money to spend in the past, and still have not delved into the wave one free agency period. So it is really a John Schneider thing where he just looks at these contracts. And this is, again, not just a John thing in that this is also what the truth is of the situation. And it's wild that so many teams sort of ignore this every year going into free agency. But you going and being active in free agency doesn't pay off to you as far as turning you into a winner. Teams that operate in that mode of, we're going to go out there and get crazy and do this and go over here and do this. And, you're spending all this money. It might look good on paper, but it doesn't play out in practicality. And at the end of the day, it's draft, development, reward your own players, and supplement the roster with free agency. I look across this league a little bit on some of these deals being given out and some of these teams that are giving out a lot of these deals. And it's more of you're trying to build your roster through free agency. And this has just been proven to be the wrong approach so thoroughly that I can completely understand why, from John's perspective, he's avoided. Last year, you didn't build a Super Bowl winner because you were out there going for all the wave one free agents. Nobody looked at Cooper Kupp and went, wave one. DeMarcus Lawrence, wave one. Sam Darnold, maybe, I guess, because he was the only kind of quarterback available on the market. And so you could maybe have looked at that as a quasi wave one-ish kind of signing. But by and large, he just avoids it in general. So that's why I can't go into more of this being a team sale, situation, as well as the cap is in such a good shape here, Lord Disciple, that you don't have to make that kind of decision about, well, we're putting our future owner into a perilous situation with the cap because we're going to sign player A, B, C, D, E, F. Well, no, you've got plenty of cap space to sign those guys and still have the cap situation in good shape moving into, next year. So I wouldn't think so, but as much just because it fits the form of what they've done in recent history and that this is just not John's way. He doesn't want to go overboard. And I can I can understand, quite frankly. Some of these deals given out are just way too much. Way too much. Jalen Phillips, 4 years, $120 million. I mean, doesn't that guy get like multiple Achilles tears and ACL tears and going back to college? And that is completely way too rich for the Panthers. Way too rich. Wan'Dale Robinson, the Titans. Okay, so the Titans are finally spending a little bit of money. Flag says every year people forget what John does in free agency. Every year people panic. They do. It is true. Jays, what's up, Brandon? Go Hawks. Got back from 29 Palms the other week. I'm in a truck for 10 hours during the Super Bowl. Made sure to record it. Laughing out loud. Go Hawks. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Hope you're doing okay out there, Jace. A little worried for you right now with what's going on in the world for you there, but hope you're doing all right. Yeah, Nagasa, Kobe isn't, maybe you can say he's worth maybe a couple million more than the 8 million, but not up into the spot of where he was at, right? Agreed. A-Chain looking good right now, Chosen. You're right about that. Parks says, how does everyone feel about Jadarian Price's Love's backup? I've been kind of myself a little slow to warm up to him. I mean, I don't think he's a good player. And certainly he could be effective in this league, but I don't think I've been as kind of hot to trot him as some of the others have been out there. I worry a little bit about just some stiffness in there with him a bit. It might work though. And yeah, indeed, right now we should be at 2 5th-round picks minimum for the losses of Kobe and K9. But we'll see what we sign as far as on the reverse side of that. Price would be a good Sharp like back, but we need 2. Or maybe we should get him in case Sharps never bounces back. Might be the way to go. Boom, shakalaka. How you doing? It's good to see you, brother. Princess, so we'll be depending on a week draft with essentially 3 picks to replenish starters at running back, cornerback, safety, edge. The math doesn't work out. We were seeing why we sunk to mediocrity after 2014. I don't know on that one. I don't think I see it the same way on this one, Princess. Like it's the very first start. We're literally 3 hours into the start of free agency. So jumping to conclusions about this team and the final form of what this team is, I think that's being a little bit jumpy on this. And look, it doesn't really work to say that way, because if it worked to say, well, you get the Super Bowl and then your people get signed and then you can't do nothing, well, we wouldn't have gone back to the Super Bowl the very next year, right? We didn't sink into 2000. We didn't get into past 2014 in a lack of playoff success because our guys got pilfered. And teams were spending too much on our guys, and we weren't able to spend enough we lost because our guys got injured. The Legion of Boom broke down quick. You had guys retire, multiple guys with neck injuries retire, while they're still in their prime. So, I don't quite get that as much. You're coming off a Super Bowl win. Yeah, you're going to have a couple of losses here, but losing Kobe Bryant and Kenneth Walker is not going to completely sink our ability to go back there and repeat next year. And I can't get there with it. It's a little bit like that Tones like one where it's kind of shocking me, Princess, because it's like, Prince, sorry, because you just come off a Super Bowl win. You came off a Super Bowl win where you weren't a contender, you weren't a front runner, you weren't a team that people saw going into the year as a team that had a possibility of pulling that off. That they would have spoken about you in terms of like, see, this is why you're that way. This is why you haven't gone back to Super Bowl in 10 years, John. This is how you operate. So it's like he's kind of earned a right to have, I think, a bit of the benefit of the doubt on this one. Thank you, Industry Worth, for mentioning that. If you guys can for me today, please do hit that like button. It does help out the channel tremendously. It helps people who are looking for right now free agent coverage. Pumpkin would appreciate it. You put a smile on her face if you hit the like button. So she's really happy if you could do that for her too as well. Do that for me as well. But thank you for reminding me that, Industry Worth. Abdi, I think John's playing the comp picks for 2027 to get more draft picks in the best draft in a long time. The 2027 class, and we go the majority of our core. We have the majority of our core coming back. Could be. Definitely could be. Prince says, sometimes you need to overpay at least a few key players. Other teams seem to know this. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to probably supply a little bit of proof as to the teams that have to do this in order for that to be the order of business at play. I think kind of the opposite. I think the teams that end up overpaying are the teams that end up paying the price for overpaying for players, and that they end up holding themselves back long-term because of it. If you're looking for the overpay, Prince, take a look at the JSN and the Spoon contracts you're going to get out this offseason, because both of those guys are probably going to set new market deals for their position when they sign those contracts. So I would disagree with you. I think smart teams try to pay to value. Dumb teams end up overpaying. And I don't think it's going to work out in our favor by going to the overpay route, on these kind of deals. I just don't think it makes a lot of sense to do so. If anything, you're shortening down your Super Bowl window by doing moves like that rather than elongating it. And I'd rather elongate the window than shorten it. Mike Washington Jr. is nice. Parksa sure had a great testing time the other day there at the Combine. Thomas Brando, I want to stay positive, but to pretend that a rookie running back will have a Super Bowl roster is foolish. I want to be sensible, but John Schneider's getting me angry. Pretend that a rookie running back will have a Super Bowl roster is foolish. I'm not sure what you're saying there. I'm sorry, Thomas. I don't know if you're being facetious or you're being hard to tell on that one. Doom says, better to do nothing and look stupid than to actually do something stupid. Agreed. Jonah Coleman's nice. Gabe says $11 million isn't even that much. If we aren't re-signing Shahid or Kobe or Woolen, I don't think it would be a bad move to spend that much for Walker. Well, Walker got almost 15 per year, Gabe. So he made about $4 million more, even more than that. Okay, so Thomas, you were being serious. I believe that being aggressive in free agency to a point, but just sitting on the sidelines while others in the NFC West have improved is irritating. Again, I mean, maybe a little, Thomas, but it comes down to like you've been on this merry-go-round before many times. John's never aggressive in wave one of free agency. So I don't know why anybody would think that today was going to be any different and that he was going to suddenly, something that he hasn't done in 10 years, he's going to do now coming off of a Super Bowl win. I mean, if a Super Bowl win, if anything, is going to reinforce his methodology and approach as being the right one. I didn't go into wave one free agency last year. I found value. And then in the value I found, I was able to build this roster into a Super Bowl winning roster with the third youngest roster in the NFL. So I don't know why he would want to reverse course at that point when he had the ultimate success on the back of taking this approach to it. I've said, and I believe in this, Thomas, that John is smart for understanding that the roster building side of this is a 365 situation. It's not one where you've got to roster build in this small little window into the offseason just as free agency begins till just before the draft, and now your roster's locked, and that's the only opportunity that you have to strike. I believe it's one where you have a chance to strike almost throughout the whole year. And when you look at some of the better additions that this team has brought unto it in recent years, they come at times that are not in this free agent period necessarily. The Leonard Williams is a trade deadline deal. The Ernest Jones deal is a trade deadline deal. You found opportunities and market chances for you in training camp as well with certain players in years past. So I don't think that this money is going to go unspent. I certainly don't think that the team, just because they're aggressive, means that that's ultimately going to be successful for them. And while the Rams are being very aggressive in the money that they're spending, the Rams are at the end of the window. The window is about to close shut. Our window is just opening up. There's a very key difference between those two right there. Stafford probably retires and they've got to reset a lot of stuff across the deck, especially if they can't find a ready-made quarterback after he goes. And they're facing that, and they're well aware of that. And so they're making those moves informed in that manner. We're not driven by that same point of what I would call desperation. And I would offer to you, Thomas, that within these Rams moves, I'm not going to pick them apart, but there's certainly a way that these moves fall on their face and they end up having to pay a high price for them failing out. But I have trust and faith in John at this point, man. We're coming off the Super Bowl win. His approach has been proven ultimately to be right, and it's not an approach that's changed year in and year out when it comes to how he spends money and how active he is in wave one of free agency and whether he's willing to overpay for guys or not. He's got a line with all guys, and he's willing to let them walk. And I think historically speaking, he's been proven pretty smart for putting that kind of line in the sand. As we often say, who's the players that you often lose who end up really going out and doing more when they leave from your roster? You tend to get the most out of guys when they do move on. How you doing, Alberto? Agree, Brian. I think that there's definitely a look at the comp pick game on this a little bit. Like Sabbath says, Naylor to the Raiders. Maybe Shahid is off the table. Ooh. That certainly, I think, help people feel a little bit better about it if Shahid were to come back. Do the Raiders have enough money left on the table for Shahid? They should. Yeah. They need a couple of receivers as well. So they walked into today, the Raiders did by far having more cap space than anybody else. So they had almost $112 million in cap space walking into today. Did the Raiders. Barks, what world are we living in where a center gets 27 average per year? I don't know. Thomas, what is going on, Thomas? Shout out to MJ, man. So kind. Appreciate you, MJ. Vic says draft a running back or get a running back in free agency. I think I'm more in favor of drafting the running back myself a little bit at this point. I think that there's certainly some intelligence behind trying to stay young at the position and where running backs are at their most effective and what happens to running backs when you tend to pay them. Do you tend to get the value out of it? This is a position that's really been proven as to, probably the proper approach is try to draft and sort of a wash, rinse, repeat where you just keep having really talented guys in the rookie contracts come through. I'd be really in favor of that approach, quite frankly. We certainly haven't had a tremendous amount of success in recent times of paying guys money. My soul is hurting, bro. I'm sorry, Rat Runners. Rad, would Dowdle be the best option? He's more of an inside runner. He's not really the outside zone guy that you would be looking for in the system. He's not going to have quite the explosiveness or speed. He runs really hard. He's a tough tackle in the open field, but he's not quite that fit in that way, I would say. You kind of want in the system, basically a guy with a little bit more size than the average typical running back who's explosive and fast, because you're trying to get it to that outside zone, and to get out there, that's a little bit further a running back's got to travel to get out to the spot where there might be a pathway for him to actually go get some yards. So the guys that are a little bit slower to get to that spot or take a little bit more time to get out to that edge, you're probably not going to be looking at those running backs. It doesn't guarantee there's no possibility of it, but I would say it's probably much more unlikely than possible that you'd look at those kind of guys. You're going to want a little bit more out there on that. I would think. It is a bit of a guess on my part. It's a little bit like the edge thing. It's a little bit of an intelligent kind of guess on this and what they're going to look for there. Alberto, also, Jake is doing a live stream. He said, don't be surprised if Matthew continues to play for the next 3 seasons, more realistically 2. That's great. I hope he continues to suit up. Everything's possible with quarterbacks of that age, man. You know, if he can stay healthy and upright, he showed last year, best year of his career, probably. He's not being diminished right now. So the health thing is going to be the interesting thing to see if that holds up with him, Alberto, as he was able to really dodge that this year. But I mean, it just takes one hit at that age. And that does tend to be the thing that ends up, causing those guys to retire. It's not arm strength or ability. It's the inability sometimes to bounce back off of injuries, specifically kind of those lower leg ones that can sometimes sap those guys. Thomas says, Colin Schneider didn't trade up to get Stroud 3 years ago when they had the ammo to get him. I'm sorry if they don't do it with multiple first rounders. Why would Seattle do it with 4 picks? Oh, to move up in the first round. Yeah, maybe not. And John's never done it. You're right about that. Prince says, and if we just wait, who will be left when the music stops? Well, I don't think that they're just going to wait. But again, Prince, this is the part that I guess I find unusual on some of these comments. John Schneider has never been active in wave 1 of free agency. So when you have a guy that's been here for 15 years and he's basically absent 1 or 2 years that you can kind of pick between those 15 years where he's not been active in free agency. I mean, you might have to go back to like one of his initial years here in the gate where he signed like Robert Gallery, Sidney Rice, and Zach Miller. Absent that, he is never active in wave 1 of free agency. So, you've not been active in wave 1 of free agency throughout these years. He ends up signing guys. Last year, same way. So you're not going to just sit and do nothing with the money you got to spend, but you're going to want to spend the money in the right way and not overspend on the contracts you're looking to give out. Former Bills guard David Edwards signing a 4-year, $61 million deal with the Saints per source. Yow. Saints are going a little crazy here. They finally get a little bit of cap space and they just can't help themselves to go right back into crazy town. Sure, let's not overpay and hope we can get draftees and UDFA for rookies to fill all of our starters we lost. Stubbornness will leave us in mediocrity once again. I don't understand the comment on this one, Prince. I appreciate where you're coming from, but I don't get the tone of the little bit of the tone on some of your comments here is almost under the auspice of we didn't just win a Super Bowl, but nobody thought we were ever going to have an opportunity to go and win this year. So like, if there's one time that a front office should earn a little bit of goodwill from the fans, probably should be that front office that just won a Super Bowl. Probably should just be that front office that just had the executive of the year. Probably should be that front office that's got now the only general manager to win 2 Super Bowls under 2 different eras with the same team. He's done a lot here, I think, to prove his mettle here, especially this past year, to where I think he's earned at least a little bit of goodwill to not jump to conclusions about his failure here. 2.5 hours, Prince. We're 2.5 hours into the start of free agency. You're speaking in a manner as if you're acting like we're at the end of June and there's nothing but also rans and we've got $51 million and we haven't spent the money. It's 2.5 hours. Relax. Like we're really getting jumpier a little from some of you folks here in the chat a little bit on some of these comments. I don't quite understand it. If the tone was this team wasn't coming off a Super Bowl championship, I might kind of be a little bit with you, but that's not the case. You just won the ultimate prize. Like, have faith in the guy that took you there to get that done. The guy that's taking you there now, 3 Super Bowls this general manager is taking you to in his time here. 3. Won 2 of them. So I think he's probably earned the right to give him a bit of the benefit of the doubt on this one. Running backs are not ones that you're smart paying a lot of money to, Prince. Two of these positions you mentioned, running back and safety, teams are not smart to spend a lot of money on those positions. You don't get a lot of return for money you spend, historically speaking, on those particular positions. So it's just not really intelligent to spend it. Just isn't. Bottom line. When it comes to cornerback and edge, you've got two of your starters already out there at the cornerback. You rock nickel almost 90% of the time. So you've got two of your starters out there at the nickel position as it is right now. You need one starter. This is a draft that's loaded to the hill with cornerback talent. These are guys that can instantly come in and start for you, the cornerback, and they could even be maybe better than what you've had with Woolen and Jobe right out the gate. When you talk about edge, you have a need for one edge. You've got three edges on your roster right now as it stands. So I again, just don't understand where this is coming from at all. It just doesn't track to reality. D-Man says, every year, most of you panic if John doesn't overpay for players on day one of free agency. There we go. Don't want to panic. $11 million a year for Naylor. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. It's not panicking to ask what the heck is the plan. I trust the process, but just sit there with $60 million in cap space and getting outbid bugs me. Yeah, I guess I understand a little bit of that. I don't think, again, we're 2.5 hours into free agency, my man. Like it's just the start of the new league year just beginning right now. Like trades are going to offset. I think that we give this thing a little bit more time, and I think it'll make a lot of sense as to why John took this approach. So I think we're getting jumpy a little bit on this, Thomas. I do. I think that there's a bit of this where we've got to employ a little bit of patience. And again, understanding that John's never jumped into free agency. He's never chosen to overpay for guys. He's never chosen to get into bidding wars. That's not the way John has ever operated. So I guess part of my patience with this and part of my lack of kind of being in that same mode of this is to say, he's never done this, so why would the expectation be that he would do it now? Simply because he came off of a Super Bowl win. Didn't do it after the last Super Bowl win. Wasn't his approach then. So I don't know why would he be his approach now. Just won the Super Bowl, guys. We won the Super Bowl. Just won the Super Bowl. He just put a Super Bowl winning roster together. It's a place, Thomas, if you know me on this channel, I have been as hard at times on John as anybody else. I have been as willing as to throw as much judgment his way as anybody else out there for what he's done with the offensive line at times in years, for how he's gone out there and made weird trades that don't make sense, right? I've been more than willing to rake him over the coals when the time calls for it. Right now, the time is not calling for it. It's not. He got you a Super Bowl win with the third youngest roster in the NFL while setting the stage of eating $80 million of dead money while setting up to have $55 million of cap space right now. So it's one where I'm not a guy to normally be in this place, but I'm in this place right now. And he's deservedly so earned that right. You want to go into next year or the year after and things go off, that's one thing. But what he's done right now to set this up, I think has earned that right to say, look, he's done as great a job as any general manager in the sport this past year. Nobody surpassed him. Maybe by far the greatest job of any general manager in this sport this past year. Maybe by far. I think you got to give that guy at that point a little bit, especially 2.5 hours into free agency. I think you got to give that guy a little bit of a tip of the cap and say, okay, I'm going to trust in what's going on, what you're doing. And quite frankly, I don't want to do any of these deals. Let's just throw out what John normally does or does not do. I don't want to pay Kenneth Walker as basically the third highest paid running back in the sport. I don't want to give him the richest free agent running back contract that's been given out in the history of the NFL. I don't want to pay Kobe Bryant $13 million per year. There's nobody out there that can make a strong argument as to why either of those two deals really make a lot of sense. outside of just we want to run it back, we want to keep the band together, we're a little bit scared of the alternative options. It's not from an operating from a point of strength. It's more of an operating from a point of fear. Well, if we lose him, who is the guy we're going to go find? Well, if this guy gets lost, how do we replace that? I mean, in Kobe's case, you got the ready-made replacement in-house in Tayakata, who might actually end up being better as a player overall than Kobe Bryant. So I think there's an earning here of a benefit of the doubt on this one. And give it time, guys. Give it time. Williams is trust head coach, the guy, general manager, new dynamic working this year. I trust the process. Amen. Jim says, usually the history shows making big moves usually doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Amen. There's always these teams that sort of win the day free agency wise. They rarely are the teams that then win the day when you get to the actual regular season. Saints are spending a lot of money right now. It's going to shock anybody this year if the Saints end up finding themselves back in last place this year. Raiders are going to be spending a lot of money today. Does anybody think the Raiders are going to be anywhere but in last place in that division next year? Oh, there we go. Get that thing fixed there. Mike Evans to the Niners? No. Mike Evans is signing a 3-year contract with the San Francisco 49ers. Wow. Newblack says, how did the Rams trade and grab both Chiefs cornerbacks, re-sign their safety and their tight end for about $60 million APY together, yet we are sitting on our hands? They have Puka also, just like we have JSN. Yep, they're willing to put a little bit more sacrifice into the future years. I think that they know that their window's getting close to the shut point, and they're trying to do what they can to maximize that last little year. I think that they're also pushed on by the fact that we beat them last year. We got the Super Bowl championship, and that's probably motivating them to do this a little bit as well. Ornacity says 3 years for Evans is weird. It is really weird. And the Niners continue to be an organization that you just sort of sit there and scratch your head and you're like, what are you guys doing here? Like, is it going to be at the same point in time you sign Evans and you're going to turn around and maybe trade Trent Williams or release him? Or kind of strange. Joe says, for all we know, K9 might have been dreaming for 4 years the day he gets to leave Seattle. We don't know. We don't. That is true. Burgess is also Rams went from F them picks to keep them picks to F the money. Mike Evans and the Niners. That is a wild. That was not on my bingo card. Rest in peace, Mike Evans' ligaments. That substation's going to get him. The substation's licking its lips. Is Jesse happy getting Mike Evans? No, because I think Jesse wants to reset the deck there. He wants them to just kind of own it and stop trying to kind of piecemeal this thing and reset it, rejigger this through a little bit. Stop trying to, I think he feels like the window's probably already shut and it's like they're still operating like it's a little bit opened. And that's probably frustrating for him. Catalyst, is Brandon Ayuk out there? He is out there. It seems like Washington is the team that he's eventually going to go to. Don't know about the knee health and where that's at exactly, but he's out there. Catalyst, Devin Bush signs with the Bears, 3 years, $30 million, $21 million guaranteed. There's a guy that I never thought would be getting that kind of deal, but he's really revitalized himself with the Browns when he went there. from Seattle, because he came here and he wasn't anything special with us. But Bears throwing around a little bit of money too as well today, trying to get that defense right. Jamel Dean to the Steelers. All right. Hawks do anything of notice? Not as of yet. And again, just if you want me to respond to comment, question, just be Brandon Hawks Nest. Let me go, Thomas. Hang in there, buddy. I wouldn't lead you astray on this one. And I'm not one to blow smoke up your guys' butts with telling you guys a line that I don't believe in my heart. I wouldn't have the faith on this if I didn't have it. And I do. I think this team knows what they need to do. John's been through this stage before. Remember with him, he's been through you won a Super Bowl. How did you operate off winning that Super Bowl? What lessons did you learn or not learn? What was that you had to confirm that was the right approach? Oh, that wasn't the right approach in what we did here. He's had a chance to refine this in a unique way that most general managers across the sport really have at their disposal of that past and understanding and learning those hard lessons in the way that he did. So I think he's going to build upon that. And that's part of what emboldens my faith towards him on this is I think that he's a guy that has shown in the past that he's willing to not make the same mistake over and over again. And that, he will learn and kind of move from it. After the sale, you can spend like we do. Appreciate you, Moho. Thank you, man. Yeah, the Jalen Phillips deal is nuts. How many injuries has that guy had, Flag? I know that he's at least torn his Achilles at least once or twice and the ACL, I think, in addition. Brian Myers, how you doing, brother? Did Kobe move on? He did. The Bears signed him a 3-year, $40 million deal. That's a spicy meatball. I don't know, Manny. I don't get the Mike Evans to the Niners thing either. In theory, I get that it's a Jawan Jennings replacement, but it's just, what? Huh? Calling me shocked at the hours of the D-Man says none of these players are worth the money they make. That's true. Kyle from South Park. Thank you for the $2 donation, Kyle. He says $20 million per year for Mike Evans is wild. They're paying $20 million per year? Oh! 3 years, $60.4 million deal for Mike Evans. Now, one of those deals is when the final year is probably completely fully baked up to where it's not at that price. But I was thinking like a 1-year flyer offer on him. I wasn't thinking 3 years, 60. Oh, yeah, T-Dogs. They went full. TJ. They went full on this one. Oh. Joe says if he hasn't been signed yet, I think we should go after Rashad White from Tampa Bay. He'd fit right in. He's a very good blocking back. Yeah, he provides you value even just by what he does as a blocker and what he does as a pass catcher. It's one of the better pass catching backs in the league as well. He could be decent. Probably wouldn't be too expensive. Old Greasy, how you doing, man? Oh, Bucks really wanted to keep Evans. Niners must have paid big time. Boy, $20 million per year. I guess so. What are the Niners doing? You got me on that one. That one. $60 million for Mike Evans. Martin Lords, thank you for 14 months as a Hawks Nest member. I'm going to trust the general manager, he says, who has delivered 2 Super Bowls. I as well. It's one thing if you get on John and it's 2021 and you say, what have you done for me lately, John? It's 2021. I got like one playoff win since 2017. John, what have you done for me lately? I think it's a little bit different when you have a guy that's on the run, on the heater that he's been on the past couple of years, from how he's drafted to how he spent money to how he's targeted the coaches that you've gotten in here, in McDonald and getting into Kubiak after that. He's earned the right to have some of this faith here. He has. It doesn't mean that that faith is going to be in perpetuity and that there's never a point that just never runs out, but it means that we are just coming on the heels of a Super Bowl victory, and I will be giving him that benefit of the doubt. Park says, one reason people panic is that they don't want to end up with the Luke Jokel-esque signing or Eddie Lacy, but I don't think that'll happen. I get that. And there's been years where John spent the money weird at times and he's gone to 1-year deals and you've gone like, why are we doing this? Why don't we get multi-year deals? We can spread this stuff out. What's this prove it year stuff? And he has done in the past and maybe he will do it this year. We'll see with that. But, I like to think that he's going to avoid doing that type of stuff. And that, this is again, back to some of the lessons you hope he's learned through his time here of what works and what hasn't worked. And that making those signings and the Luke Jokel-esque one or stacking up a bunch of 1 year, kind of deals has not equated out to them properly navigating free agency in years past at times and doing that. So hopefully he'll learn that, but we'll see on this. Marcus says Jamal Lewis for the Ravens was a rookie when they won the Super Bowl. There we go. New Black says, for a team that wants to rely on the running game, we sure seem to want to make a gigantic gamble on our running back position. Maybe a little bit. I think it's a little bit also that we come back to the evolution here. And I think that John's been driven in the evolution on this to understand that the running backs are not what makes the running game go. The running game is made go by a couple of other factors that get up ahead of the running back and his talent. And if you have a good run blocking unit, if you got the continuity of 5 starters returning back on offensive line, if you got a great system for running the ball, if you've got a defense that's going to give your opportunity to your offense to be able to run the ball, a functional quarterback, a functional passing attack so that teams can't just load up for bear on the running game, you can make an effective running game, absent having a difference-making running back at the position. This is what analytics have taught us over the last 10 years. And they've taught us this lesson very thoroughly, very concretely. It's proven out at every turn in this manner. It doesn't mean that Walker isn't a talent to be lost. It doesn't mean that we're not losing a little bit of talent at the running back position, who we will go to aside from Walker now. But it means that the running game doesn't have to be tremendously less effective in you doing that. That maybe there's a slight step back to a degree, but it's not some huge monstrous step back simply because of the running back position itself. That those other factors are going to help to drive this thing to a place where you can still be good in running the ball. What running backs the Hawks looking to draft? You're probably looking somewhere in the neighborhood of Jonah Coleman, Mike Washington Jr., Jadarian Price, Katron Allen, Damon Claiborne would be kind of some of the guys you might be looking to target in the draft, Moho. Joe Grebe, what do you think about the Hawks pursuing Rachaad White? He's an excellent all-purpose back and a really good blocking back and would not cost as much as K9. He's going to be very cheap. You're right about that. I'm not sure what he provides you really as a running back per se, as how dynamic he is in running the ball, but he is really good as a pass catcher and he's really good as a blocker. And you do need that in this offense. So I wouldn't have any issue with that deal. He's not going to be tremendously expensive. And you need that. You could use that element in the offense right now. There may be a little redundancy between what he supplies to what a Kenny McIntosh could supply there too, who you just already have in the roster. But McIntosh coming off ACL and you don't know where maybe his health is going to be at. Mark Lords, Brando, my take is the league is specifically designed to make general managers and coaches make hard choices. It's purposely set up to not allow dominance. That's 100% the truth, man. This is part of what the hard salary cap does. This is part of what the non-guaranteed contracts can do. It's the way that this rolls. And this is what is part of what are the beauty of the sport for me, Martin, because unlike other sports where you get into baseball this next year and it's like the Dodgers are probably going to go win another World Series. Everybody just kind of knows it. You kind of know the teams are going to be good and the teams are going to be bad. And there's not really going to be any surprises within that. The NFL, every year, you're going to have some surprises. It seems like every year there's 6 new playoff teams. And that parity that allows all the fan bases throughout the country to really be engaged on their teams every single season is also what will bite those teams that are kind of trying to be dominant in the butt, to your point. And it's a good point. And it's just the reality of life and being a winner in this league. And partly of why it's so just about almost sometimes bloody impossible to try to repeat, because of all of this that you have kind of set up ahead of you on that. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation, Samuel. We are mad at John for doing what he did to build the Super Bowl team. There we go. It's a great point here, Samuel. And that's where, for the folks that are a little frustrated on it, I think that Samuel's tapping into what's at the heart of it here for me, is that his approach has not changed over the last few years, specifically as it applies to free agency. Yeah, you did sign Sam Darnold, but I don't know if I'd say DeMarcus Lawrence was necessarily a wave one free agent. That's a 12-year pro at that point, who a lot of people were like, all right, it just isn't the way he's tended to operate. It's not his manner of approach. And it's gotten you to a Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl. It's done it multiple times over. And if it's done it multiple times over, then why can't it do it again here into the future? I also think it's the place that people don't want to hear on this. That's the part that to really keep in mind with this, to really think about this and really, really, really open your mind to this. John does not roster build just a short little time period of year right here. John's trying to roster build at all times of the year. And he does uniquely so in a way that other general managers don't do. Look at all of the track record of trade deadline deals and signings in training camp. Connor Williams and Jadeveon Clowney and Sheldon Richardson, and the trades for Jamal Adams and the Quandre Diggs and the Carlos Dunlap and the Leonard Williams and the Rashid Shaheed. All of these deals are done outside of the free agent period. A lot of those guys significantly helped your team out and significantly improved you outside of that area of where a lot of teams operate. Now, I'll give this to a lot of fans out there that are looking at this. There are a lot of teams in the NFL that just operate on that. The roster building we're going to do, who we're going to add on the outside end that's not related to the draft, it's going to happen in a period that's going to be right there at the start of into that beginning of March for a couple of weeks there. And that's our lock-in area. And if we haven't done it in that period of time, we're not going to do it. It'll be guys that we're signing off the street for vet minimum deals at that point. We're going to use up all of our cap space to that point, and then we're done. And John's looked at that situation and he said, there's all these teams that operate that way, where they all have like a 3-week period that they're going to roster build, which means they're all competing with each other in that 3-week period to build those rosters to a championship status. So rather than trying to keep up with that speed, why don't I strike it at another time of year when there aren't as many teams competing for a particular player, or don't have the money to spend for a particular player who suddenly becomes available? Because guys that you wouldn't think would be available at the training camp, at the trade deadline or in training camp, become available. Contracts come up, issues come up. There's stuff being turned over that's drama, whatever. Guys just get blown out in a given area and they want out. This stuff can come up where you don't think it's going to be, Jamal Adams, you didn't know he's going to be traded in training camp. Jadeveon Clowney with the Houston Texans, no one thought he was going to be available when you're able to make that move for him. And so it does help to sometimes be ready to strike at the right time and being more open-minded to when you can build that roster up. And it doesn't have to be in this little short 3-week nebulous period in March from an NFL roster standpoint. It can be built at all times. So it's a great point there, Samuel. And you touch on at the heart of this of why I'm going to have the faith in what John's done. So he's continued to do the same thing for years on this, and it just brought you the ultimate of successes. Jimin says, losing Kenneth Walker is brutal. It hurts, man. It definitely hurts. Catalyst says, gigantic gamble. Running backs, quote unquote, running backs are replaceable. We are so recently biased with K9's 3 to 4 game run that we'd forgot about his injuries the past couple of years. Yeah, amen. And running backs don't tend to get more healthier after you put them on big contracts, do they, Catalyst? To your point. And with K9 on this, go and overspend on K9, K9's not a complete player. K9 is not a good pass blocking back. K9 is functional as a pass catcher, but he's not exceptional in that way. And that's where, you are paying for what he just does is toting the rock. And then you're not taking into account any of his injury history at $15 million per year. Because it's a guy that every other year before this year was always getting beat up by the end of the year, was always kind of diminished by the end of the year. And I love K9. He's a great back, but these are the factors you do have to take into account when thinking about paying a running back. And again, you speak on it too. The running backs are a replaceable aspect of it. This is that analytical rule of thumb that's been proven pretty hard-lined here for the past 10 years. It isn't that there isn't difference makers at the running back position. It's that running success is not driven by star running backs. That is the part the analytics have proven thoroughly, fundamentally. And I think John's leading into that a little bit. Kyle from South Park. Thank you for the $2 donation, Kyle. It's been 3 hours since free agency started. Relax, people. Amen, man. Let him know. Let him know, Kyle. Oh, Greasy says, didn't John win Executive of the Year? I thought he did. Vaughn Blash says, day one of free agency is always stuffed with overpays by desperate organizations. That's it. You don't want to operate desperately, and you don't want to operate from fear. If you're making roster moves because you're worried about alternatives, you're afraid to lose a guy because you don't know how you're going to fill it. That's not you driving with a sense of vision and philosophy. That's you operating reactively. And those teams that react reactively, those teams that find themselves into more of that desperate state of things, you tend to make bad moves in that state of mind. And I agree with that 100%. Younged, Ravens aren't tendering Keaton Mitchell. I've heard great things about him from Raven fans before. Interesting addition to the free agent pool. He's fun, man. He is really fast, really fast. He would be a fit for that kind of, maybe not the great size, but the explosiveness and speed would definitely fit to the outside zone system. He could be an interesting guy out there as an option, Younged. Great pull there, man. Game says, I don't know how we just won a Super Bowl and we're already yelling about the ship sinking because just 2 guys walked and we've not sold the farm for anyone. It's what got us a ring last year. Have faith, Hawks. Well said, you guys. Beautifully put. Beautifully put. Bill Zimmerman, big overpay for the 49ers and Evans. He gets a big payday at the end of his career. Yeah, boy, it's a hell of a golden parachute, huh, Bill? $20 million a year. And it's going to be funny numbers because, like the third year, the deal is going to be juiced up so that the agents can say, like, look what the deal I got on Mike Evans. Look at the deal on him. But that is insanity from a Niner standpoint. If you were a Niner team that was truly ready to go for it next year and be maybe, I'd love to get Myles Garrett right away. That would be amazing. Yeah, Evans also coming off an injury. And he's been beat up quite a bit through his career. He's been a really good job of being a gamer who gets out there and plays. But you do wonder about this guy that's had such a long career and so much usage, about how effective he can be and how much he can stay healthy, especially with that freaking substation out there. You know what I mean? I don't know, Filler, if this is an accurate Niners and Rams greeting up whole Seahawks pays Cup $17 million for 40 receptions. Yeah, I think that gets a little bit lost on what we're paying for with Cup and why there's those receptions. We're 27th in the league in attempts, Filler. Half of our passing targets in our offense go to JSN. There's not a lot of target opportunities out there for the rest of the receiving core at that point. Do they make the most with what they're being given? And can we be dominant? And can we beat and blow teams out with those parameters set? Did we last year? You better believe we did. And if I'm not mistaken, Cup made plenty of catches, big time catches in the playoffs for us, including, I believe, leading us in catches and yards in the Super Bowl itself. He's also a way better run blocker at this point than what you get from Mike Evans. And then there's also the leadership angle and his help in developing the receiving core as he done, because he's like having a coach on the field. JSN's also pointed to this. So there's some additional value that Kupp provides beyond just the bottom line of the number of receptions he has. But again, this is the part that I think people that want to bang on Kupp get lost on this. When you're 27th in the league in attempts and you're 27th in the league in passing attempts because you're kicking so much ass and taking so much names because you're putting people's face in toilet bowls week after week after week. And so you can just run the ball in the third quarter. You don't even have to pass. You're up by so much. Well, yeah, your receivers are going to have a little bit less catches at the end of the year when that is that case. Is that an example of that receiver not being effective anymore? Or is that an example of just how much ass kicking you're doing as a football team? To me, it's more the latter than the former. Yeah, Keaton Mitchell makes some sense. I love you guys are on this one. That's it. He's a little bit like a poor man's kind of Devon A-Chain a little bit. There's a bit of that there with Keaton Mitchell. I can see that making sense. Sean Tucker's out there too, Manny. That's a good one as well. Mr. Drazen says, do we think Seattle does anything today? Starting to doubt it. Days just started. We'll see. Hard to stay on that. Pillar says, Keaton Mitchell's a bum. Adam says, Keaton Mitchell's knees are cooked. Well, that I don't want him. I don't want cooked knees. There's no way the Raiders are going to the playoffs. No. What's up, War Chief? How you doing, man? So I think we just clear our books and see who gets taken from our team and see what kind of money we got. I don't see any big moves from Seattle until later on tonight or tomorrow, if anything. I could see that as well. So JPJ staying at guard. I guess he is. He ain't going to center anytime soon, Catalyst. Kamara's kind of low-key on. He really seemed to kind of seems like he's maybe hitting a bit of the running back wall there a little bit. Filler says Donald needs juice around him. He will falter if not supplemented with elite talent. No running back outside of K9 fits that bill. Aaron Jones wasn't elite with Minnesota. That offense was great. Does he not have an equivalency of Justin Jefferson out there in JSN? Tight end positions better than what the Minnesota Vikings had in total. Yeah, I don't think Dowdle makes a lot of sense either, Adam. Just not quite the fit. I got to think not hearing DeMarcus Lawrence retiring at this point, Ollie probably does indicate he's probably coming back because I think you would have wanted to have a call on that made by the start of free agency at this point. Jordan says, how are we still on this narrative that Sam needs everything around him to be good? He just showed you last year he just needs stability. Agreed. Yeah, I don't think that's what's been proven about Sam. For sure. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. He says Charles Cross's contract is a steal at this point. It is. I think the Lucas one is as well, Jordan. Both of those two contracts look phenomenal in retrospect. And good on John to get those things done. To not have, imagine getting to the point of a free agency today if Abraham Lucas had been a free agent today and what he would have gotten paid off the year that he had. You talk about breaking the bank. And Charles Cross wouldn't have been a free agent this year, but the price would have only have gone up significantly if he had waited on this one. So you're right, man. Good on John to get those deals done and get them cemented. And I just love the fact we have an offensive line that's really coming together as potentially a strength of this team as we move into the future. It's a nice new sort of thing to have that we haven't had here in a very long time in Seattle. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Randall. History shows day one of free agency is not a leading indicator of team successes. Don't overpay. Pay foundational players. If we recall, we lost the 25 offseason. Value. Randall's on it, as he typically is. This is a place where when you look at historically, go look at it, just do a Google search. Google search, who won day one of free agency, 2025. Google search, Who won free agency 2024? Just see what pops up on your feed. And look if you see a single team that's mentioned on those days. Oh, day one, they definitely won. These are amazing signings on their part. And let's go see how those teams played out during the regular season. Let's go see the successes those teams had off winning in March. Because to Randall's point, I think you're going to see a lot of teams that end up underperforming, that end up not quite getting to where the team thought they could get when they made those signings at that point in the offseason. You got to find value. You don't create long-term success. You don't keep your Super Bowl window open longer by overpaying for your own players because other teams are willing to overpay for them. That doesn't mean that that's what their value is. That just means there's a team out there willing to go to crazy town on a deal to get it done. And you got to avoid that. But like Randall says, just you lost last offseason, right? You want to do go Google search Seahawks 2025 offseason. What are they doing? Seahawks don't seem to have a plan. Seahawks have gone backwards. This would be the narrative coming out of the wave one free agency of your Seattle Seahawks. Geno to Sam Darnold? Are you kidding me? That's what you would have seen. That's what you'll see right now if you Google it. And so we got to look at that and understand like, yeah, everyone's got a reactional kind of outlook in these kind of days. Everything gets very knee-jerk and emotional, but history has played out pretty succinctly at this point that those that go hardcore and try to spend a bunch of money in free agency in wave one are not teams that go out there and become elite the next year or even into future years. Instead, those are the teams that end up paying the price. For instance, who was the team in wave one of free agency last year that won the day? To my point on the Google searches that you might do. The Minnesota Vikings. Oh, Jonathan Allen and Clark at center and Will Freeze at right guard. Let's sign this guy, and we're going to re-sign Byron Murphy, and we're going to sign this guy, and that guy, and this guy. Did it make him elite last year? Did it put him over the top for a team that won 14 games the prior year? No, it didn't, right? And then beyond it not bringing them to the ultimate success, what was the reality of what that met out to the Vikings now in 2026 offseason? Oh, you're having to cut here and cut there and let this guy go and diminish your roster heavily now just to get yourself into a cap situation where you can be functional. There's a price to be paid for going hyper-aggression. Be sure when you're going to do it. Be really sure when you're going to do it. It's great points on your part there, Randall. And I agree with you 100% on this. Randall as well. Appreciate the $2 donation. Says, is Rico Dowdle a fit? Why would Carolina let him go? Not a fit as much, no. Rico Dowdle is not necessarily, the speed that you would tend to like from the running back position. There's an explosive speed standpoint that you're looking for. He's 4.54 is a little bit slower than you probably want to be. That's what he tested out at the combine. He's a little bit of a bigger back. He's a little bit more of a hammer. He did have a 1.53 10-yard split, but when you do watch him on the field, he doesn't run like a guy with a 1.53 10-yard split. He's more of like a 1.58 with a 4.54. He's kind of an average speed running back is kind of how you'd look at Rico Dowdle there, Randall. And you're going to look for more of guys that are more kind of closer to the 4.4, more of like they actually play out with like 1.52, 1.53, 10-yard split where you actually do really feel that explosiveness. He's not quite that, but maybe you get him for an insurance policy for Charbonnet to have a bit of that hammer on the roster. And so that you're not completely empty of that from the team going into the season. Certainly, I don't think he's going to cost a lot, but I do know that he's looking to be kind of a bell cow. He wants to be a starter. He wants to get the majority of the carries in addition to that. Carl Nerney, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, also remember, you are 2 hours into comments, laughing out loud. I know, I'm already behind. I got to get caught up on the comments here and make sure I'm with the live stuff because I'm getting behind today already out the gate. Which is, how it goes with me. I gotta respond to everybody. So thank you, Carl. Appreciate you, man. Hope you're having a good one, brother. I do get a little bit behind, especially today. We got a lot of people in the chat. Ski Nation, thank you for 35 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you for that. Tone of the chat is weird. Personally, I was afraid our 6+ free agents would be amongst the first to go. Every second that passes makes me happy. Yeah, I think people it is a tiny little bit strange. I do get the thing of it's never fun to lose players. And these are guys that are going to hurt loss-wise. There's no two ways about that. What they're going for and what they're making contractually to me makes it a little bit easier to where you're like, yeah, that price is just a bit too high though. I can get why John couldn't come up to that mark. That's just too much. And you're not smart by overpaying here and overpaying here and overpaying there and overpaying there. And suddenly now you got like $20, $25 million of money on the books that's overpayment. And now you have guys with contracts that come up and you're needing to maximize every dollar you can in your pocket. But then you got this money on your books that's kind of like, well, that's overpay money that we just had to overpay for. It's not a great way to go on that, And yeah, a guy like Josh Jobe not being signed out there and still remaining on the market a little bit longer like he has. Maybe Tariq Woolen on this. Let's see what the team looks to do as far as their pivot on this one. They were interested in Kobe, but now that this will be a bit of a pivot, and let's give John some time to cook. He's a slow roaster, okay? You got your guys that'll throw that burger on the barbecue, and then they're pressing the thing down with the spatula and trying to cook it as fast as possible. And then you got those slow cookers, right? Those guys are going to put that thing in that cooker there and be like, no, it's going to need all day. But once we take that meat out of there, man, it's going to fall off the bone, okay? It's going to melt in your mouth. What would you rather have? Do you want the burger that's been pressed down, it's dried out, it's kind of crispy as you're chewing through it, but you got it fast? Or do you want that slow cooked, fall off the bone type of taste? John's taking you there, I'm telling you. Mungles, thank you for the 13 months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, we were in the sign a guard phase last year. Yes, we were. Yes, we were. There was a lot of lamenting. Oh my gosh, no Will Freeze. We're freaking out Will Freeze and Tevin Jenkins, and look at how far we've come. Look at where we're at right now. And it's a lot different place to be in. We're in the catbird seat here. Young roster, a lot of cap space, a lot of teams out there in a desperate state of mind. Let them operate in that desperate state of mind. Let them basically exhaust themselves. And once they've all collectively exhausted themselves, now we will strike. Now we will jump. I do believe John will do that. Not that he won't be aggressive, but the timing of his aggressiveness is not wave one of free agency in the first 2.5 hours. His time of aggressiveness will be, when is the time right for me to strike so that I can actually get good value, so that I'm not overpaying. HHG, thank you for the $5 donation, HH. If the Raiders got the center, what happens to Jackson Powers Johnson? Do we go after him? I'd be open to it, HHG. The thing with Jackson and the thing with a lot of Oregon offensive linemen is that Oregon likes to go for these just big body guys that don't exactly move particularly well. That is the one thing with this. And what you're looking for with your offensive lineman in this system is going to be more mobile offensive linemen that can move out in space. So do they look at JPJ and see him as a guy that is so good, they'll overlook their requirements of athleticism for the position? Because when you look at Sundell and you look at JPJ, you're talking about two different levels of athleticism and movement skills. Now, JPJ, of course, has his own pluses he brings. He's a hammer, a big body, a guy that can, take on nose tackles in a way that maybe Jalen Sundell can't in pass pro and be able to hold up there in that fashion. But that's the place where I would be a little bit wondering is if Seattle is open to doing that because of the fact that he's not as much the pure fit when you have the pure fit in place with Sundell already right now, and Sundell is really cheap. But yeah, I would think that this would push the Raiders to be in a position to move him to some other team that would actually put him at center and that would more value him to be a center. It's been odd that they've had him at guard, but you never know. Some of these teams like to look at these centers as guys that can play, guard and center are ubiquitous. And, if you can do one, you can do the other. I don't agree with it. We've seen it fail in that way when we've tried that here with guys like Ethan Posick. But it is the way some teams like to think. Hell, the Guards just spent the last couple of years with one of our former centers, Evan Brown, as their starting left guard. So there might be a lot of teams out there that still see him as that. Hell, the Raiders might still see him as a guard. But he should be a center. It's really his best position. But I'm open to it. It's really just that one key is the athletic fit to the system as much as anything else. Slobby1, thank you for the $2 donation. Brian Robinson or Rico Dowdle? Ooh, good question. Very good question. I would say I would say Brian Robinson would be the better fit to me on this one. We do have a Seattle signing here, which is good to hear. But I would go with a Brian Robinson. He's got familiarity with both the offensive coordinator you're bringing in, who knows his game. I thought he could have been used better with the Niners last year. They were just so busy of blowing out McCaffrey, they didn't go to him. But he's all operated within the outside zone system. He's a reasonably good fit. He runs really hard. Decent as a pass catcher out of the backfield. He's going to be, kind of a league average kind of running back when you put him out there. But for an insurance policy, I think he's probably as good as what you'd have with Rico. It's kind of a coin flip for both of them for me, Sloby. I don't have a preference one way or the other on this one or that one. Give me one sec, folks. All right. So I'll go with Brian Sloby, but I could technically be signed up for either one. They're both going to be probably pretty inexpensive options when it's all said and done. It'd just be insurance policies at that point that you're kind of bringing in first, so you don't have to go to the draft if you don't have a guy that lines up with the value. But probably Brian would be a little bit maybe more of the preference there. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation, and he's got an update for us. Seattle has finally made a signing. The Seattle Seahawks have finally made a signing. They are going to bring back a cornerback, Josh Jobe. He returns back on a 3-year, $24 million deal here for the Seattle Seahawks. Started 15 games for you last year, of course. Really solid corner for you. Really was a guy that, he gets put in a really tough position at times here on this team because you've got Woolen out there, or not Woolen, but you got Witherspoon out there. Okay, Kitty, come on. What are we doing? Let's not go crazy. Not go crazy, Kitty. So 3 years, $24 million. That's a good deal. $8 million per year. Here's where you're actually seeing some value being applied now. A little bit of actual value here instead of overpaying. A guy that's going to be familiar with this defense, know what he needs to do, fit into that role really well instantaneously. You got all three of your starters set now. Not necessarily a drive to have to go draft a cornerback because of this. Doesn't break the bank. Guy that can do the variety of things you want within this defense. Just really played solidly. A great find out there on the open market by John Schneider and company. So love this deal from a Seahawks perspective on this. That's the money's about right. Not an overpay at all. It frees you up and just better suits you to be able to, set up to go into this draft now and be able to, again, just draft for value. That's what you want to do when you get into these drafts. Like you want to pick who's the most valuable guy we got on the board? Who's our highest rated guy that we have on the board rather than what position do we need to fill here and what position do we need to fill there? And well, technically right now as it stands with the Josh Jobe signing here, what this does set you up for is Ty Akata is able to be in there to replace Kobe Bryant and going. Jobe is able to fit back in there, and yeah, you'll lose a Woolen. You have a Nehemiah Pritchett coming back, and you're going to need to probably add more cornerback help beyond this, but at least he comes back in the fold as well. And now you're really looking at edge, maybe one of the places we got to touch upon, wide receiver and running back, but you start to remove down some of the things that are necessities so that you can operate fully from what you want, especially when it comes to the draft and taking care of your needs so you can stay strictly into value once you get to the actual draft. But thank you for the update, Kyle. 3 years, $24 million for Josh Jobe. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Boo. Thank you for the $7 donation, Boo. When the Hawks signed Kupp, they were the second youngest roster behind the Packers. I don't think the Niners need vet leadership in regular yards to Evans. In regards to Evans, I think is what you're meaning. Yeah, I don't think so either. On that, Boo, I would agree with you. You brought in Kupp and you had a young receiving core on top of it. JSN, and you drafted Horton. Even guys like, your Tariq Youngs and Bobos, and still a lot of young guys on their rookie contracts in the receiving core specifically, in bringing up Kupp. And the Niners, have some young guys. They're kind of just a little bit empty at their receiver position, as much as because the Brandon Ayuk thing blew up in their face, and you're letting Juwan Jennings walk. And so maybe they're counting on the fact that they're going to have to draft a couple of young receivers that they're hoping Evans can bring along. Maybe this is a little bit of an indicator in that, because they're not done probably with Mike Evans. You probably still need to do more for your receiving core at this point. As even with Jennings there last year and Parasite, that still wasn't enough, especially if this is a team that at this point, Boo, is trying to really push to be a Super Bowl contender. You're going to need to do more than this, the receiving position, to do that. But yeah, I don't think that's, I don't know if they're drafting Evans as much for that leadership angle as like we were with Kupp a bit, as much as they're doing it for him replacing production. And that as much as Mike Evans is the older player here in this free agent class, once you sort of pass on a Jennings and a couple of the other receivers kind of are off the board or not really options, he becomes kind of the prime point of the market to go after at that point. And I would estimate that the Niners are not really super hot to trot on the thought process of drafting another receiver in the first round. So it makes sense going after Evans, but the price paid doesn't make any sense at $20 million per year. I can't wrap my head around that at all. But Niners are in a bit of a predicament. And that's the problem with that Brandon Ayuk contract blowing up in your face, is you had already moved off of Deebo Samuel. Now the Ayuk contract blows up in your face, and now you got to lose Juwan Jennings. And now you're looking around and you're like, we got to get something here just to be functional. And then you're spending $20 million a year to get to that functional state. Not good. Not a good deal for me. This is one with the Niners that I'm shaking my head at. And I'm going, I don't see or understand any part of this deal from their perspective. Does anybody out there think Mike Evans puts them over the top? Does anybody think that, okay, let's just say Fred Warner's healthy all next year and Bosa's healthy all next year. Does this put them over the top? No, not even close. And if I'm giving $20 million a year to a wide receiver, I think I'm at least going to hope that he's going to maybe do that for me at the very least. But thank you, Boo. Appreciate the $7 dono, man. Well said on your part. A little bit of a different situation. And I don't even know if we'll see if the Niners are trying to sell that whole leadership angle on it. They probably will. No, it's not an overpay. $20 million is not overpay, because $6 million of it's going to his leadership. Carl Nerney, thank you for the $5 donation. Carl, I didn't mean you were behind. I meant don't get mad at people's comments 2 hours in because they are freaking out over being 2 hours into free agency. My bad. Misunderstood a little bit there. Yeah, no, I get it. And I understand it. Look, we're open to all types of thoughts here, right? So you find yourself a little bit frustrated, and you might see me push back a bit as far as well, I think we should have been active. I don't understand this move, and I might push back, but I get the thought process from those as well that would say to me, Brandon, yeah, we are coming off of a Super Bowl, and yeah, that does give me a lot of confidence in my general manager. And I can think all of that at the same point of time as thinking that we should be aggressive and that we should still be pushing this envelope really hard this offseason because of the success that we just had. That success should not embolden us to be stay in the cut, be relaxed, keep it kind of business as usual, but instead should drive us harder to be more aggressive. So I can understand if there are people that are kind of thinking from that standpoint of it, that yes, I trust in him, but yes, I also want us to be aggressive here because of what we're doing and where we're at and where this division's at and what the Rams are doing. So I can get that as well. I totally get it. I'm a little bit more in the mode of I'm willing to be more in that cut and be patient here on this side of it, but I get where they're at on it. It wouldn't blow me out if people think that way, and it's welcome and understood. I love the aggression. I love people wanting to keep pushing this team. It all operates from the same place, Carl, which I really love about this fan base. Is it's a fan base that's not driven by, hey, can we just be successful and win more games than we lose every year and that'll satiate me? It's a fan base that is hungry at all times for championships, that wants greatness. And that's what you want out of your fandom. That's the intentionality you want them to be pushing for. that they're holding front offices' feet to the fire, that there's an expectation level in place. So it's a good thing too. It isn't all just negative to that side of it. Seahawks 360, thank you for 22 months, almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate you for that long-time support. We signed Josh Jobe at B, 3 years, $24 million. It's a good deal. It's a really good deal. Look at the great value there versus some of these contracts that are being handed out there, especially to the cornerbacks out there. I mean, like a Tariq Brown, who's probably very similar to Josh Jobe in really true performances, making 3 years, $33 million. And you're under that mark. So it's a good value contract for what we're seeing out there being paid, especially today with all the funny numbers being tossed about. MJ Seahawk, thank you for 37 months as a Hawks Nest member, as well as dropping a $50 donation earlier today, man. Very kind of you. Shaheed re-sign. He can line up in the running back spot. Yeah, he definitely can take some running back carries, and maybe that's a way to find a little bit of value there on the Shahid deal. You know, you just parse it all together. A little bit of what he gives you by receiver, a little bit of what he gives you by running back, a little bit of what he gives you by as a returner, kick returner, punt returner. It's possible. And he still does remain out there, which is a good sign. Raiders were the team that was leading into today. A lot of reports were that the Raiders are going to make a heavy run at him. So the Raiders going with another receiver here out the gate, maybe an indicator here that there's a possibility of still bringing him back in-house. Maybe you take a little bit of the money that you maybe were going to set aside for Walker, put a little bit of extra to Shaheed to make sure you get one of the two of them brought back into the fold. We'll see. That'd be a way to get a little bit more value out of him, and he can take some running back snaps back there. He has shown that. Moonman, thank you for the $5 donation, Moonman. The one player I really wanted to bring back was Josh Jobe, so I'm happy so far. He is not a big splash signing, but IMO, in my opinion, an underrated player. No, you accurately capture it. He's a guy that came onto your team as one of those guys that he brought a lot of that sort of feisty, combative, competitive kind of energy you want to see from cornerbacks just in general terms out there on the outside. And he's a guy that can make a play on the ball. He can play man. He can play zone. He can jump a route occasionally and go make a play. You make a high-level interception. He's a guy, too, like I was saying, put a little bit in a predicament because when you look at the secondary and you're a quarterback stepping up the line of scrimmage to determine where you want to throw the ball, and you're looking at Witherspoon over there on your one guy, and you're looking at Eamon there at your other guy, and then you're looking over there at Josh Jobe on the other side. Who are you going to attack? Who are you going to target? Who are you going to hyper-target, probably? So in Josh, he's a guy that, there's some completions that give up here and there, but he gives as good as he gets. And he's a guy that, because he's targeted so much, just by the nature of that, he's going to maybe give up a little bit more in the completions and receptions than your typical receiver. But he's going to make it hard as hell to make that reception. He's going to be there in tight end coverage almost every single time. He's rarely going to make a bad mistake. He tackles pretty well. And a guy, too, again, that whoever is that third corner in this defense is going to get picked on a lot because your other two guys are just so damn good. So I think this is a really good signing as well. It makes a lot of sense, especially at the price they got him at 3 years, $24 million. That's a great deal from the Seahawks perspective of things. And as you're about to pay Witherspoon into that area of, $30 million plus per year, part of the load balance game is to have a corner that can still be quality that you don't have to break the bank of to find that quality in the offsetting other cornerback spot. So a good deal with that, with Josh Jobe. He's been a really good player for us, brings that right kind of spirit to play on this team. And it's good signing by John. Very good signing by John there. Love it, Moon Man. Amen. Girl Dad, thank you for the $2 donation, Girl Dad. NFC West roundtable is going to be effing wild tomorrow. Oh, it's going to be off the hook, and we ain't even over with today so far yet. So yeah, it's going to get very interesting. I'm sure Mike's going to be over there lamenting the fact that they couldn't get Malik Willis signed, and what are they going to be doing at their quarterback position now? You got Jake, who's going to be feeling himself with all of the contracts that the Rams have handed out, and then you're going to have Jesse over there going, Mike Evans, really? I don't know. But it's going to be fun. It's always a good time over there on the NFC West Roundtable. If you guys aren't, please do get subbed up over there as I do the NFC West Roundtable every Tuesday. Separate channel out there that we do. We got to chop it up with all of our compatriots out there from the NFC West, and we'll be getting into these signings, no doubt about that. Jake Halverson, thank you for the $10 donation, Jake. Very kind of you, brother. Appreciate you for that. We've got to be going after Hendrickson. We're obviously not afraid of age when we have the subject matter expert scheming up the defense. When we have the expert scheming up the defense in Mike Macdonald. I mean, look what D-Law did. I think Locke will also be gone. Drew Lock is possible. I think that the thing with Drew Lock, I think, is it's going to be a determinant on that, Jake, is there a team that wants to go out there and target him as that option, like a Minnesota could, is like, okay, here's our insurance policy for McCarthy. Are you going to throw us a pick to do that? We'll see if that on that front. I'm not sure if there will be the team that'll be willing to do that, because I don't think that we're just going to give him away. He's very cheap. It's very nice to have your 3 quarterback set on your roster, that you've got that kind of depth to call upon at that position, which is always one that's so hard to find quality behind your starter. And Hendrickson, we'll see on this one. And I could be wrong on this, Jake. So it's just the general take that I have in kind of studying this defense and looking at the players that Mike Macdonald's had on his defenses, and what he wants to target. Hendrickson is a bigger edge. So on the surface of this, it would seem to be kind of a fit for Macdonald's defense. You have a bigger edge, stronger guy out there. That would seem to work. But Hendrickson has been more of a guy that's a 4-3 defensive, hand in the dirt defensive end. And there are guys that when they're coming up out of their stance and they're coming up with their hand in the dirt up, that's how they work off best. They're coming up. They're really great leverage winners. So they really are able to always be the low man. They're really good hand fighters, rip moves, swim moves. They've got a lot that they bring into play on that, but they're at their best from going low to high, and they're at their best with a little bit of a tighter alignment on the defensive splits on the defensive line. With Mike Macdonald's defense, his edges are going to go way extra wide. Mike Macdonald's going to play his edges as wide as any edges in this sport. That being the case, it's a combination factor with Hendrickson. It's not that he isn't a good player. It's not that he wouldn't be helpful to add to this defense, but is he a fit to the way that Mike Macdonald wants to run his scheme? So you mentioned DeMarcus Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence did some stand-up stuff with the Dallas Cowboys. He showed an ability to do both stand up and put his hand in the dirt, and that he could be aligned out wide, and he'd have the quickness to be able to do that, the explosiveness to be able to do that. With Hendrickson, I think that he's more of a guy that both has to have his hand in the dirt and has to be aligned in his split tighter to the tackle. The closer he is to the tackle, or essentially just to the outside shoulder of the tackle versus being in a wide 9 or even further out than that. Now that's where he gets, I think, a little bit diminished on both accounts. Both now you got him standing up and you've got him aligned a little bit wider than he naturally should be to maximize him. So it's possible that they could make a run at him. It's possible that he's got enough of being a physical beast in how he is that they can make it work. But those would be the 2 places that I would wonder about when I've watched Trey Hendrickson. He does the maximum amount of his best work, hand in the dirt, right on that outside shoulder of that tackle, essentially in a little bit of a closer alignment, essentially in the traditional 4-3 down lineman alignment. How you'd have a traditional 4-3, defensive line, a defensive end in a 4-3 look. That's where he tends to be at his best. But you never know. Maybe the team thinks a little bit outside the box on this one. Maybe they can get him for a little bit less of a price than they thought he was going to cost. Maybe they think that they can make it work and that there's just enough there that they can make that transition in that way. We'll see with that. He is a really good player. He is still going to cost a pretty significant amount, but like you said, they had a lot of luck with going after that vet edge. I like where your head's at as far as going after the vet edge. That is where I would say too, that you could find maybe more of the pure fit who doesn't cost as much of Hendrickson. That's actually more of the pure fit to the defense. Like Jadeveon Clowney had 8 sacks last year in the Cowboys defense, had his best year just 2 years ago in this Mike Macdonald defense. And he's a guy that can stand up. Von Miller, Cam Jordan, who's been a bit of a hand in the dirt guy, but also a guy that's done some stand-up stuff. Maybe guys that are a little bit of a better fit in being more of a true fit to the scheme than you're kind of making them work a little bit, trying to sort of force the square peg into the round hole as you might have to. But with Locke, it's all just going to be dependent on if there's a team that's willing to throw us some kind of offer that makes it worthwhile. I mean, even if you got like a 4th round pick for him because some team wants that insurance for their quarterback position, John would probably swing that trade, especially being down a 5th round pick like he is. I could definitely see that. So we'll see on that. It's very possible. Very, very, very possible, Jake. Thank you, man. Appreciate that, though. Very kind of you with that $10 dono, bro. Kyle from South Park, thank you for another $5 donation. Jobe took less money to stay in Seattle. He wasn't the be here. He wanted to be here, I think is what you're trying to say. He wanted to be here. Shaheed, Woolen, time to do the same. Shahid wants to be here. Number 29 is a deal of the day. You definitely could say the bet. So if we're looking on a day where there's not a lot of great value to be found out there on some of these contracts, where everybody seems to be paying out maximum prices. I mean, even Kenneth Gainwell making a 2-year, $14 million deal. Travis Etienne, 4 years, $52 million deal. Jalen Phillips, 4 years, $120 million. $120 million. And then you come in with a deal like this on a guy that's much better than just an average cornerback in this league, making 3 years, $24 million. One of the better value signings I'd say we could find on the day here so far, especially in a field of overpayments. We're in a wheat field of overpaying here in the NFL today. Everybody's throwing too much money around. Kobe Bryant got $25.75 guaranteed in his contract. That is pricey. And now I'm with it, Kyle. Look for those guys that want to be here. You guys that want to go break the bank, best of luck to you. C'est la vie. Do what you can do. Go enjoy yourself on that. But the guys that can wrap their head around what we're trying to build and want to be a part of a championship experience, take a little bit less, still make a lot of money, you're a Seahawk. Kyle, thank you for the clarification too. Thank you for the $2 donation. I kind of knew what you meant there. You wanted to be here. Yeah, I know it. That stupid autocorrect, man. It gets us all. It gets us all. But no, it's good. You have to wonder if not that he took a little bit less, considering these cornerback contracts. I mean, I would have thought at the very least he would have matched him on Tariq Brown contract, 3 years, $33 million. I would have thought that he would at least have pulled something like that in. So it does seem to indicate maybe he did take a little bit of a less on this deal to make it work, which is very cool. Strike. Thank you for the $2 donation, Strike. But can we keep Bobo? Laughing out loud. I need more Bobo. We all need more Bobo, Strike. Yeah, now, please. More of them. Target, share, more. I do think that there's going to be an intention to try to bring Bobo back. It wouldn't surprise me if Bobo was more looking for an opportunity out there where a team would say, okay, we're going to bring you in. We're not going to pay a lot of money, but we're going to give you a chance to start and compete. And then maybe he's going to look to try to find a team that's going to give him that opportunity. But I think that the team didn't non-tender him. They just didn't want to pay the money that you'd have to pay him to tender him. So they're going to try to bring him back probably on a vet minimum deal. I would say then you'll try to get that knocked out if you can. But maybe there's a team out there willing to give him a 1 year, $3 million deal and say, hey, we'll let you have an opportunity to be our number 2. And like a Raiders team, for instance, come in, compete, wide receiver rooms wide open over here. You come in here and you got a decent chance. You know the offense, something like that. I could see that playing out. MJ Seahawk, thank you for another $10 donation, man. Appreciate all of your support today. I salute you, brother. Very, very kind of you, my man. Don't worry too much, 12s. There has only been one free agent we lost that has had there has only been one free agent we lost that has had a good career after. B-Wags. And he doesn't fit a 3-4 defense. Remember, our last Super Bowl MVP was Malcolm Smith. There you go. And if I'm not mistaken, MJ, Malcolm signed, I think, a contract with the Niners. Didn't end up doing a whole lot after he signed that extension. You lost other guys in free agency over those next couple of years that were really good players for you. Remember Byron Maxwell and how good he was? Goes out there to the Eagles. Basically done the second he arrives at the Eagles. But you mentioned a good point. Go through your history, folks, and think about John Schneider and how inactive he's necessarily been in free agency in wave 1. But then think about how many times have you truly had a player that's gone out the door that you're kicking yourself for a year down the line going, what were you doing on that? How could you do that? How could you let that get away? Oh man, that was a miss there by John, that one. I think you'd struggle to find too many of them. Kind of find one maybe here and one over here a little bit, but by and large, when he tends to move off of guys or he doesn't pay that money, and even if other teams are willing to pay that money, he looks pretty smart in retrospect for having avoided the deal. So yeah, it's a part that's really worth of note here is beyond how John spends money in wave 1 of free agency. How have the losses hit us in years past? Who's gone on and done something great, or who's been a deal where John wasn't willing to up the ante on a player? He gets paid somewhere else, and that deal looks really smart for that team. That looks like really well spent money. Not too many. Not too many. Yeah, you're right. Maybe B-Wags would be one of the few. And then even in B-Wags' case, like you say, doesn't fit the defense. So, not a guy that you would have kept here anyway in that way, especially for the coverage stuff that you need to have done from your inside linebacker position. John's pretty smart about knowing when the right time is to move on from guys, when the right time is to jump. Well said on your part, MJ. And I really appreciate you, man. You're very kind for all of your support to the channel, brother. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Bengals better get ready to say goodbye to Joe Burrow. Possibly so. Possibly so. I'm still not convinced that anybody in that division has really got their stuff right now. Everybody in that division is, you talk about a division that feels like it's without vision with any of the teams. Like, I don't know what the Browns' vision is. The Ravens and the Max Crosby trade and the overpayment there didn't make any sense to me. The Steelers are completely reactionary every single year that they go about their business, and they're doing so once again this offseason. And then you have the Bengals, who just seem to be just kind of like floating along. But the Burrow thing seems to be inching its way towards a place of where the conclusion on this one's going to eventually be Burrow's playing somewhere else. And it seems to be a thing that'll be sooner than later on this one. Probably plays another year there in Cincinnati, but if he goes through another year like he did last year, you got to think that he's going to be pushing very hard next year to move out of town and to go somewhere else. How could he not? How could you blame him if he didn't? I wouldn't want to remain there either. But that whole division is just a little wonky and a little bit out of sorts and not really intelligent in their approach of what they're doing. It just kind of feels like they're all they're spinning as fast as they can, but it is a wheel spinning in place nonetheless. Llewellyn, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Llewellyn, that's very kind of you, man. Appreciate you for that support. Doesn't have any message in your donation, but very kind of you as well for dropping that dono. Banker Elprees, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I'm waiting for the Cardinals to get Jimmy G. It's Himmy G. Remember that, Banker? It's Himmy G. To a 3-year, $75 million deal. Ooh. Well, I will say this about it. To your point, I will say this. To your point, like, Malik's off the board now. Cardinals need a quarterback. The options are kind of limited at this point. So I'm going to laugh if they gave like Jimmy even a 2-year, $40 million deal. And now as you're eating the dead money of the Kyler Murray contract, you're going to be paying $20 million a year to Jimmy Garoppolo as well. I can't think of a more concrete, fundamental move the Cardinals could make that would more be an indicator of who they are as an organization than to do those two moves. We're going to cut out on Kyler for a contract we should have never have given him. We're going to eat that dead money. And then we're going to sign this below average starting quarterback who's going to get injured the second you breathe on him to $20 million per year. So we're going to be applying basically, top end money to the quarterback position as far as what we're totally paying to the position, all for the sake to be the 4th place team in the division. Way to go, Cardinals. Keep doing what you're doing. We need one of the teams in this division to be like this, Banker, okay? If we got the rest of the 3 of us operating in the manner that we've operated, we need one of them that we can beat up on. And I could see the Cardinals doing it. You joke, but the Cardinals could do it. They could. They just might. Mark Sanchez, thank you for 28 months, almost 3 years as a Hawks Desk member. Hey, B, this is classic John Schneider holding his powder dry. I think he's letting the market settle and has a good strategy for the draft. Agreed. Yeah, I think that he's one that's a guy that this is classic John. I'm not going to jump into wave 1 of free agency. He often references keeping the powder dry. And that's just that you get to places and doing deals. And I know I'm hardcore on this a little bit about it being outside of the normal free agent period and that you're looking to add on to your roster outside of that normal period. And John calls it keeping the powder dry. And what he means by that is that I come up into early August and some player now has some dispute on a team and he becomes available. And I look out across the sport and everybody's used up their cap space. And those that do have cap space need to keep it for other things. And now me, instead of competing with 8 other teams for this one player, maybe I'm competing with 1 or 2 other teams for this player. And maybe those other 2 teams don't have the cap space that I've got to be able to bring him in. But if my powder's dry, if I got my cash in hand, if I've got my cap space opened up for me, now I can go make that deal. And the one place you don't want to be as in your roster building as a general manager is to come up to a time of year, be it in the training camp or just before the trade deadline, and you got a player you love, and you got an intentionality to want to go get him, and you got the draft capital to go get him, but you just don't have the cap space. You used it all up. You don't want to be in that place. And with John, that's what he's understood about this 365 of roster building mode that he operates within, is that I'm going to look at all times of year to where I can build this roster. And I'm going to keep myself with my cap situation in better places than other places other teams are going to be. And I'm not going to blow it all out for a 3-week period so that I can strike when the timing is right. And I can take advantage of that market opportunity. And rather than overpaying, I'm getting value, and maybe value for a tremendous player at that. So I think it's a good strategy as well, Mark. Just bought you a Super Bowl. It's not been a new strategy this year. He ain't just starting this up right now. He's been like this. He's been doing it like this. And if it's brought you the ultimate success, why not keep doing it? As they say, don't break it if it's already working. If it's cooking, if it's going, let it keep going. Keep business to form. Fit to form. Llewellyn, thank you for another $7 donation. Appreciate you for that, Llewellyn. I don't know, man. Hall, I like better than Mafe, to be honest. Eat, let him work. Jobe is the signing we needed. Yeah, I think you can make it, especially in this defense. We come back to that. You're looking for certain type of edges in this defense. You want the bigger edge, longer arms, works off power, still has the explosiveness and the first couple of step explosiveness to be able to close the distance off the wide alignment. This is the type of player that you need. Mafe has the explosiveness. Mafe doesn't necessarily have as much of the size, length stuff that you can get a little bit more with Derek Ma, and he doesn't work as much off the power stuff like Derek Hall does. So Hall is more of a traditional type of fit to a Mike McDonald defense. And because of that reason, more of a priority to keep over a Mafe probably long-term between the two of them. Does seem like Hall as well was taking another step in his development last year. When you took Mafe, you did take him as a bit of an older prospect. And so when you got him, what you got was what he was going to probably be. With Hall, he was a little bit of a younger prospect, and so you knew that there was going to be some more development that you could count on with him in the long term. And Hall really felt like he came forward, especially against the run last year. Hopefully he can keep taking steps forward in his game here, which will be essentially kind of a, going through a kind of a contract season for him that'll be very important. But Jobe was a signing you needed, because if you had to let Reek and Jobe walk, and now you're trying to go for some vet minimum corner on the outside, then you definitely have to go draft a guy early in the draft. You don't like your drafts to be run that way, where your hand is sort of forced. So this frees you up. It allows you to operate within the draft more free and easy as you'd like to be. You got him in at a really nice price point. I thought he was going to be around about that $9 to $10 million territory. So to get him at $8 million a year is a little bit of a discount on that deal. It's a great signing. And sets the stage up for you to be able to now really operate fully in how you want to for this upcoming draft. You can just go take that highest valued guy you got on the board, essentially. Yeah, I think you're right on that. I think Hall's a little bit better, especially the fit within this system. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation. Mark, you guys are just kind as ever. Appreciate all your support here today. I think this was the only year K9 played the entire season, and Mafe was disappointing. I understood the picks at the time, but he was a worse Bruce Irvin. Yeah. I think that the Urban thing is actually kind of a nice comp to make because in Mafe and getting him as an older prospect, I think you're kind of hoping he was going to be more of a hit the ground running guy and wouldn't take as long to kind of develop. But he got here in his first year and he did nothing. He was good against the run, but he was a nothing burger when it came to his pass rush. And then he started to seem like he was going to come forward with his pass rush there. Remember, he set the Seahawks record for a sack in like 7 straight games. And then that was it. That was all she wrote at that point. And never really came forward, never really gave you any development. I mean, hell, Bruce Irvin, like you say, you took him and that guy at least you were good with 8 sacks a year from him. You could count on that to be what he was going to generate. With Mafe, it was like 1 or 2 sacks a year was all you were going to get. And, yeah, it is disappointing with Mafe in retrospect, that production you kind of got at him and that you didn't get more from him in that way. And yeah, K9, this was the first year he stayed healthy. Part of the reason he stayed healthy is because you ran a duo backfield for most of this year. You basically parsed the carries between the two of them, no matter what, to keep him healthy. And it's the thing with K9 where there's about 3 major things here to keep in mind on the signing with the Chiefs. The Chiefs just made him essentially like the 3rd or 4th highest paid running back in the sport. They just gave out the biggest free agent contract to a running back in NFL history. And they're doing so for a player who has struggled almost every year of his career to stay healthy, who's not been able to take on the kind of load balance you're going to want to have him take on at $15 million per year, who is not good in pass protection. God help Patrick Mahomes with Walker and Pass Pro at times. And he's average at best as a pass catcher. It isn't just what you do in running the rock. It's all of that other stuff that does factor into these type of signings and whether or not you want to make them or not. It's not just, well, he does a high yard per carry average, so he's a good back. Well, what about the other things that running backs asked to do? And when you take those things into account, that's where the price got too high. That's where you just can't overpay for that. Maybe I can overpay if I get a complete player who's the full meal deal, who can do it all, but I can't pay for a guy with some limitations, top of the market prices. It's not a smart approach for an NFL team. So yeah, completely agree with you all the way down the line on this one, Mark. And I think the team was definitely hoping that they were going to get more out of Mafe during his time. And it was just kind of wild to watch this guy on this defense as the defense got better, as you had more dangerous elements of this defense that offenses had to pay attention to, like Leonard Williams or DeMarcus Lawrence or Byron Murphy, and that he was going to get a single opportunities to go out there and hunt, that he couldn't make more with it. That there wasn't more, productivity. But Mafe's still going to get paid here. So, some teams still buying into the dream of him, I suppose, on that. But yeah, I agree with everything you said on that side of it. Appreciate you, Mark. Thank you for the donation, man. Llewellyn, thank you for another $2.79 donation, man. You're very kind too with all these donos. For real, John ain't going to sit on $58 million. I trust him. I do as well. It's when does John, from people's standpoint, it's like, when does John not spend all of his money? When is John not more than willing to go for broke, to go all in? He will. He absolutely will. And there's a draw right now for him to strike right now as it's the start of free agency, but we have seen him strike at other times and bring in some really great players. And think about the Jadeveon Clowney trade. And I know with Clowney, it was one where he was our only pass rusher, so he got double and triple teamed to death that year because the rest of your defensive line was ass. But that was the one where it cost you a 3rd round pick. He was on a franchise tag deal. You got the Houston Texans to pay half of the franchise cost that year. So he only cost you half the franchise tag cost to come in on that year. And he's your best pass rusher. And part of that was having the cap space that you could eat the second half of the franchise tag cost of Clowney that year. And that's what I'm talking about in that the powder dry, have the cap space available because that can be the thing that prevents you from getting a deal done. In the NFL, you can have teams that have a willingness to get the deal done. I like this player. I like the draft capital you're going to give back to me for the player that you like. Great, let's get this deal done. Oh, you know what? You just don't have enough cap space to get it done. You're just a little bit too up against the nose of it to be able to pull this off. And so he's not going to just sit on this money. He's going to spend it. Some of it's got to go to Witherspoon and JSN here a little bit. Now we got the Jobe contract on it, but he's going to do more. And he's earned that trust, right? If any general manager in this sport earns his trust, it should be after a Super Bowl winning season. You want to go a year down the line and go, well, we're a year removed from the Super Bowl. Now I'm going to be a little more hypercritical. Okay. You can talk me a little bit more into that, but not right off a Super Bowl. You got to give the guy a little bit of trust at that point. And we're in the same place on that, Llewellyn. Thank you again for another $2.79 donation. He says, I agree with Mark. He needs a bit for the mid-year. So I think you're talking about Mark Sanchez with the Mafe thing. I agree with Mark. He needs a bit for the mid-year. Not quite sure what you're saying. Thank you for the donation there. I'm not quite sure what you were saying there. But yeah, if it's about Mafe, it's definitely with Mafe. You go, you understand them letting him walk. You understand, let them, all right, do your thing out there in free agency. And we thought that they could maybe play a bit of the compensatory game. And this is definitely setting up for this, because now in Walker and in Kobe, you've had kind of slide overpays on both of these sides of it, which means they're going to amp up that compensatory value. If you lose a Tariq Woolen, if you lose a Boye Mafe now at this point, you lose a Josh Jones in addition to that, there's definitely the offset here on that compensatory front to where you can really maximize this at this point. We'll see for sure on it, but not quite 100% sure on what you were saying with that one, my man. Banker Elpries, thank you for the $2 donation. This is Cardinals picking T. Simpson at 3, Brando. Ty Simpson. Ooh. Oh, we might lose Mike, Banker. Mike have to retire his Cardinal fandom at that point if they do that. I don't think he's going to be a happy camper. And like Ty's going in the first round. He's going top 6. Like the Jets are, I think, are as far as he falls. And I will be laughing my happy ass off if the Cardinals take Ty Simpson at number 3. I'll be laughing and shaking my head, Banker, just going, man, these bad organizations can't help themselves. They can't help themselves by operating from a dumbass mentality. Like they just can't. It's wild to watch at times, because I've had talks with Mike where I'm trying to talk him into like getting their fundamentals right and, you know, starting to actually put this team in the right shape to be able to earn the right to go draft a quarterback. But he was right there at the forefront of everybody else, like Mendoza. We just need to go get Mendoza. It's like, your team's not really ready for Mendoza. Doesn't that matter? No, just quarterback, magical quarterback. Just give me the magical quarterback. That'll solve all. What about your offensive line? Yeah, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. You don't want to take care of that ahead of time? No. You don't have really much of a running back? That doesn't matter. Okay. Have fun. Go crazy. I could see it though, Banker. This is how this works with these quarterbacks, man, is that pre-draft evaluation process with guys that are like sub first rounders. It just keeps rising up, and you get to the draft and it hits that apex. So it's crazy. It's stupid. They'd be dumb for doing it. But could I completely see them doing it? Yeah. 100%. Llewellyn, thank you for the another, man, $2.79. You've been very kind. Appreciate all of your support today, brother. Very, very, very kind of you. Kansas City paid for a bell cow. Ask us Seattle fans. Laughing out loud. Yeah. It's one where I think this is one where their position has not been a difference maker there for a long period of time since Patrick Mahomes has come there. Maybe when Kareem Hunt was a little bit younger, they were able to be somewhat of have a guy there that could be a little bit like that, but never at any point in time throughout their time there have they had that difference-making running back. And Andy Reid had a little bit more of that, of a history of that when he was with the Philadelphia Eagles. Shady McCoy, and then there was the other guy that they had before Shady McCoy there for a few years. But he was always a guy that would tend to put a lot of value in having difference makers at the running back position. It's just been kind of a new thing there with KC that they haven't. And they've taken some swings. They grabbed the kid out of LSU in the first round a couple of years ago. That didn't work out. Isaiah Pacheco, he'd make it look like he's running hard as hell, but he wouldn't always accomplish a whole hell of a lot. And so they're looking for that guy that can be the difference maker there. And when it comes to toting the rock, I can get it from KC's perspective, and that this does give them a hyper-talented back at running the ball. And that this gives them a guy that really, can take a little bit of the pain off Mahomes. And if it really can work out well, they can build the lineup properly enough there in KC, because they got work to do in building up that line right. That then you've got a guy in Walker that can maybe start to pull some of those cover 2 shell defenses away and get Mahomes back to some of the single high looks that he used to be able to really feast upon. We'll see on that. We'll see, but you're not getting a full meal deal player. And if I'm making a running back or any position in the sport, if I'm making you top 4 paid at your position, I need you to be a complete player. You can't have kind of a hole here and a hole there. And I've got a little bit of an injury history too. And then I'm going to pay top 4 rates I'm going to make you the top 4 paid running back in the sport or any position in the sport at that point. I can't do that. You need to have all of that stuff on lockdown if I'm paying you at that high of a price. You don't have to be a difference maker as a pass catcher. You don't have to be a difference maker as a pass protecting run, pass blocker in those moments, but you got to be at least functional. And I'll tell you, there are some snaps you with Walker and Pass Pro where you're like, avert your eyes. That was awful. He just let the guy basically walk right past him. It just is the way it goes with him sometimes. So they ain't getting that, Llewellyn, to your point. They ain't getting that. Llewellyn says, I meant mid-year trade money. Oh, okay, so Llewellyn was saying, I agree with Mark. He just needs a bit for the mid-year. So he needs the mid-year trade deadline money. There we are. And this is the same. Of course, this is definitely the exact place that I'm at right now too. Definitely. So Boye Mafe just signed a 3-year contract with the Cincinnati Bengals. Sounds like. We'll see. Three-year extension. Holy crap, man. And so, yeah, this is the important part, is that you get to the trade deadline. Many teams have no money left over to spend at that point. They're right up against the cap. They've converted their base to bonuses. There's no contract restructurings that are left that can be done. They're up against it at that point. And then if you can be the team that's not, you're in the position to not only get the deal done, you get the deal done at lesser of a cost than that deal would have cost you if you tried to get that deal done in March 20th or in April 5th. Now it's significantly less that you have to pay on the draft capital standpoint to pull the player in. And the key becomes, do you have the money in hand to be able to float their base salary through the rest of the year? Or if it's a training camp, through the whole year. And I do believe that John's going to make sure he's in a position to be able to do that, because I think that there's going to be some anticipation from him that there's going to be some guys available to him to be made available by the deadline. Think about this next year's draft, for instance. We know next year's draft is already being hyped up, and I strongly do believe this is going to be the case based on what I've looked at on the peripherals. It's going to be a much more significantly increased, better draft than this year's draft. So then does that mean at the trade deadline, those teams out there that can find a way to get more draft capital for what's going to be one of the stronger drafts we've had in recent years will want to be more hot to trot to get those kind of deals done at that time? I think so. Is there a risk within this? Yeah. But you know what? Because I've had some people bring this up to me at times too, Llewellyn, where they say, well, you're going to count on this, that money's going to be available. You're counting on the aspect that there's going to be a trade available to you that you're going to want to make at that time. True enough. It is a risk. But there's no place that you operate within football that's without risk. All of these contracts and all these big contracts that are being given out across the board right now in the sport are all risky. Could all blow up in these teams' faces. Just because you happen to sign them at a more pliable time of year being in March doesn't make it any safer of a deal down the line. And so, there's a risk that you could find yourself in training camp or the deadline and you're sitting on that cap space and there's not a move to be made. But what we do know about John is he tends to be able to find a move. He tends to be able to find an upgrade that can help him out. And his trade deadline track record is pretty damn strong. Quandre Diggs, Carlos Dunlap, Rashid Shaheed, Leonard Williams. He has knocked it out of the park at the trade deadline. These aren't just little minor additions that you just sort of throw on. These are big time additions you were able to make. And we can't forget about that. It's a factor. Because if you've done it in recent history, you can do it again in the future. And then from John's perspective, he's just looking at it going, okay, how did I make those deals happen? What was it that allowed me to get these deals to go down? And I think at the forefront of that is that I have the assets to go get it done when the time is right, both monetarily and draft capital wise. Lord Disciple with a $2 donation says $20 million a year for Mafe is crazy work. I can't think he got $20 million, did he? Oh! Boye Mafe is signing a 3-year, $60 million deal per Ian Rappaport. So who is going to be the highest paid free agent for your Seattle Seahawks this offseason? Boye Mafe. $60 million. I wouldn't have come anywhere close to that. I wouldn't have been in the country. I wouldn't have been on the continent of that deal. They signed Brian Cook to a 3-year, $40 million deal too, to the Bengals. So the Bengals spending money. Trying to get their defense reinforced, I guess. 3 years, $60 million for Boye Mafe. He had 2 sacks last year. I could have paid $20 million a year for 2 sacks a year now? That's the standard price? For 2 sacks a year? What are these teams doing? Like, you're the Bengals. You got no money to spend. Every dollar that goes out the door, you've got to be very careful with. You're like looking through your dollar, but how much do I got? How much? Okay, no. How much do we really got? Make sure we know. We only got so much to spend, right? Yeah, we only got so much to spend. We don't want to spend on Hendrickson. Can't spend on that. Don't want to do that. That's right. We don't have the money to spend on Hendrickson. We got Burrow, we got Chase, we got Higgins. We're spending so much money on them. We can't do that. Can't do that. Right. We can't do that, right? No, we can't. We got very little money. $20 million for Mafe. What are we doing? From a Bengals standpoint, you added Mafe at a 3-year, $60 million deal, and now you're going to sign Byron Cook, a safety, on a 3-year, $40 million deal. What is that going to do for you? What is that going to make you just good enough to just barely miss the playoffs in the AFC? Does that sound about right? $20 million a year for Mafe. Oh, jeez. Well, it's good for us. That's a 4th round compensatory pick for the Seahawks. So now today, as it stands, probably 2 5th round picks for Walker and for Kobe Bryant. And now you're at about a 4th round pick at this point, probably for Boye Mafe. So obviously we're going to probably make some signings too, but whoa. Hey, Josh, thank you for the $5 donation, Josh. Hey, B, I missed all the action this morning. Who are the most hilarious overpays so far? Well, I think that this Boye Mafe deal is going to be probably pretty close. I can't think of another player in NFL history that's going to make $20 million per year after having 2 sacks there last year. I mean, it's not like he's had like the prior 3 years, he'd been averaging 10 sacks and he had like a down year this year. Like the year before that, he had 6 sacks. That's going to be on my list as probably one of the biggest overpays so far. I think the Jalen Phillips one is another one there with Carolina, where they gave him a 4-year contract for a guy that's had so many lower leg injuries. I mean, a torn Achilles, torn ACLs. I think he's had multiple torn Achilles, or it's like both of them have been torn, something like that. You know, just like, what are we doing there? So those are 2 that stand out. Draymond Jones, 3 years, $39.5 million. Okay. That's one where I'm like, we're right. All right. Zion Johnson, 3 years, $49.5 million. I mean, quite frankly, there's a collection of deals that have been handed out here today that are really kind of funky. Alec Pierce, 4 years, $114 million. I'm paying $28 million a year for Alex Pierce. That seems a bit much. Linderbaum on a 3-year, $81 million deal. Joss. Linderbaum beat Creed Humphrey's average per year deal. Creed set the market at the center position last year at $17 million per year, I think it was. Or $18 million a year. He just reset it by $9 million more per year. Did Linderbaum. Yeah, the deals are kind of ridiculous right now. They're not just an overpay. They're like laughably ridiculous. $20 million a year for Mafe. That is unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. If Max signs, D-Law comes back, we win a Super Bowl, we would have 3 locks for Golden Jackets with Williams on our D-line. Well, yeah, maybe on that. If you win another Super Bowl with D-Law, it's maybe on that one. He's a guy that'll be kind of on that edge state there a little bit as it probably stands right now. Khalil Mack, Jay Gundy signed with the Chargers on a 1-year, $18 million contract just before the start of free agency last night. So Mack is unfortunately off the board at this point, going for almost $20 million on a 1-year deal there with the Chargers. But I would tend to think the D-Law is going to come back at this point, Jay, being that you would have wanted an announcement on this one prior to the start of the free agency so that you could pivot if you were going to have to in finding his replacement. So I would think that he's probably coming back at this point. But yeah, both Leo and D-Law probably really right on that edge of that line on the jacket front. I think that they're a little short, but if they got out there and they won another Super Bowl and both of them were, again, really dominant in how they went about their business to get that done, it's possible. It's very possible. Appreciate you, Jay. Moo7662, thank you for 9 months as a Hawks Nest member. Very kind of you. Bengals, Mafe, 3 years, $60 million. I love Mafe, but am I crazy thinking this is quite an overpay? He's been lackluster. He's been lackluster in my opinion. Bengal fans are arguing it isn't. Yeah, I don't know how you would argue that it isn't an overpay when you look at the baseline stats of him and you're like, he took a long period of time to kind of find his footing as a pass rusher here, doing nothing in his first year. Then when he found his pass rush, he's really a streaky shooter where it's like he'll give you 5 games and 6 sacks, and then he'll just go quiet throughout the whole rest of the year. Then he's coming off this last year with just 2 sacks on the whole year. I thought he played pretty solidly in the playoffs. I thought he was really good in the Super Bowl and really creating some pressure at times. But at the end of the day, to pay $20 million per year on a 3-year deal for that's a tremendous overpay. It's a deal that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever from a Bengals standpoint, especially a Bengals team that fought tooth and nail to not pay Trey Hendrickson over the past couple of years. It's the part that stands out to me. It's like you guys are like hardlining this guy who's tremendously productive as a pass rusher, and then you're going to go for this guy who you are going to pay, who doesn't anywhere close to the same kind of productivity from the same position. You got me on that one, Moo. I'm scratching my head on that one as much as anybody else do. Janeth in the house. What's up, Janeth? Thank you for the $2 dono. Coming in to say hi to my people. Hello, Brando. How you doing, Janeth? It's good to see you in the house, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great start to your week. Appreciate the support, brother. Rolling along today. Outside, upside. At this point in day one, has anything changed for you? WRT are traditional priorities and targets. Positional, not traditional. Oh, okay. Are positional priorities and targets. I think that the one position that stands out to me outside, upside, thank you for the double dip dono on that, especially the one where you put the correction in there on your donation. I think wide receiver is one that you start to kind of look at a little bit and you wonder about as you look at the position and trying to make sense of where things are at with it and what you're looking to do and how you'll pivot. If a Rashid Shaheed goes off the board at this point, it starts to maybe draw you in a little bit of a place of where now the priority is going to start to look a little bit more increasingly that you're going to have to draft a guy somewhat early to find a viable replacement there, especially because you can't quite count on what you have with Torrey Horton. Running back would be the other position that you're probably having to pivoting to versus what you thought maybe you can get Walker in on. And now he's gone over the top, and now the running back room has been really, as much as any position here in free agency to start out day one outside, the running back position's been one that's been really pulled lean as we're going to get to the end of the day. And so both with receiver and running back, I'm looking at both those two positions and wondering if they're going to become ones that
you have to go and look to the draft to address, and then hope that you can get some productivity from those guys really quickly. Maybe you don't need the running back to start, but you're going to need him to take some carries. Maybe you don't need the wide receiver to start, but you're going to need him to be out there as part of the rotation out there and to be a viable option out there when he is out there. So receiver and running back start to become a little bit more of a priority as we go through day one than I think would have thought starting through this process, and that you'd be able to find value at those spots in other ways. But I mean, and Mike Evans going for $20 million a year, and Walker going for 15, and ETN going for what he went on a 4-year deal, tells you that you're going to have to probably get a little bit more creative in finding an option here. And so those become the ones that I'm more than anything on the defense right now. Like, I think we can find edges. We can find cheap edges that can be functional. You can find backup depth for the safety position. You can find another cornerback out there that's not going to be expensive, like a Rasul Douglas. But when it comes to needing an actual wide receiver that can be a true X, and then finding a running back that can actually take up a viable amount of carries and be more than just a jag out there, just another guy, that's the one where my priorities are starting to lean a little bit more to those two positions, and wondering what we're going to do, and then how does John look at addressing those. Addis, thank you for the $2 donation. These teams are wild. Holy overpays. Yeah, this is the NFL's gone wild. We got Goodell over there with his little handy cam filming it in person, and the Saints are over there doing want to see the boobies? Want to see the boobies? I feel like this is a little bit like this. Today on NFL Teams Gone Wild, watch the Bengals, normally tight organization, get in on that Boye Mafe action at $20 million per year. Oh, look at that. Boye's over there like, hey, Cincy. Hey, you want an edge rusher, Cincy? Here you go. This is wild. Teams are going crazy. I don't know what Jalen Phillips has done in his career to deserve all these teams willing to pay. Like, the Eagles are about willing to pay him what they're going to pay, and then Panthers went over the top of it at the start of free agency. But this is why, traditionally speaking, those teams that are active like this on wave one of free agency don't get the returns they think they're paying for. Because when you remove the emotionality of you being in the team in that moment, needing that player, you take the step back and you just take a deep breath and you look at the thing and you go, boy, that doesn't look very smart. And then it plays out to not being very smart. Like, do any of you guys not think that Boye Mafe deal a year from now, they're going to be looking at it, scratching their head, being like, how did we give $20 million a year to Boye Mafe? Jalen Phillips goes out there and rips through another Achilles 3 weeks into this season with the Carolina Panthers. That's not going to be a shock. That was the risk here at play in paying a guy like that. Why take that risk for a guy that we know with those lower leg injuries, there's a high likelihood that that's going to pop up again? They are wild right now. This is NFL gone wild stuff. And don't participate in that. Let them all exhaust themselves. Let them exhaust all of their cap space right now. And we'll come in down the line and we'll strike when the timing is right to take advantage of market opportunities. Because today, right now, nobody's taking advantage of any market opportunities. Everybody is overpaying across the freaking board. And some of these teams are going into just a crazy place as far as how over the top they're going to spend this money. And some of them, I can't quite understand what they're doing, because they're spending all of this money like the Saints. And what do you think this is going to do? Tyler Shock in year 2 is going to go win the division for you? Well, you had a really good finish to the season. So yeah, you're talking yourself into the finish of the season for him. Okay. All right. We'll see. It's worked really well for you, Saints, and going down this route in recent years' history, hasn't it? These teams never learn. Just one reason why John don't operate in that way. You be smarter than the average bear, and you will take advantage of these guys at every single turn if you do so. Llewellyn, thank you for the $2.79 donation. He's picking up what I'm putting down. He says someone is going to sell mid-year straight up. Amen. In this draft, well, we get 4 or 5 quarterbacks, for instance, that are looking like they're going to go up in the first round of this next year's draft. I know that this is all a bit of a guessing game, but LaSource Sellers, and Arch Mannings, and got a few different guys here, Dante Moore. It's a bit of a risk. You never know on this, but what if that happens and you get into the first couple of weeks of the year and it's looking like, yeah, we're going to have some first round quarterbacks this year. Now, some of those teams that want to go get one of those quarterbacks, do they start offloading assets to build up assets to package together for eventually the draft to go get a quarterback? Now maybe they're willing to sell a little bit more. Yeah, I think so. I'll take, like I said, I'll take this risk. I'll roll these dice because John's done it before and it's paid off big time. Paid off big time this last year. Everybody said, we got to go get another receiver. You're flipping out Cooper Kupp for DK Metcalf. That's not going to work. You guys got to go get a receiver right now. Game 1. You can't go into it with that receiving core. That's not going to be enough. But John went all the way into mid-year. And then a Shaheed came up for a 4th and a 5th round return, which felt like a lot for a rental, but feels like a discount in retrospect. Feels like an absolute bargain in retrospect. And I agree. There's always going to be those teams, I think, that are going to be in that sort of sell mode, and they're going to probably have an expensive player, and do you have the cap space to do it? And if you do, you can get the deal done because there won't be as many teams competing with you for said player. We're looking at Shaheed right now going for maybe $20 million a year this offseason. Well, if he's that good, right? If he's that awesome of a wide receiver, why weren't there more teams willing to make the same kind of trade returns that we did at the deadline? Why wasn't there a team that was willing to offer, like the Buffalo Bills, a 3rd round pick? Because they're not in that position to be able to make that trade at that time. They don't have the cap space. They don't have the draft picks. They've already shot their wad. We got to keep our wad. You're picking what I'm putting up, Luan. You're feeling what I'm saying here on this. We're in straight agreement. It is a risk, but it's a risk that we've seen pay off many times over by John being patient. Haven't seen a lot of times I can think of in recent years where John should have gotten aggressive into wave 1 of free agency and you came back to it and you passed on that guy, should have gone for him and you didn't. And now you're paying the price for it. Haven't had that happen a lot of times. Add us the gamer. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says sign Von Miller, sign Clowney, sign Kamara, or Rico Dowdle. You could sign me up for that, man. I'm not sure about where Kamara's at in his career right now as far as, as that guy hit that running back wall. Kind of feels like maybe so. But in Von Miller and Clowney, you could combine those guys up with Derek Hall and DeMarcus Lawrence. Maybe cut away at that point Uchenna. And that'd be a better starting 4 than what you ran out last year. That's for sure. And maybe even significantly so at that point, Addis, to your point on that. And they're not going to cost a lot. So I'm open to it. I love where your head's at with that, man. Michael, thank you for the $5 donation, Michael. If Love starts to slide down the draft board and is still there in the early to mid 20s, do you think John Schneider will bite the bullet and trade up? Yeah, I think if he were to last that long, he would. I would. I say this as a guy that knows that John's never traded up in the first round in his life here in Seattle, that it's one of those things that's like, it's like with me eating vegetables. I just don't want to do it. But yeah, if Love was to fall that far, then you would see John jump at that point. The problem with this becomes, Michael, is that he's not going to make it past Tennessee. It's kind of like one of the open secrets in the NFL right now is that Tennessee is all but basically, circled him, in permanent ink, that's going to be their pick there at 4. And the tough part with Love sliding in this particular draft is that this is a draft that he has solidified himself for the talent that he is, number 1. And then number 2, it's a draft that's just so weak. You have so few quarterbacks that'll go up in the first round. It's not got a lot of blue chip talent. And what that will then do is that causes more teams being more willing to go for a position that they might not more traditionally draft, like running back in the top 5. You're not going to do that traditionally. There's no way, no how in most years you would even consider it. This year, this draft, this level of talent that we're seeing across the board, I think it pushes you a little bit more into that mode of saying, yeah, we're willing to go and get this guy this year because the value's right versus the other alternative options that we have available to us. So I don't even think he makes it outside the top 10 at this point, Michael. But it is an interesting, let's just say even just on a potential of maybe Tennessee passes just because, right? And he does drop into 8 or 9 there or 10. Would this maybe be a year where John would consider that of going and getting a guy that's a difference maker at the running back position, better in talent than anything we've had here, maybe even going back to like a Kurt Warner at that point. And I'll give up the extra capital in the next year's draft to do so with this, to have this guy that's on his rookie contract, bop to bop. Maybe John would be willing to do that at this point, if he does fall to that spot, but I can't think that he gets past Tennessee at this point, Michael. It does seem like they're really, and especially with Tennessee today, not looking to really make any moves as far as, they've made a couple of signings. They had money to spend here. Mitchell Trubisky, a 1-2-year deal. Wan'Dale Robinson on a 4-year, $78 million deal. John Franklin Myers, they're signing in here. Cordell Flott. Flott made more than Josh Jobe did. Wow. Alante Taylor, a 3-year, $60 million deal. I mean, they're putting all their resources sort of on the defensive side of the ball, which is understandable with Saleh there, but they're not looking at a running back. So I think that this is a little bit of an indicator in itself, Michael, that Love's probably going to the Titans there at 4. Janeth, thank you for the $5 donation, Janeth. There's no better time than now to be in demand for Seahawks players. Can't blame some to want to get a generational bag. Schneider knows that too. Yeah, Schneider definitely knows that. These guys are not that you don't like these guys. You love Walker and you love Boye Mafe is a good player. He's not a bad player. He leads a little bit more wanting there as far as pass rush goes, but he's solid. And this is what happens to Super Bowl teams. I could make an argument here that this is happening a little bit even more extremely to Seattle right now off the kick of free agency, being that now you've had your third guy essentially go for a significant amount of money off your team. But there's a lot of funny money being thrown around in this free agent period right now. I'm just looking at the Titans deals that they gave out. It's like, whoa. 3-year 45 for Cordell Flott. Like, they're almost pushing in the territory of almost giving twice the deal we gave to Josh Jobe to Flott. Yo. But you can't blame him. And then John, from his perspective on it's got to look at it and say, yeah, and let him go sign those deals. I can't overpay to that degree. That's way too much. Not just a little too much. That's way too much. You weren't going to come anywhere near that Boye Mafe contract. You weren't going to come in the vicinity of that contract. So I agree, man. Well said on your part, Janeth. Sometimes this is what happens to Super Bowl teams. This is the price of business in the NFL when you win, is that teams come a-calling and they're going to overspend for your guys, and you just got to kind of lick your wounds and find the smart way to pivot off of them. And that's something that John, I think, has shown a track record of being able to do. John Naylor in the house. What's up, John? He says, John Schneider, smart play to win mid-year free agent pickup. Yeah, I think it would be. I think there's a reason that he, in a lot of ways, has at times dominated these times of years, being the training camp and the trade deadline, and being able to bring in really good players at that time of year where other teams are kind of, more of, we're set, we're done. And I think a lot of teams do look at it like, we roster build from the league new year starting up in early March through to the draft. And we're basically, by all accounts, that point, we're done. I think he is very unique in being a general manager that looks at it more of like, I'm open-minded at all times of the year to add on talent wherever I can, whenever I can. Because if I do operate from that sense, there's more times of the year that I can more maximize this to the ultimate. I can get more bang for my buck. I'm not going to have to overpay if I just operate in this one small area. It makes sense. You operate in a little small timeline for how you can add talent, and you're going to be competing with every other NFL team who's got all of their maximized most amount of money that they can spend at any time of the year at that time of year as well, versus I'm going to be open up to getting it any times of the year because there's a lot less competition out there for those services at that point. Now, maybe there's a lot less players available too, but that doesn't always necessarily mean then that you have to overpay for the players that do become available, because most of those teams out there have kind of don't have the expenses at that point that they can shell out. They've already blown what they've got to blow. Agreed there, John. Llewellyn, man, you've been so awesome today. Thank you for another $7 donation, brother. And I really appreciate you for that. That is very, very kind on your part. This overpay offseason makes me feel good we made minimal moves. I really don't understand the Mafe thing, but meh, go do you, boo-boo. Yeah, go do you, man. You guys get paid like that? Good for you. Go get that payment. And I don't want to be a part of this as well. I walk through and I look at these deals just on the surface of it, and I'm going through it. Almost all these teams got at least one here out the gate that you're looking at and you're going, what are you doing? What is that? Pittman gets traded by the Steelers, and then the Steelers are going to sign him to a 3-year, $60 million deal. Okay. $20 million for Pittman a year. Zion Johnson to the Browns on a 3-year, $50 million deal. Does anybody think that he's a good enough left guard to deserve that? I don't. Draymond Jones, 3 years, $39 million. Malik Willis up there at 370. No, I'd be passing on all this stuff myself too. I'm good with us. Let them make their way. You know what I mean? And I'm good with making the minimal moves too here, Llewellyn. Now is not the time to strike. Now is not the time to be hyper aggressive. We can still be hyper aggressive at one point or another. We can still go for it. We can still really get in on this season, but go do so when the timing is right. And today, right now, in the first couple hours of free agency, these teams are going to Looneyville. They're going to Looneyville. Let's not join them. Let's not do it. You're awesome, though, Llewellyn. Thank you, man, for all of your support today, bro. Very, very kind of you. John Naylor with another $5. Thank you for that, John. You need a substation cap next time Jesse rants 49ers. Just slip it on in and smile. I kind of tried to here and there a little bit. But that's a great idea. And I love needling Jesse on it because it's a situation that's in the players' heads. He's got a cheap owner that doesn't want to move the substation. So it's like the situation that's kind of at an impasse, but it also kind of sucks. But it's also going to kind of even grow in the player's mind as we go forward. I'll try to slip that one in, though, in the Mike Evans contract. I'll be like, well, you had to pay the substation tax, man. It's players now that will come to the San Francisco 49ers and say, well, I'll come there. I'll sign your contract. I'll play next to the substation that's going to weaken my ligaments, but you're going to have to pay me a couple million per year extra to do so. Substation tax, man. It even rolls off the tongue, John. The 49ers substation tax. Overpaying free agents since 2015. $20 million a year for Mike Evans. Are you guys high? I know weed's legal here in California, but maybe not in the morning time there, Mr. Lynch, huh? Maybe not wake and bake, huh? On free agency morning. Appreciate you, John. You're awesome, brother. Dr. Cluck, thank you for the $10 donation, Dr. Cluck. Very kind of you. Are these comp picks for next year or this year's upcoming draft? Also, what's your way too early evaluation for next year's class? I heard it's going to be a bump up of talent compared to this year. Yes, we'll go backwards to front on that one. So it is obviously I'm Dr. Cluck in the midst of still trying to kind of catch up on this year's class, which has not given me as much of an opportunity to necessarily get ahead of things too much. But there are always those guys that you're kind of already looking at in this year's draft who end up going back to college. The Oregon class alone, I think that they've got like 4 guys or something like that that could have come out in this year's draft that are all going back to college. Washington, their defensive tackle, Lapani, their center. They've got a few different guys that end up going back in. Dante Moore on top of it. I know the quarterback class should be stronger. This is always one that's hard to tell because sometimes guys go into their final year and you think they're going to take a step forward and they end up taking a step back. But Lenore Sellers, Arch Manning, Dante Moore, Jalen Salen's a little bit smaller, but a guy that will be on some people's radars out there at the quarterback position as we go into the future. But yeah, it does look like next year's class is going to be a bit better across the board based on what we're kind of seeing on this one. So some people are saying generationally wise, or I don't know if I'm going to go to that place. I haven't had a chance to as much really get into it too much because again, I'm always a little bit behind on this. I'm like about 170 prospects into this draft, and I try to get to like 300. So I'm just knee deep right now and just going through what we got in this draft and what's going on in this one. The comp picks are going to be for next year's draft. So they won't be for this year's upcoming draft, but for next year's, partly because the valuation is determined by what they do throughout the course of the year on top of the contract you give out. It's a little bit of a secret sauce deal here with the NFL and what determines who gets comp picks and how much comp picks you get. But it does factor in how they actually kind of perform and how much they actually play on those teams in addition to the contract itself. It is important that even though we have to wait a year out on these comp picks, the way that they do factor into next season and the way that they do factor in potentially helping out next season's football team is that John in general terms can anticipate that he's going to get compensatory picks. So let's say you come out through this free agent period and John says, okay, I know I'm going to get a 4th round pick and 2 5th round picks as far as compensatory value back for this free agent class. Now, if John's got to go into next year's trade deadline and he's trying to move for a player and he's trying to decide whether or not he's going to give up a 3rd round pick, let's say in a trade deadline deal. Well, knowing you've got the extra 4th round pick, knowing you've got the extra 2 5th round picks, then emboldens you to be able to go and get that kind of that trade done then in a way that if you're more restricted on your picks, you're not going to do so. So it is one that knowing about those picks and knowing they're coming down the line, even though you haven't officially known it by the trade deadline, like they won't officially be announced by that point, but being able to intelligently anticipate it from John's perspective then allows him to be a little bit more aggressive at that point to getting deals done. That's really, a lot of people get the drive on it being, well, these will be more players you can pick. I get more caught up into the compensatory value being that now these are more picks that are added on that now allow you the freedom to feel like you can throw more of your picks around in trade and not be paying the ultimate price to do so. Like this year, for instance, Dr. Cluck, you gave up the Shaheed deal, and so it's a 4th and a 5th round pick out the door. That hurts a little bit. You feel a little bit of that loss on the books, right? Versus imagine if you had known that you were going to have a couple of compensatory picks back in return now, and how much more that might even push John to be able to give up a little bit more now at the deadline, being willing to swing at a bigger player at the deadline because you have those picks kind of in tow. So, yeah, you don't know yet this year. You won't know until next year on what the comp picks will be, but that you can anticipate them, and that then they do allow you to be a little bit more aggressive than come the deadline. So we'll see going forward on that one. But yeah, everything that I'm hearing about with this draft, outside of having a chance to really look at the individual players too much into next year's draft and knowing which ones are going to be coming out across the board, everything I'm hearing about is that it's going to be a better draft, not just for the quarterbacks, but just for the total talent, that there should be some more blue chip prospects in that draft that we didn't have very many in this draft, if any, really. So it's going to be a bit of a night and day difference. But I will say it is also hard to be much worse than what this draft is kind of set up to be. It's like missing quarterback talent, missing blue chip talent, missing a lot of high first round graded talent. And this has been one of the weaker ones that we've seen in recent years. Thank you though, Dr. Cluck. Appreciate the $10 donation, man. Great questions on that. Addis the Gamer, thank you for 6 months as a Hawks Nest member. To be specific, 1-year deal for running back if true. Oh, there we go. So Kimura, this was in reference to your donation above on signed by Miller, Clowney, Kimura, and Rico. So you're saying a one year contract for those guys. Yeah. And that makes sense. It's not going to cost you a lot at that point, a couple $1 million. John's done this to your point in the past as well. Got the Carlos Hyde deal. I think it was a 1 year, $3 million deal. You did the Eddie Lacy deal on a 1 year, $4 million deal. You did a Rashad Penny deal on a 1 year, $6 million deal. It definitely fits a little bit more to form that John, does gravitate towards that 1 year contract on running backs. He's just not, I think, a big fan at this point of paying running backs. And some of this has to do with his history of when he's paid running backs and whether or not he's gotten value out of those deals, whether those deals have cost him in the end and really eventually led to dead money hits, which has been the case. So it does make sense going to kind of the 1 year prove it deal for the backs on that for sure. Addis the Gamer, how would you feel if we somehow got Marshawn Lattimore? Lattimore doesn't do a lot for me. He's been going backwards for a bit of time. 29 years old. Cornerbacks tend to be out by the time they hit about 30 years old. This tends to be where you're going to see them hitting that like running back wall that you see running backs hit at 27. I don't know why with cornerbacks they tend to hit this spot when they do there, but he's right about the same spot that beyond just the data that tells you that, well, he's not been performing too well and by how he's graded and how he's been playing, and the Saints handed him off to Washington. But then he's also almost at 30 years old. So he's right at that spot as well, Addis, where it's like you'd expect this drop off to happen. It succinctly goes together that he's having this tough season, and then he's also at that age where you'd expect him to have this tough season. He was rated 94 out of 114 rated cornerbacks by PFF last year. So to say that he had a bad year or a down year would be not even fully capturing it. He's just not a good player at this point. And with you signing Jobe, I think you're much more smarter aligned to potentially look at drafting a guy in this draft somewhere second or third round. And then that's how you round out the depth chart there. Or maybe a Marlon Humphrey if he gets released here by the Baltimore Ravens. We'll see on that front. But no, I can't go after Lattimore. I just think that he's not the same player he once was. Kyle from South Park. Thank you for the 2 months as a Hawks Nest member. What's the most you'd pay per year for Rashid Shaheed? 10 to 12? I'd probably go up to like 14, Kyle, because there is some places where he has extra value. You sign a Michael Pittman or you sign an Alec Pierce, and you're signing them purely for what they do as a wide receiver. That's it. That's their value. That's their value. That's what they give. Whatever they are as a pass catcher is all they're giving to on a football field. Pass blocking too. With Rashid Shaheed, he gives you top end special teams return ability. Top 3 kind of, if not the best returner in the sport at kick return and punt returns. And then he also is a guy that you can give carries to as a running back from time to time. Fly sweeps. If I'm over the course of the year, I can give him, 25, 30 carries, and he's going to give me a couple hundred yards in addition to that on the ground. So there's a little bit of some supplemental value that he gives you beyond just what he does as a pass catcher. So I'd go at the 3-year, $14 million per year deal. I probably wouldn't go above that though. That's about as high as I can float. Kyle, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, man, as well as being a member of the channel. Very kind of you. I look at Cup isn't going to be here in 27, and Horton has been injured back-to-back seasons. I can't rely on him until he proves to stay healthy. Agreed. I do agree with you. I think Horton has got to be looked at as a bonus position at this point, beyond anything else, that it's, if he can give you something and develop into that dude, great. But I can't count on it because the injury history was with him in college and caused him to drop in the draft, and then he got injured his first year. So it is a little bit of a bonus situation. And you're probably right about Kupp not being here past another year. You've got to think that he's probably, winding down a little bit, and he is getting up there in age. And so this is probably going to be his last year. You're going to have to probably deal with this at some point or another. And that may be where this is opened up to. I have thought that, at 32 here, Kyle, there is a real possibility of wide receiver being the pick. The 2 specific guys that could be available to you there where you're picking at the end of the first round are Casey Concepcion and then the kid out of Indiana, Omar Cooper Jr. One of those 2 guys either of those 2 guys I think would be a fit to this offense and could make a lot of sense. And then you're able to go get a little bit of that receiver for the future thing that you're talking about. So could be with Shahid that you get this done. The nice part of getting a Shaheed deal done is that he gets done and now you can get to the draft and just be freed up fully to not have to be driven in that way to go for that receiver. But we're also looking at these wide receiver contracts, and everything seems to be $20 million as far as just the standard issue everybody's being paid here minimum. Almost, from the Wan'Dale Robinson contracts to the Alec Pierce contracts to the Michael Pittman deal. It kind of leads me to believe that he's going to be a little bit closer to the $20 million territory than he's going to be closer to my $14 million territory, at which point he's probably priced himself outside of Seattle's market. And I think he's probably going to end up going somewhere else. I still think the Raiders end up coming in on this deal and giving him something like $20 million per 19, 18, maybe something like that. But Kubiak's got the familiarity with him. And he knows the offense backwards and frontwards. Just kind of makes too much sense. But I can't go above the 14. Thank you, though, Kyle. Appreciate you, brother. Well said on Horton, man. Very talented kid. Had a great rookie year. But you just can't count on him when he's got that injury history. You got to have him prove to you that he can stay up on the field and stay upright. John May, thank you for the $2 donation, John. I definitely have paid Algier that money, though. Definitely would have thought that the team would have been open to doing it for sure. And surprising that they didn't. 2 years, $12.25 million that the Cardinals signed him for, $6 million per year. That's about with Tyler what we thought he would cost as far as price goes. So it seemed like the price was right there. I do come back to wondering if maybe that there's the feeling, and this is like what we would apply to the Rico Dowdle situation, is he a fit for this offense? Is he the ideal for the running back type you look for? And a lot of people might say, well, we got Zach Charbonnet, and we already have that on the roster. So if Charbonnet works in here, then why wouldn't Algier work in here? And the only thing that I would say to that is just that you inherited Zach Charbonnet to the new offense you took on with Kubiak. Kubiak wasn't here, and then you drafted Charbonnet, and you're like, that guy's the fit for my offense. Go take him. And so likewise with Tyler, it's like, yeah, he's like Charbonnet, but Charbonnet isn't exactly the precise type of fit to this offensive scheme either. He can work within it. He can find some effectiveness within it, but you're going to look for more of the explosive and the fast to the edge type of guys. And with Algier, as good of a back as he is, he's not necessarily that super explosive, fast to the edge kind of guy. So maybe that they looked at it and they said, not a fit to the offense, and I don't like paying running backs. It's not been a great track record from John Schneider's perspective. I was kind of looking at this, and it really stood out to me when I kind of put it all together as far as when you really look at his running back room and you look at when he spent money and when he's put draft capital to the running back position and how much this is kind of at times bitten him in the butt, for lack of better term. So walk through this a little bit if we can, folks, on this. And let's really put this in perspective when it comes to the running back position, because I think once you really kind of put them all together, it makes a little bit more sense as to, what's going on here. So the third Marshawn Lynch contract that you gave out, didn't want to give him that contract, had 2 years left remaining on the deal. You gave Marshawn the deal. It came back a year later. He wanted to be released so he could go play with the Oakland Raiders. Cost you money. You signed Chris Carson to a contract extension that instantly you regretted and cost you money. You ended up paying a ton of dead money to get out from under the deal. Was not a well-spent money contract. Was not good. You gave Carlos Hyde the 1-year contract. Didn't really bear out well for you. He was injured most of that year. You gave Eddie Lacy the $4 million deal. Didn't bear out well for you. It wasn't money that was well spent. Give Rashad Penny that 1-year, $6 million deal after he came off of his rookie contract. He wasn't able to stay healthy throughout that course that year. You drafted 2 running backs in the second round back-to-back years. You've had some varying levels of success in making those 2 running backs those high picks like you did. Christian Michael in the second round. Didn't work out too well for you taking him. Rashad Penny in the first round. Didn't work out too well for you taking him in the first round. If you look at John Schneider's history in dealing with running backs, in paying running backs, in drafting running backs high, it's not really worked out too well for him. And I think with John, he is a guy that tries to learn lessons and tries to learn from his mistakes. And it would be very hard if I was in John's shoes at this point with my history of the last 10 years in dealing with running back position to come to a conclusion to say, you know what I need to be doing? I need to be putting more assets into my running back room. I think instead, the data has been telling him, if anything, less. If anything, the data has been saying, John, you're overpaying too much, both by draft capital and by monetary compensation, what you're putting into this position. You're throwing the bad out with the bad. And so I'm not against paying running backs. I'm not against drafting running backs high. But I think in John's perspective of this, I think that if there's any position on this team that he has to reevaluate and look at what his approach has been in the last 10 years and find a correction, I think running back is one of those places that he could do that on, because it just hasn't worked out too well. So, yeah, I get it. I wouldn't have been against paying Algier the 2-year $12.25, but I think it's kind of some of those reasons as to why John, he took this approach and how he has. It's been a bit informed by the past. It's a bit informed by the type of offensive rushing attack that you're going to operate within, being the outside zone and his fit into that. But I think it's also just the bad money that's been spent in recent years at times when you have thrown money to the running back position. And of course, how that also falls in alignment with what the analytic folks tell us about the running back position, that you shouldn't put money into it, that you should be very careful about the money you put into it, because it's one that the returns don't often fit to what you put in. And it just tends to be bad money you're sort of throwing away at times. Llewellyn, thank you for the $2.79 donation and all of your support today. I'm okay with most leaving Jobe was my number one. Yeah, I'm the same way as you. I'm okay with who we lost today, especially at the price. I got no problems with that. And keeping Jobe, and especially not only keeping Jobe, who would have been a priority for me too, Llewellyn, but keeping Jobe at a discounted rate, not paying these top end prices that everybody in the sport's paying at today, actually able to get him in at a very, very feasible deal. Very realistic, you know? Llewellyn, thank you for another $7 donation. You are awesome, brother. Awesome. Jesse is funny as F, but I like him the same with all the NFC. I like him the same with all the NFC West roundtable. You guys crack me up. but I for real watch your stuff every day. And along with another $2 donation here says, I watch you and Brendan, and the same with the mob. Well, let's go. Let's go, man. Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate your support and dedication in watching the channel here, man. And I love what I get to do at the NFC West Roundtable. You know, I got over there a couple years ago and I wasn't really sure about what I was walking into and whether or not it was just going to be this thing that was going to be very vitriolic and a bunch of trash talking 24/7. But instead, it's a lot of fun football discussion when I get to go in those with those guys. And they all work really hard. They know their stuff. They put in their work. They love their teams. And I feel like the dynamic there is just something that's really special and unique. And I love it every time I get to go live with them. We have a great time. All those guys are who they are off camera. You know, they're true to what they are and they're not putting on a show or fake. And Jesse's awesome, man. You got to appreciate about Jesse. And what I love about all those guys is they're willing to be truthful and honest to their audience, that they're not worried about gassing you up. They're not worried about falsely inflating hope, that they're going to tell you the way that they really do truly see it. And I think that anybody that you follow in football coverage, that's what they should all lead with. And as much because there's a heavy draw in doing this, to lead with just being positive at every turn and to just waving the pom-poms. And that's boring. And that's not being truthful with your audience. And if you're lying to your audience, then what are we doing here? You know? So appreciate you for watching as much as you do, man. Jesse's awesome over there. And it's going to be very interesting to hear what he's got to say about this Mike Evans contract here tomorrow, as I can already see him just shaking his head, you know, putting his hand in his head going, what are we doing? What is going on? But appreciate you, man. And Brendan's awesome as well. I think me and Brendan are going to be doing some coverage tomorrow together here on the free agent front of things. So be on the lookout for that, as we'll be keeping this clicking and going here over the next couple of days with you guys. Appreciate you though, man. Llewellyn, you're awesome. Very kind for all of your support today, brother. And Llewellyn as well with another $2.79 donation. Thank you for that, man. My friends, I have one thing to say. Go Hawks. Actually, one thing to say. Go Hawks. Got to get the megaphone out for that one, Llewellyn. Got to get the big dog out for that one. You're awesome, brother. Appreciate you, man. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, bro. And we are in alignment, man. I'm perfectly happy with the way that this day has played out so far. Perfectly happy. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $10 donation, Addis. You're awesome as well, brother. I respect your take on Lattimore. Agree with you on that. Just prove it deals for sure should be the focus here. Ring chasers. Otherwise, draft positional needs. Hope John knows what he's doing. I do as well. There have been 8 teams in NFL history that have gone back to back. 8 teams. And, well, we got 100 years of football, or well, maybe not quite 100 years because we didn't start doing Super Bowls until the 60s, but, you know, you got a good 75 years or whatever of, you know, time to go off of whatever, 60 years of, we just had Super Bowl 60. That makes it easy. So you had 60 Super Bowls. You've had 8 repeats. It shows you how hard it is to do. It's not easy. And just having a great young roster and just having the good vibes and the good times rolling, it's not enough. And understanding that it's a high degree of difficulty to get the repeat to happen for a variety of different reasons. I think that there's a bit of a pull to be super hyper aggressive to try to make it happen, to overcome that. And I think from my standpoint, as I walked into this offseason, I felt myself saying, you know what? I want to operate a little bit more of less of there being this sort of almost a desperate like feeling of scrambling to try to make this happen on a back-to-back, and more of let's keep this window elongated. Let's do this right. Let's continue to just make smart decisions. Let's not be impelled by a sense of urgency. There was a thing that was talked about the Hawks going into the playoffs against the Niners. Jesse was trying to sell me on this. The roundtable was trying to sell me on this. And they said, you know, the Seahawks are under the most pressure. They're under the most pressure as the number 1 seed. And I said, no, they're not. There was no point during this playoffs that there was any pressure on this team. Pressure is if we lose, we're going to have to throw this all to the wind. This was our one opportunity, our 1 year. Pressure is the Rams coming into this next upcoming season. Because if you don't think the Rams are under a tremendous amount of pressure, knowing this is probably Stafford's last year, knowing you've put all this money out there to go make this happen now, and it doesn't happen, and you don't have as much money to spend into next year, all is lost. All hope is lost. All Super Bowl window is lost. That's pressure. That's a lot of pressure. That's a pressure on the team. That's the pressure on the locker room. They're going to be well aware of it as well. That's when people talk about pressure. That's what that is. But when you're the third youngest roster in football, when you're the team that nobody thought was even going to be in the playoffs at the end of the year, and then you've gotten the number one seed, you are dealing with house money. You're operating with a sense of relaxation of like, nobody thought we were going to be here. Who cares? Let's just go for it. Let's let it rip. I kind of feel like likewise here a little bit with this offseason of rather than being impelled by some sort of sense of desperation that there's no need to have, stay in the cut, operate smartly, be patient, and utilize your aggressiveness at the right time. It's not that you aren't still going to be aggressive. It's just that you don't have to be aggressive when 27 other NFL teams are going to be aggressive. Why are they right? Just because there's a lot of them being aggressive, right? Because that's sort of what gets into me to like, we've got to do something. Why? Because all those teams are doing something? Yeah. Or are they doing something that's smart or are they just doing something? Well, they're doing something. We got to do something. No, you don't do something just to do something. You don't spend money just to spend. You spend money because it's the smart money to spend, because it's the right money, because there's value to be had in that money you're spending. And that's to me where, though I want to see back-to-back, though I want to see aggression, though I want to see them, push this as hard as they possibly can this offseason, not ultimately at the price that it's going to cost us this Super Bowl window down the line. Because this team is a team that should be great for many years now into the future. And that should have that potential to be able to compete and contend, not just simply in the playoffs, but contend for Super Bowls for years into the future. But the way that you minimize that, the way you pull that down, the way you restrict that, is by overspending in one particular year to try to soup things up artificially in a way that we don't need to do so, in my opinion. You're returning all of your offensive line starters. You're returning your starting two wide receivers absent Rashid Shaheed. Okay, you're down your one running back. You got Charbonnet coming off the ACL and McIntosh, who's all last year out. He'll be returned. You got 4 deep at the tight end position. You're 3 deep off the edge. You're 4 deep with your defensive tackles. You're 3 deep at your linebacker core. You got your 2 starting safeties on point. Like the team's set right now. Do we need to add more? Yeah. Do I want to add a lot more? Yeah, I would. But it's not like this team's sitting with a whole bunch of empty holes here and there and over here and over here. We can afford to be patient. And it's not to say that you won't get aggressive at some point. It's that the aggression is not well suited right now. And John knows what he's doing. I guarantee you on that. But yeah, Lattimore's a couple years ago, you might have me interested on that one at us. But right now where he's at, and what I know about these corners, there's these rare corners that can still play into when they're 31, 32, 33, they can still find a way to be functional. But more often than not, they hit that, it's right about 29 years old. It's usually where they hit and you start to feel, oh, he's lost a little bit of speed. Oh, he's lost a little bit of quickness. Not as interested in being as much a tackler as maybe he once was. It all kind of combines up on that. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Mark, and appreciate all of you guys' support today. You're just tremendous as ever here on this channel. B, if we don't sign a running back in free agency, who would you like the Seahawks to draft? I like Coleman, but I think we would need to trade down from 1 to get him. I like Coleman a lot. I think he's very, very similar, Mark, to David Montgomery. We come back to, again, the what is the running back model? What is the archetype that they're going to look for? And I get very much caught up on this, Mark, because in the Shanahan system, going back to his father, carried through from his father from Denver to Washington, carried through from his son to San Francisco, is that you are tending to look for a certain style of running back who's going to have a particular, like Liam Neeson, they're going to have a particular set of skills. And running backs are ones that come in sort of all shapes and sizes, all different styles, all different types. And you've got your explosive and fast guys. Maybe they don't have a lot of moves, for instance, but they're explosive and they're fast to the hole and they can break some tackles. Like they can rip out of arm tackles. This is the kind of running back that is the ideal to a Shanahan system. So a guy like Terrell Davis, who was not a highly drafted guy coming out of Georgia, got stacked up on that Georgia depth chart at a time when there was some really good running backs coming through Georgia almost every year. And he comes to Denver and he takes off because he had those real specific items in tow that made the scheme work at its best from the running back model standpoint. And it's so wildly, in a lot of ways, different from what you look at with normal running backs, where you're trying to judge an evaluation of at times vision and how many moves in the open field do they have to break tackles. Where with this one, it's a little bit more robotic in the type of back you're looking for. Explosive, fast, a little bit more size than your atypical running backs so that they can then get through those arm tackles in the hole. But I want a guy that's going to hit the hole at the time that I need him to hit the hole so that my blocking scheme works perfectly, because it's an orchestration. It's like a song where every note's got to hit at just the right point for you to find it. And it's less about the pure individual talent of the running back and more of finding the fit for the guy that's structured to fit to the scheme. And so you love having a great talented guy. You'll take a great talented guy, but it's not necessarily the requirement of the system that you have that. More of the requirement of the system is those base elements, like I just said, that you have in the guy, the explosiveness, the speed, and a little bit more size to be able to fight through those arm tackles. Coleman certainly can fight through the arm tackles and certainly is a hard guy to bring down. The guy that you noticed, Mark, was also a guy that did not test at the combine. And he's a guy that I am a little bit worried about. It's going to be like the Cam Scatabo thing where, when he eventually goes and tests, it's like 4.6 is what he ends up testing at. And 4.6 is not going to work in this offensive system, in my opinion. I don't think that they're going to be angling for it. They're certainly not going to be putting high draft capital for that. So I like Coleman. Jonah's nice. I certainly am not going to be mad if they were to take him. And some of this is this is like the edge thing that I talk about, where I'm trying to understand this team better and get to the specificity of it rather than generalization. And so when I try to get to the specificity of the edges on this team, and I say they're going to look for bigger edges, longer edges, more powerful edges, and that's going to come at the expense of not looking for the twitchy guys that are trying to snap the edge, that are trying to snatch the edge, the benders, the dippers. You're not going to look for that as much. Likewise, the running back position, you're not just looking for the hammers. You're not just looking for any kind of guy that's just talented. You're going to look for the guy with the particular skill set, ideally. Maybe Coleman can be that. Maybe he goes out there and tests fast enough on his 40 time at his pro day to necessitate that. I have I think I've got a top of the third round graded valuation on Jonah. Probably ends up going maybe late second, early third. Some of this again depends on how he tests a little bit, because he's a guy that he's one of the running back that teams are going to be very interested to see where his 40 time's at. But, you probably move back in the first round, take him, pick up an extra third round pick, do something like that if the team was really in love with him. But I do wonder about the fit necessarily on that size speed model thing. Llewellyn, thank you for another $2.79 donation. Llewellyn says Jennings Dunker would be solid. I would love Jennings Dunker at the end of the first round, and it would be a pick to me that would have a lot of vision behind it from John Schneider's perspective. It'd be one where the value, you're really going off value. You're not going off need, because you don't have a need on the offensive line right now, not for the upcoming season. But in Jennings Dunker here, you'd have a guy that could really check a lot of boxes for me in this point of things. Number one, he gives you the rotational tackle who could play him just about at least probably four positions on that offensive line if you needed him to. He's your long-term answer at right guard, number two. He's a guy that at the end of the day, long-term will be a vast improvement over what you have at Anthony Bradford. He's a guy that gives you insurance for Abraham Lucas. If anything goes down with Abraham Lucas in that knee or the leg injury comes up again, he now gives you some insurance for that. He is a hell of a run blocker. I mean, he plays with a great pad level, great leverage level. I have no doubt that he's going to be able to transition into right guard. And a lot of these guys, I don't always have a lot of a good idea of a tackle that can transition into guard. Does he bend enough? Does he play with a good enough leverage to do that? With Dunker, you see that he does. He's got familiarity within a real heavy zone system out there with Iowa that runs the ball really well as anybody in the country in last few years. They produce linemen out there almost every draft, a couple of them. We got a couple of them in this draft as well. Dunker's great, man. He's one of my crushes in this draft. And it's not just because of the mullet, but because that versatility offers along with the upside at the right guard position long term. So like him a lot. And again, I think he'd have a lot of vision because the long-term vision of this would not seem to be that you're going to sign Bradford to an extension after this year. And Christian Haynes doesn't seem to be a guy that was a hit. Maybe he can still develop beyond this, but he seems to be a bit of a guy that they're looking at and they're saying, might have been a miss on that one. You know, we'll see, but might have been a miss on that one. John Naylor with a $2 donation. Thank you for that, John. He says, Christopher Walken, what would be worse, Cards or a Bills fan? There's nothing, John, worse than being a Cardinal fan. It's as bad as it gets. Bad ownership, yes. Old blue-haired fans, yes. Never spending money, yes. Spending money wrong. Oh, yeah, they do that too. Nothing worse than a Card fan. And then you got the fact that the trophies are not to be seen. It's empty. The guy goes in every day, dusts out that empty trophy case, which sits so sadly center the Cards facility. Why even have it out there? I don't know. Maybe in hope. At least the Bills got Allen. Watch Josh. He throws a lot. He's good. I'm 4 hours in. The voice is failing me a little bit, John. I don't want to be a Cards fan. I might have to kill myself if that was the case. Mariner Crazy. Thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 34 months. That's 3 years on there, man. Thank you for that. I think right now my ideal pick would be Cisse for that South Carolina connection, unless Boston slips. But I think we will get a run at wide receiver, which will open up cornerback. You're on it. You guys are smartly on it as ever on this one. I think you're appropriately seeing this for what it probably is going to be playing out. I do anticipate that we're at the very least going to see 4 wide receivers taken up ahead of us in the first round. I do indeed think that Boston's going to be one of it. It's Mekhi Lemon, Boston, kid out of Ohio State, Cardinal Tate, and then I do think Jordan Tyson's going to be the first guy that goes off the board. And you're right. If there is more of a run of wide receivers and the other positions and how that'll factor out, knowing how strong this cornerback class is, it probably does push the value of that pick being to cornerback itself. Cisse definitely is that guy that would make a lot of sense at that spot where you're picking Mariner Crazy to that value to be right. Colton Hood. There's a couple guys in there that I could see the team fall in love with. Chris Johnson, Dalen Everett. There's a couple of guys in that spot that make sense, but Cisse as much as any of them in that place. So I could certainly see them doing that for sure. And if Boston were to slip, I'd love to get him there at 32. I do have a first round grade on him. So he'd be a lot of fun. He'd give us a nice, just ideally 2 guys. We need an X, we've got kind of the Z receiver in Cooper Kupp. You got your Z in your slot in Jackson Smith. If we could get more of that outside X kind of receiver, that would be nice. And Boston is absolutely that. So I'm with you 100% there, man. CC's a good all-around corner. Another one of those kind of guys, just good high floor, not necessarily a huge ceiling, but a good high floor, and they should be able to realize that high floor fairly quickly as a pro. You shouldn't have to wait 2 years for those guys to kind of find their way and figure it out. Appreciate you, Mariner. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. John, Mac knows what he wants. And interesting to see ready squad holdovers after a year of training to fit the defensive system. Not sure on offense. Not sure on offense. Yeah, I agree. I think when it comes to defense, Mike McDonald's looking for some very specific things on defense. And, there's definitely the parts fit to a certain, I think he can take on a variety of different players and make them work, but you're talking about trying to get to kind of the ideal for what makes his system best work. What are the best style of players in the positions to make this thing really go? And I think you're right. Mac really has a good understanding of that in that way. We'll see on the offseason. We'll see on the offense, man. There is definitely a little bit more of the questions on there of what you got and where you're at, especially running back and wide receiver right now. A little bit of some questions there with that, John, on that. Got a couple of holdovers that'll be interesting. Guys that are, you know, I don't want to say highly drafted guys, but guys that our team kind of likes a lot, like Mari Kite. They seem to like him a lot there as a backup left tackle. You know, these kind of guys, they're just sort of interesting. Wallen, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Says, I agree. That's pressure. Yeah. There's a lot of these teams that are under pressure to win now. You're going to be fired this year if you don't win now. I got to go spend money then. I got to go make this happen. I got to go do this thing. And a lot of these teams that you see are spending this money have a general manager or have a coach that are on that sort of quasi hot seat or it's getting warm. Hell, we saw a third of the league get fired this offseason. How can you not, even if you think you're in generally solid straits and that you're going to keep your job for a good amount of time, how can you not think that it's all very dicey. It's all very like here today, gone tomorrow kind of mentality on this. And that, you know, if you're even in the least bit wondering if is my owner getting a little bit jumpy, well, now I got to go be aggressive in free agency to go and jumpstart this. And that is pressure. And that is you operating from, as I always say, a fear-based model. Whenever you operate from fear, and it doesn't matter whether it's football, whether it's real life, any decision you make when you're operating from fear, you're not utilizing your full breadth of your intelligence. You're into that reptilian mind, you know, fight or flight is kind of where you find yourself almost in so many ways. And you really want to, if you can avoid that as an NFL team, to do so, because there's so many bad decisions you make when you're under that kind of pressure, when you're pushed to the thought process of, I'm going to be fired if I don't get this done this year right now. And it's why I hate these owners that operate like that, putting that pressure on these general managers or these coaches, because they end up making decisions there that end up hurting you years down the line. It just doesn't make any sense. It's kind of one of those things where you're either with your guy or you're not. You either buy into what he's doing for you to get your team driven to being a winner, or you don't. And it shouldn't really be based upon, well, this is the year, he's better make it happen or not. He's under the gun now. Nothing worse than sort of putting him in that sort of lame duck status. And it is a market opportunity, though, then for a guy like John, who's solidified, with coaching that's solidified, who's got himself in a really good position, then not have to operate that way to be able to then go and jump on market opportunities because of it. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, will Alvin Kamara be cut? If so, is he worth signing? Alvin Kamara is going to be cut. Yeah. They signed the 4-year, $52 million deal to Travis Etienne. The Saints weren't exactly sitting on a ton of cap space walking into it right now. There is going to be some things that make this potentially a little bit tough on this, being that in Alvin Kamara, you have a guy that has got a $1 million base right now salary. And then he's got a pretty good heavy amount of dead money hit here that you're going to have to move on from. I don't know if they can get out from under their deal there. Well, maybe they can. Boy, that contract's mucky. They're going to have to take a dead money hit to get off of him. That's what's got me a bit hesitant on this one, Daniel, is I don't know if they're going to take the dead money hit to do that. And I don't know if I would, based on everything that I was reading from Saints fans about Kamara, he was holding back their running game last year. That's what Saints fans would tell you. And if that's the case, it does seem like he's kind of hit that. He's at that point where he's just, you know, at that age where it's like, all right, you know, you hit that running back age where it's done. We know this about running backs too. You know, he's in his 9th season. You get to this stage of things and you're probably going to be done. You'll occasionally, Daniel, get your Derrick Henrys that can last beyond that point, but that's the rarity. That's not what you count on as far as the, you know, standard issue, what tends to happen. It's a position that, like the cornerback room, it falls off a cliff even earlier than that year 9 season. I think you could probably make the argument here. Kamara was probably less of his prime version self even into year 7 of his career. And now he's even much worse than that. So he's a name at this point more than he's really a player at this point, I would say. Bear with me, folks. We'll be right back. One sec. Llewellyn, thank you for another $2.79 donation, man. These people forget Kenny would lose 5 yards. Yeah. He definitely had, and I think John Schneider pointed to this, that he felt like there was a lot of improvement from Kenny in some of the vision and some of the patience and just some of how he was reading things behind the line of scrimmage. And that I think there was a lot of the time period here with Walker where he would leave something to be desired sometimes as far as his whole choice and how he was reading things. And that it took him a bit of time to get that figured out. It took the change of the outside zone system for him to finally find, I think, a system that would work well for him to utilize that. But he was a guy that would dance a lot. And that is one of those things where I think, though Kenny definitely has the explosion speed stuff that fits really nice to this system, it is a system that would like to not have its running backs do very much dancing. It wants you to get downhill. It wants you to go get to the spot and get there quickly. It's much more of a premeditated rushing offense than some of those other systems out there that are like gap based that might give you a little more freedom from the running back position to be able to go and choose and find and pick your hole. But it's not been perfect there with Kenny throughout his time here on that. It might have sustained going into the future on that. We would have seen, but that's where with Kenny, you're paying that top end market contract. And there are some things within his game that are, some slight holes. And if you're going to be paying top of the market prices, you don't want to be looking at a player going, well, there's a little hole here and there's a little hole there. And he doesn't really give you much in pass protection. He's kind of okay as a pass catcher. His vision is kind of a little bit restricted. Oh, but we're going to make him a top 4 paid running back in the sport. Doesn't really add up. The math doesn't math on that one. That's why you can understand why Seattle kind of took the off ramp on this one, Llewellyn. That's for sure. Yeah, good point on your part. Corey Combe, thank you for the $2 donation. And Llewellyn, thank you again, man, for all of your donos today. You've been awesome, brother. Corey says, all the overpaying shows how weak this draft is. It certainly doesn't tell you that it's a strong draft, does it? Because if you felt like you were getting guys that could come in and step in and play and be instant starters for you, there's no way this amount of money is being thrown away around in this way. Let's also remember walking into this that this was one where there was 10, 13, 14 teams that were in the negative as far as their cap space goes walking into this free agent period. Not like you're sitting on all these teams. Like everyone's got cap space. Everyone's got money to spend. There's a lot of these teams out there that are making these signings and expenditures. And it's like, they're putting the credit card. They're putting it on the future. And yeah, I think you're right. It's a great point on your part. I think that this is absolutely an indicator that this is not a strong draft. And that teams know that they want to improve their team right now. You better get it right now done. Because this draft ain't going to supply it for you. Not at least immediately. Which is kind of interesting, Corey, that the NFL kind of feels that way. But it also does track that this has been pretty uniform. It's not just me saying this. It's not just national pundits saying this. It's everywhere you could look that everyone's saying, look, this is just a weaker draft. Isn't that there isn't some value that can be had? Isn't that there isn't some starters that can be had or some good players? But it's just not your atypical draft and being able to find a lot of value throughout. It gets very lean, especially once you get into day 3. It is empty in day 3 in a lot of ways. Thank you, Corey. Great point on your part. Oh, we got Bryce Coots in the house. What's up to the Hawks Eye, Bryce Coots? Please do get subbed up over there to Bryce as he does great work. Thank you for the 16 months as a Hawks Nest member, Bryce. This is great coverage, brother. In your opinion, is cornerback still a top priority for the Hawks after signing Jobe? Also, what vet running back tops your list? Good questions. Yeah, I need to still go out there and get a cornerback. Is it a top priority at this point? Not a top priority, but am I probably like, if I'm walking into the cornerback room looking like it's looking right now into the draft, am I probably saying that in the first 2 days of the draft, I'm going to need to walk away with an outside corner? If it's where the roster's at right now, if a Marlon Humphrey, for instance, doesn't get released and then you have an opportunity to, go and snag that instead, because that would be something I would do alternatively than drafting a guy at that point. But if it just fits to form right now and you've got Devin Witherspoon, Eamon Jobe, and Nehemiah Pritchett as your 4, I think you need to get one more to fill that out and reinforce up against injury. I do. It doesn't have to be a high price guy, but you got to find a little bit more quality there from somewhere or another. And when I do look at the cornerback contracts that have been given out today and how many corners have gone off the board today, it doesn't seem like there's a grade A amount of them that are going to be sitting there for you to be able to pluck on the market. So you're probably going to have to end up drafting that guy, which isn't the worst way to go. Or we can find a guy that gets released and you can get him in a more value signing based kind of spot. I've got to be honest with you, when it comes to the running back free agent market right now, I'm really not in a place where I find myself as driven as others are to needing to find that guy. Not right now necessarily. And the real reason for that would just come down to that there's really not a guy there to be had who's really moving the needle. And this is a day where Algier, Gainwell, Walker, Etienne are all off the board now at this point, Bryce. And so what are you left with? You're left with Rico Dowdle, Isaiah Pacheco, Joe Mixon, Michael Carter, Brian Robinson, Rashid White, Najee Harris, Austin Eckler, Jeremy McNichols. I don't think any of these guys is really doing very much as far as outside of just being a guy. They're just a jag. Brian Robinson, Rashad White would probably be if you want me to grab two kind of just names that are like, okay, these guys on a couple $1 million deal, a 1 year, $3 million deal or something like that. I'm okay with that. But I don't think any of these guys are going to be guys that necessarily are going to end up taking a significant amount of carries next year. They're going to be more of filling out the roster type guys, I think, when it's all said and done on this one. Also, still wouldn't be surprised at this point, Bryce, if we don't maybe still see a deal for a running back out there on the market. Does a Devon A chain become available? Maybe potentially so. So I would say I would still be looking for a move like that. Drafting a guy still is not completely out of line either, but these guys are all, I mean, Mixon had the weird injury last year. I don't know what he's got left. Pachenko's not really a fit from Pachenko and Dowdle are more inside hard guys that are to bring down type dudes. You know, they're more grinders. Robinson's maybe the guy that does fit the best with having the track record within the system and not going to cost a lot. And your offensive coordinator is familiar with him. So he could work. But I'm kind of at this point okay with also just kind of tapping out on this running back market for where it's at right now. Because it is a little bit yucky, a little bit. It's a little bit like, there's not much there. Carl Nerney. What's up, Carl? Thank you for the $2 donation. Denver releases Greenlaw. Potential here? No, I would say not. I would think Greenlaw would probably take a look at maybe even going back to the Denver Broncos at this point. So, or not Denver, go back to the 49ers at this point would be probably the ideal. You just signed Carl Drake Thomas to the 2-year contract. You've got Tyrese Knight on the roster, Ernest Jones. You're feeling good about your linebacker room. I mean, even like Patrick O'Connell's coming back. So you got, I think you're 4 deep right now at the linebacker position. No, I would say Greenlaw's probably going back to the Niners at this point. But even that's still a kind of a maybe on that one because I know they drafted Martin in the 3rd round out of Oklahoma State last year. So they may look at Martin or D. Winters as the guy that they want to keep there in the long term. But nope. You're all locked up over here, Carl, at your outside linebacker spot. Oh, here we go. Lewis. Also, it's Lewis Allen, not one word. Oh, okay. There we go. It shows up to me as at Llewellyn 86. So Lewis Allen. I will remember that, my man. Thank you for the donation. Sometimes YouTube kind of chops it up in the way it looks to me. So it makes it look a little bit weird, but Lewis Allen, I got you. on that one. Appreciate all of your support today, Lewis. You've been amazing today, man. And just so very, 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 very kind. All right, let's bounce back over here to where you guys might be at here in the chat. Sorry, a little bit late on getting back over to you guys. I don't care for Casey Concepcion. He's all right. It's got a little bit of some drop issues. Maybe a guy that they wouldn't shock if there wasn't a guy that they necessarily didn't gravitate towards. I could see them being a little bit more in on Omar Cooper. Yeah, Vaughn, I think Kamura's washed. Yeah, Filler, you're right. That's right about Filler. Defensive end, cornerback, right guard, round 2. I think round 1 is a possibility too there. Because, I mean, you are kind of picking at the top of de facto round 2 at that spot. Malachi Lawrence is nice there, Misfit. He's a good player. I do wonder a little bit about Malachi's fit to the defense for the type of edges that they would look at. But there's a lot of Cliff Averill in Malachi Lawrence's game. Abdi's Imagine South Carolina connection, Ernest Jones, Imanowari, Brandon Cisse, all three of them next to each other on defense. Hey, throw Jalen Kilgore in there on top, man, in the fourth round, Abdi. I can see the vision. How did Dre Greenlaw do last year? Was he any good? He's been trying to kind of get past some injuries since like that whole the Achilles fallout thing, I think was always a little bit of an issue, but he was solid last year for him. 74.8 grade, 82.3 run defensive grade, 67 in coverage. But his total snap counts was 324. So I think that this is as much an indicator that he's just not been able to remain healthy with the Denver Broncos. He played 34 snaps in 2024. He played 324 snaps last year after coming off back-to-back years of almost 850 snaps for the Niners prior to that. So I would estimate and guess that there's a little bit of that injury concern there with him going forward. Thank you for the donation there. I was looking at Carl's. Eric says, how do you feel about a Jonathan Grenard trade or sign? I don't mind the thought process of trading for him. I probably would have some hesitancy on the thought process of trading for him and then signing him. And I think in general, John's not as much in favor anymore of doing the trade and sign for thing. He's got still 2 years left on his contract as well. And remembering that, Eric, that the team has it's not necessarily a hard line on this, but they have a pretty strong pull that they're not going to renegotiate with guys with 2 years left on their contract. So 2026, he's making $18 million base as it is. If you bring him on, that's pretty still significant. I know that the market price is going up on these guys, but he's still making pretty good money at that price. And then 2021, he's also at $18.39 million as well. He's got some workout bonuses, roster bonuses as well on top of that, bringing some of his cost even up a little bit more. So I would certainly be open to trading for him, like a second round pick, and then keeping him on his current contract at least through the next year. He's a good player. I think he'd fit to this defense all right. He plays the run, good as a pass rusher. There's a lot he brings to the table, but I don't want to sign him to an extension. I think John's learned this lesson that trading for guys and signing them at the same time can be problematic. So I would look to just trade for him and keep him on the current deal. But he's as dynamic as and impactful as anything you could find out there right now via trade. You know, he becomes the next guy after Crosby of like, this guy's significantly better than anything else available out in the market. And are you willing to pay the price to get him, though? That's kind of key, because I think Minnesota's going to want that second round return. He's the same age as Mafi, but better? Yeah, significantly better player. Much better as a pass rusher. I'd be okay with it. Saint sign, Noah Fant. We'll get an update here in a second on some of the signings today. I'll run through those with you guys. Yeah, I definitely would take Grenard over Chubb. That's an easy one. Even with Chubb just being a guy that you have to sign, Grenard's more of a complete player, younger player, more worthwhile to go for something that's going to be a bit more impactful. Hey, Josh, Grenard's demanding a new contract. It's not as simple as just trading for him. I hadn't heard that he was demanding the new contract thing. Well, it's going to be harder for him to pull that in. It just will. He's got 2 years left on his deal. He just signed the thing in, in 25. I think he did the new extension at that point. Please do, if you guys get a chance today, hit that like button. Would really appreciate it as well. If you're not subbed up, please do get subbed on up. It's free. Doesn't cost you any money, and it helps out channels like myself tremendously. Appreciate you, Industry Worth, for mentioning that. Yeah, Filler, I agree. I don't think there's any reason that Grenard can demand, and he's coming off a big injury. He's coming off a less productive season. He's not in any position to demand a new contract from anybody. Keldad, nothing about Woolen. I'm surprised. Maybe others are seeing what we saw. Lots of highs and lows. Yeah. And I think that this is a kind of an underrated corner class, and that there's some pretty good corners out here. The Chiefs had a couple of them. You had Tariq Brown out there. We got Lante Taylor was out there. Flott. There's a lot of guys out there that were pretty solid, so he's probably having to wait for some of the more prime options out there to go off the board. But he'll still end up getting a decent contract. A-Chain would be incredible, Chase. I thought someone would sign Woolen. Well, we're still, remember, we're 4.5 hours into free agency. Just getting started. I don't think we'll be bringing Woolen back at this point. The deal have to be very, 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 very low for them to, I think, pull him back in. Hyatt says, Hawks Nation, hear me out. I know Winningham, 6th round pick. Wouldn't it be bad? Noah Winningham, 6th round pick. I think you mean Jordan. You mean Jordan Winningham? The Oregon Ducks back? Haven't had a chance to take a look at him, man. I'm open-minded to it. They've shown, man, you can find value at that point in time in the draft. We've gotten great years out of Chris Carson and Thomas Rawls, the guys that were kind of after that range of things. Josh is kind of surprised we haven't heard anything about Shahid. Me too, man. Kind of interesting. I thought he would have gone a little bit earlier today as well. Moho says, so far today, I would give the Rams an A, Hawks an A, Niners a D, and the Cards a no grade. What are your NFC West grades so far, Brando? I would give the Cardinals like a C minus, because I think that the Algier contract's fine. They need to do that because Benson's coming off injury and they're releasing Connor. They had to find something there. And I almost give them as much of the good grade because they didn't do the Malik Willis contract, Moho. Like if they'd done that contract, I would have really raked them over the coals. But I'm still not giving him a high grade. Yeah, I think on the Rams and the Hawks, I'd give them an A. Rams for what they did as much as the Hawks for what they avoided doing and not overpaying and not being stupid about their process. So I thought the Rams struck well and struck right and what you need to do, being that you're going for it. I don't get what the 49ers are doing with Mike Evans at all. At all. They've signing Vendarian Lowe to a 2-year deal for $12 million. So I guess that means that you're moving on from Trent Williams too. Eddie Pinheiro on a 4-year, $17 million deal with $10 million guaranteed. Maybe D plus, Moho. The Mike Evans is ridiculous. $20 million a year for a guy at his age on that offense. That's it's a horrible deal. That's dumb as hell. Dumb as hell. So we're probably about in the same place. Yeah. So I've been in the hospital, watching my dad's blood pressure all day. Well, hopefully he's doing all right, man. Flawless says, let's get a recap. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. All right. Let's go through these suckers. Let's take a look at these funny numbers, these wild contracts. These people going to crazy town. All right. We got the Buffalo Bills up first here. They, of course, acquired DJ Moore in a trade for a 2nd-round pick in 2026 from the Bears. They also were able to get Connor McGovern re-signed their center to a 4-year, $52 million contract. Malik Willis is going to be the only Dolphins signing today as they go 3 years, $67.5 million for him. The Patriots are bringing in Draymond Jones to help supplement their pass rush, and fullback Reggie Gilliam on a 3-year deal worth up to $12 million. Boy, fullback's getting kind of paid here. A couple fullbacks got paid. The Jets have franchised Breece Hall. They've re-signed Jelani Woods. They have signed Kingsley Enagbare from the Packers on a 1-year, $10 million deal. What? They've got Joseph Asai on a 3-year, $36 million deal. What? Jets might be in the running for one of the dumber teams here so far too. David Oyemanada signing a 1-year, $10.5 million deal. And then DeMario Davis, a 2-year, $22 million deal. And then acquiring Minkah Fitzpatrick for a 2026 7th-round pick, and then signing him to a 3-year, $40 million extension. Jets doing some weird things. Weird stuff. The Baltimore Ravens were able to sign John Simpson to a 3-year, $30 million deal. And of course, they traded for Max Crosby, re-signed Tyler Huntley to a 2-year extension as insurance for Lamar. The Bengals aren't getting aggressive. How about that? The Bengals are getting aggressive in free agency, huh? Dalton Risner on a 1-year deal. Boye Mafe on a 3-year, $60 million deal. $20 million a year for Boye Mafe. They also re-signed Jalen Davis, their cornerback, and they signed the Chiefs safety Brian Cook to a 3-year, $40.25 million deal for him, which will pay him $18 million in year 1. So the Bengals going kind of crazy town here in their approach. The Browns go out there and trade with the Houston Texans for Titus Howard and then give him a 3-year, $63 million deal. That's just one of those deals that makes you look at the cross deal and say, thank God, John, you got him signed. The Browns are also trying to, of course, replace their whole offensive line stem to stern this offseason. So Zion Johnson also being brought in, the left guard, on a 3-year, $49.5 million deal. So they're starting to reinforce a little bit of that offensive line. I'm sure Shedeur Sanders is happy about that. The Steelers traded for Michael Pittman after the Indianapolis Colts decided to pay Alec Pierce. They then signed him to a 3-year, $59 million deal. I feel like that's going to affect the Shahid deal a little bit and pushing up the cost kind of right around that territory. Cole Holcomb, also linebacker, signed on a 2-year, $5 million deal. Jamel Dean, the corner from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, also goes to the Steelers on a 3-year, $36.75 million deal. So a little bit less money than I thought Dean was going to get. In the AFC South, Texans have been active. They traded for David Montgomery. They've signed Dalton Schultz to a 1-year, $12.6 million deal. Re-signed Trent Brown to a 1-year, $7 million deal. Re-signed Ed Ingram to a 3-year, $37.5 million deal. Re-signed Daquan Jones, Sheldon Rankins, Danielle Hunter as well. So keeping that defense running strong. And then they also signed EJ Speed on a 2-year deal for $10 million. No big deal there on that one. The Colts have transition tagged Daniel Jones. They've decided to put Alex Pierce on a 4-year deal for $114 million, almost $27 million per for Alex Pierce. That is costly. They have also signed Arden Key, 2-year, $20 million deal. Colby Wooden, acquired via trade by the Packers in exchange for Zaire Franklin there with the Colts. Jacksonville Jaguars have re-signed DJ Dallas. DJ Dallas is actually carving himself out a pretty good career, huh? He's got some longevity going. They've also got another former Cardinal out there in Dennis Gardeck that they signed, Matt Dickerson, Quentin Morris, and they also re-signed Montaric Brown. So the Jaguars not getting aggressive in free agency, just rewarding their own, including their solid cornerback Montaric. The Titans had a lot of money to spend coming into today. Mitchell Trubisky on a 2-year extension to back up Cam Ward. Wan'Dale Robinson, they get themselves a slot specialist on a 4-year, $78 million deal. Again, another one that's right around in that $20 million per. So this is kind of can tell you this is right around where Rashid Shaheed should end up landing on his contract unless something wild happens here out of left field. The Titans also, of course, traded for Jermaine Johnson, moving Tavondre Sweat to the Jets. John Franklin Myers signs a 3-year, $63 million deal with his connection back to Saleh. Makes a lot of sense. Cordell Flott, 3 years, $45 million, $32 million fully guaranteed. Did not see that contract coming. And then they go get their slot specialist in Alante Taylor on a 3-year, $60 million deal. So the Titans reinforcing their secondary to a great degree. The Broncos got Sam Ellinger re-signed on a 1-year contract to back up Bo Nix and what's his face out there, J.K. Dobbins is re-signed on a 2-year deal. Alex Singleton re-signed, and Justin Strand also re-signed there. I've also released Dre Greenlaw, have the Broncos, so they're being a little bit careful. The Chiefs have signed Kenneth Walker to a 3-year, $45 million deal. Travis Kelce's coming back on a 1-year, $12 million deal. Then you got Kyrie's Tonga on a 3-year, $21 million deal, and then their long snapper they brought back too. The Raiders are making Tyler Linderbaum the highest paid center in the sport at a 3-year, $81 million deal, beating on average per year $9 million. The prior deal signed by Creed Humphrey at the position. Kind of wild to see. Then you've got Kwity Paye on a $16 million a year per year deal. We'll see how many years that one's going to flex out to be in. Eric Stokes re-signed on a 3-year, $30 million deal there. Makes a lot of sense for them there. Jalen Naylor. I know a lot of people are looking at Shahid going to the Raiders, but they did sign Naylor there on an $11 million deal per year. So that may be affecting that. We'll have to see with the Raiders, though. They had a lot of money to spend. Raiders with well over $100 million walking into today. So they could throw out a lot of different contracts out there and still be able to afford all of this stuff. The Chargers rewarded Alex Ingold on a 2-year, $7.5 million contract. Seen a couple of these fullback contracts. Boy, you're hoping Oots can really take hold over the next couple of years, because there is a value in this at this point in time, having a good fullback that can be more than just a little functional back there. Charlie Kohler, tight end for the Chargers as well, signing a 3-year, $24 million contract. Tyler Biadasz, 3-year, $30 million contract for the center position there with the Chargers. Tier Tart, solid defensive tackle, signed a 3-year extension worth up to $37.5. And then Khalil Mack coming back on a 1-year, $18 million contract. The Cowboys signed Javonte Williams to a 3-year, $24 million deal. George Pickens has been franchised at a $27.298 million cost. Rashawn Gary has been acquired via a trade for a 2027 4th-round pick. Jalen Thompson, safety from the Cardinals, is signing with them on a 3-year deal worth $36 million. And they have placed a restricted free agent tender on Brandon Aubrey. The Giants, Isaiah Likely signs there on a 3-year, $40 million deal. They also are able to get Tremaine Edmonds after he was released by the Bears on a 3-year, $36 million deal. A lot of guarantees on that. Jordan Davis, the only signing for the Eagles. He re-signs there on a 3-year, $78 million deal. The Commanders had a lot of money to spend this offseason. They're bringing back Marcus Mariota on a 1-year deal worth up to $11 million. Treylon Burks brought in on a 1-year deal for $4. Laramie Tunsil re-signs on a 2-year, $60 million extension. Nick Allegretti signs a new 2-year deal. They also go get Ode Odafe. Some of you are wondering about him in Seattle. He signs a 4-year, $100 million deal. That's $25 million per year for Owe. Ouch. Dietrich Weiss re-signs with the team. Tim Settle signs a 3-year, $24 million deal coming over from the Houston Texans. Meek Robinson signs a 2-year, $16 million deal. So the Washington Commanders getting busy with it, getting jiggy with it. Then you got the Bears. Garrett Bradbury is going to take over for Drew Dahlman, who has retired, as they get him via trade. Nelvin Gallimore signing himself a 2-year, $12 million contract there. Devin Bush, 3 years, $30 million for the Bears. Kind of weird for the Bears. You move on from Tremaine Edmonds to go to Devin Bush. Sort of a strange kind of like almost seeming like you're spending dollar for dollar the same, but taking a step backwards at the position. I don't know. DeMarco Jackson re-signs on a 2-year, $7.5 million deal. And then they get Kobe Bryant. Seattle Seahawks safety signs with the Bears on a 3-year, $40 million a year deal, making over $13 million per year. Can't blame them for signing that contract, and that was going to be a little bit too rich for the Seahawks' blood. Detroit Lions are signing Cade Mays center to get their replacement there. They're still trying to figure that out since Frank Ragnow retired out there. They also go out there and get Juice Scruggs from the Texans as part of that David Montgomery trade. The Packers are doing a whole lot of not much outside of acquiring Zaire Franklin and re-signing Sean Ryan to a 3-year, $33 million deal. The Vikings are re-signing Eric Wilson to a 3-year, $22.5 million deal. And they are also signing James Pierce, cornerback, to a 2-year, $8.5 million deal. The Falcons are going to sign Tua Tagovailoa to a 1-year deal worth a vet minimum. The Falcons are also going to be signing a couple of receivers, and Jahan Dotson, Olamide, I can't even begin to say his last name, Zacchaeus. Austin Hooper comes back on his second stop there with the Falcons on a 1-year deal. Kyle Pitts has been franchise tagged, and Nick Foles, their kickers, signed a 2-year contract there. Carolina Panthers went crazy town, signing Jalen Phillips to a 4-year, $120 million deal. They've also re-signed Caleb Evans and J.J. Jansen, but the Jalen Phillips deal, Wow, that is a monster right there. The Saints have signed Travis Etienne to replace Kem Murrah. He's going to be on a 4-year, $52 million deal there. Noah Fant signs a 2-year deal with the Saints. David Edwards, guard, signing a deal that'll pay him upwards of $15 million per year there. John Ridgway, defensive lineman, signs a 2-year, $6.2 million contract. A couple others flyer contracts there. You got Kenneth Gainwell going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 2-year, $14 million deal, replacing Rashad White in that offense. Cade Otton resigns on a 3-year, $30 million deal. That seems a little pricey for Cade. Alex Anzalone signing a 2-year, $17 million deal with Tampa Bay as well, as they get a little bit of linebacking help. Maybe a replacement there for Lawante David. Out here in the NFC West, we've got the Cardinals signing Gardner Minshew on a 1-year, $5.75 million deal, worth up to $8 million. Tyler Algier signing 2-year, $12.25 million deal. They do sign a punter, or they're re-signing their punter and re-signing their kicker as well out there in Arizona. The Rams have been very active here. Tyler Higbee re-signing on a 2-year extension worth up to $8 million. David Quinsonberry re-signed on a 1-year contract, kind of a backup flex tackle for them. Trent McDuffie acquired in the trade for a first-round pick. They extend him on a 4-year, $124 million contract. Then today they signed Jalen Watson, a 3-year, $51 million contract. So they just take the Chiefs secondary and they basically put that into LA. Cameron Curl as well was re-signed on a 3-year, $36 million contract that could be worth up to $39 million. So the Rams getting active as well, as active as any NFC West team here so far here early in this offseason. Then we've got the San Francisco 49ers signing Mike Evans to a 3-year deal worth $20 million per year. Vederian Lowe, the backup tackle for the Patriots, they bring him in on a 2-year deal worth up to $12 million. Maybe their starter there, if they end up moving on from Trent Williams, that might end up being the guy that they have to flex on in there. They also re-signed Eddie Pinheiro on a 4-year, $17 million contract. And John Weeks, their long snapper, brought back. And then you've got the Seattle Seahawks, the only move they've made to sign Joshua Jobe on a 3-year extension for $24 million. But that would be your current update right now as to the ongoings of the league. A lot of funny money being thrown around. Tell you what. We got Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker to the Raiders. Get an update on that one. So they don't have it announced here yet, but I'll take your word for it on that one. Nick Cross may be redundant, but he's a good tackler. Could be a nice Kobe replacement. I like Nick. He's still only 24 years old too, filler. So he's still a really young guy. Hasn't played badly for Indianapolis, right? Yeah, I wouldn't be against that. We need running back, defensive back, and maybe an edge. I like Hall better than Mafi, but we need depth. Yeah, agreed. Seahawks 360. Everyone acting like losing Mafi means we need a number 2 edge when we don't. We need a 4th edge. Laughing out loud. True enough. Very true. You know, you're not looking starter, you're not looking back, you're not looking third. You need the 4th guy, and you can find that. Filler says, just did an elbow drop off the couch on that like button. Love your work. Oh, thank you for that, Filler. I really appreciate you doing that. It's a big help to the channel. I know it's something I ask a lot, to hit that like button, to sub on up. But it is something that helps push the channel out on the old algorithm there through YouTube. That's for sure. Yeah, Raiders getting active. They had over $100 million to spend. You know, they had to spend something. Juan says, nope, I'm going to say take an edge in the draft over a guard or a cornerback, to be honest. I'd be okay with that. I just want to operate from that value model, Luan. You know, you've done so well over the last 3 drafts because, especially into day 1 and 2, especially those 2 particular days, you said, who is the highest valued guy we have on our board? You know, we're stacked up with Jaron Reed and Leonard Williams at the 3 tech. Don't care. We're taking Byron Murphy, right? You just drafted Walker the prior year. Don't care. We love Zach Charbonnet. We're taking Charbonnet. Just take who's the highest valued guy you got on the board at that point, in my opinion. Cal from South Park. Thank you for the $2 donation, Kyle. Raiders using all the cap space today. Yeah, they're going for it. I mean, they're linebackers and cornerbacks and edges and centers and wide receivers. They're not being shy about it. They're definitely they're putting that money to work. Don't know if I love all these signings, but they're spending. Rams House, how you doing, man? Congrats today. You guys doing well? Evan likes Max and Hood. There you go. So we already got our guy in the practice squad. Maybe so. No way Evan survives the substation for 3 years. There's no way, Chase. No way. And he pick it to the Panthers. Interesting. We got Shahid back. Let's see. All right. Okay. Seattle Seahawks are re-signing wide receiver return specialist Shaheed to a 3-year, $51 million deal, including $34.7 million guaranteed, according to reports from ESPN's Adam Schefter. So Shaheed returns back into the fold for your Seahawks. That is definitely big time. That's big time. So we got 51. So he's on $17 million per year. You went up a little bit on this one versus I think where you probably wanted to be from a Schneider's standpoint, but I think too probably from John's standpoint, he was probably able to make his peace with the thought process of losing Walker or losing Shaheed. I don't know if he was as much as making his peace with the thought process of losing both of those two players. So I think once Walker went, that probably pushed a little bit more of a willingness on Seattle's part to give Shaheed a little bit more of a contract extension at that point to get the deal done because of that. And I'm okay with that. Is it a little bit of an overpay at that point? Sure. But is it gross overpayment? No, especially some of the market prices we're seeing. I mean, he's making less now than Michael Pittman, who just signed today. And you look at some of the contracts given out to receivers today, it's kind of up there a bit. I mean, it's definitely, the cost is not going down. They're not getting cheaper. So I'm happy to see him brought back into the fold on this one. Good signing by Seattle. We've got now corner receiver set up. Got to adjust running back. Gonna need to get the fourth edge. But you're taking care of some of these things that are going to set you up for this draft to be able to really pick purely from value. So fantastic. Costs a little bit extra, but that's okay. He brings a lot of extra value to the table, more than just what he does as a wide receiver. And that's, if there's a worthwhile reason to throw a couple extra more million onto a guy beyond what he just brings to the table as a receiver, this would have been it. What he is as a kick returner and punt returner, what he can give you as kind of a fly sweep kind of guy, or a guy occasionally you can put in the backfield as a running back, makes a lot of sense. Good signing by the Seahawks. Very good signing by the Seahawks. I got a need for Shahid. Abdi Zaman Chalk, we were able to give him $17 million. These money might have come in when we lost Kobe Bryant at the Bears. That's it. John often talks about pivoting. We've got a plan A, B, C, D, E. So plan A is for this all stuff to happen. Oh, this guy gets expensive. That guy gets expensive. Let's pivot to the next thing. And so I think that's what they did in this case, is that they saw, okay, Walker's out the board. Bryant's gone off the board. All right, let's maybe go a little bit extra on this one to make this happen. And again, on it, a little bit extra money on this to make this happen is something you almost have to put in quotations here just a little bit. Wan'Dale Robinson is a slot specialist only, right? Wan'Dale Robinson doesn't give you a lot of extra specialty. He's a slot specialist. He's making 4 years at $80 million for the Titans here. So, you're bringing in a deal on this with Shahid that's 1 year less and on less APY than what a guy like Wan'Dale Robinson's pulling in. I think you got to feel pretty happy about this deal, considering that's where the market parameters are at. And if you didn't go do this with Shahid, you're going to be driven at that point to have to then go probably take a wide receiver early in the draft. You're going to have to now be reaching for need as you go into the draft if you don't get this taken care of ahead of time. Makes a lot of sense to me. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, so see, you know it's a good deal when the Ram fans are lamenting we got him back. We have a need for Shahid. Let's go. Yeah, Torrey Horton can take his time in his recovery. You don't have to rely on him. He's a bonus guy. You've got reinforcements. A lot about building up the team is building up the frontline guys that can start and they can go cook up, but then do you have the depth you can call upon? So one of the underrated areas of this team this past year was that, yeah, we had difference makers rise up. Yeah, we had a really complete team, but we had such outstanding depth so that when guys went out, you could call upon backups to come in there and not miss a beat, literally. A Ty Akata, a Drake Thomas goes out there. You're able to just keep things rolling. Just keep it going. Mo says, I guess we're kicking out of bounds again. Hey, maybe so. Maybe so. Oh, good. Luan says, all good, brother. Thank you, Lewis. I appreciate that, man. I'll definitely try to remember. I can usually remember this type of stuff. YouTube a couple months ago changed it to that weird, like the way it appears now rather than the way you have it try to show. And so I wish they didn't do it that way so you could actually see the name as it should show up, but appreciate you understanding, man. And thank you for all of your support today. You're awesome. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Raiders using all their cap space today. All of it, man. They're blowing the whole wad. I'll tell you what. And I mean, you got to spend the money. There is the thing with this whole CBA thing that you've got to hit a floor. You've got to hit a certain amount of money that you have to spend over a 3-year period. So there was a certain bit of a requirement within this to the Raiders that they had to do it as well. But you got $110 million. You got to spend it somewhere. You know, I guess this is as good as anything else. And it's not like you're probably a destination location. You're probably going to have to overspend on a couple of these guys to talk them into playing for the Raiders. It's the Raider price you got to pay a little bit. Kyle from South Park with another $2 donation. Thank you for that, Kyle. Shahid, 3 years, $51 million. All right, overpay, but he's worth it. Yeah, slight overpay. It's not a tremendous overpay. It's not you going over the top and like that's a just insane deal. It's a little bit, but it's not going to hamstring you. It's on the 3 years rather than the 4 years. So you're not stuck to the deal and into eternity like you sometimes can be on those 4-year contracts. And there's a lot of extra stuff he gives you beyond just what he does as a wide receiver, not to mention there's still more to be able to take advantage of from the receiver position. The same sort of stuff that can kind of affect a Cooper Kupp can affect a Shahid in that you don't throw the ball very much. Half of your target share has gone to your number one wide receiver. And it just doesn't, as I like to make the reference to it's like having a pie and you're already being given like one of these little small pies because you throw so little. And then you got half the pie going to one player. There's only so many bites or slices left over for the rest of the guys to get those receiving touches and targets. The thing that you would like to have if you can is that though those targets aren't going to go up significantly, what if I can at least have it to where when I do have to make those targets happen, when I do have to go to throwing a lot, when I have to have a game where my attempts are going to go up to 35 or 40 attempts, do I have the receiving core that I can rely upon to be guys to get open, to be able to make that work and function when I need it to, when there are those games that come up like the Rams game in the conference championship, for instance. And then Shahid, he's a guy that can give you that. So even though he didn't give you as much of a receiver when you came here to Seattle last year, a big part of that was having to do with that target share and the minimal amount of attempts that you utilize as a passing offense. You had him over there with the Saints last year, and you know, what do you have, like 70 catches or something like that with the Saints before he came over to you. So he was being used at a hyper amount over there with the Saints in an offense that was passing a little bit more at that time. So he's got it in him to do that. It is a little bit of an overpay, but I was even at 14 million thinking that that's what he'd get bare minimum. So 3 million more over the top of that and keeping it to a 3-year contract. That's okay. You don't feel horrible about that. And it does reinforce the receiving room in a major way at this point to where John doesn't have to do anything else at the wide receiver outfit now throughout the rest of this offseason. You got your top 3 guys. You got Horton coming back into the flow. Maybe you bring back a Bobo on a vet minimum deal. You still got a potential Drake Young or a Cody White you could look at as well, Ricky White, as far as just kind of filling out the depth. So I like it, man. It's good. Santiago, thank you for the $10 donation, Santiago. The Shahid deal is awesome. I love that we kept him. He is a difference maker. He is. And, you start out with, before we get to a wide receiver, go to special teams. The Seattle Seahawks had the number one special teams unit in the entire NFL. And it was not created because simply you had the brilliance of Harbaugh. It was not created simply because you put all of the money that you put into the kicker and the punter position. It's because you've tried to make it a difference-making element of your team. Rather than treating it like the redheaded stepchild like a lot of teams do, like kind of the Rams did, quite frankly, last year, you actually make it a point of emphasis to create a true strength of your roster in being that way. This is another extension outside of that. And you saw that there's so many teams that overlook this phase of their football team that it's a market opportunity for you to take advantage of, that you're going to go up against so many teams throughout the course of the year that were like the Falcons this year, or like the Rams had been. We're like, that's a team that just didn't pay attention to their special teams unit at all this offseason, and we really did so. There's a real big difference between these two units right now, and we're going to be able to take advantage. And you were able to. And it made a big difference in games last year. The Falcon game that was kind of stuck in place until he really kicked it free there at the start of the second half. And then you have, of course, that Rams game and what he did in that second Rams game to be able to kick off that comeback in the way that you did. He's a difference maker as a punt and kick returner. I think there's a very strong argument to be made that he's the best in the sport in both of those two areas. And then you got a guy that's a burner over the top who's going to force those teams to be very careful about double teaming JSN, especially if they're double teaming JSN at the expense of bringing up that extra safety up into the box to try to take care of the running game. And now you're going to leave one-on-one coverage with Shahid. So be careful. And so he provides a lot of value here in what he brings, more than just looking at what is his targets, what is his catches, what is his touches. Look at Shahid as the full meal deal of the player and what he brings to the table here in trying to assess this contract. Because it's not just simply about what he does as a pass catcher. It's all that he encompasses. So I agree. And when you really bring all that he encompasses into play on this Santiago, he is a difference maker at that point. And to get that at $17 million, well spent money at that point. Well spent money, you can certainly understand why they took this road with it. Good deal. Good deal. Thank you, though, Santiago. Appreciate it, man. You've dropped a couple of donos today, brother. Appreciate you for that support. I think the 12s are going to like this deal quite a bit. And he seems like just a good guy in the locker room, hard worker, just what you want to add on in here. And you got to think that him and Darnold having an offseason to work together, only going to get that chemistry a little bit more further along. As you could tell, it took him a little bit of time to get kind of onto that sort of same page a little bit. Thank you, Santiago. Appreciate you, man. Max Bailey, thank you for 3 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you for that. Says, yay! I'm happy Shahid is back on board. Our own personal Devin Hester. Go Hawks. P.S. You rock, B. You rock, B-Dog. Well, thank you, Max. You rock as well, brother. Appreciate your longtime support here on the channel as a member. And we do have our own Devin Hester. I think there's a very strong argument to be made. No bias, no homers, being factored in here, that this guy is probably the best returner in the sport, or at least in the argument to be the best returner in the sport. And that you're trying to build a team that's a three-phase football team. A lot of fans out there get caught up on the quarterback position or turning one side of the ball into a supercharged element of your team to then carry the rest of the team with them. And to me, I'm more about how can you build up the three-phase football team? How can you get that three phases to work interconnected together? Build a great team. And that's what goes and wins Super Bowl championships more than individual players, more than the superheroes at individual spots on the team. It is the team in full that'll get it done. And when you keep this special teams unit as strong as we have now getting to go forward, Dixon going nowhere, Myers going nowhere, Shahid going nowhere, Harbaugh going nowhere, this means you're going to be able to keep this as a real vibrant strength of this team moving into next year, along with a defense that's almost all going to return almost all of their starters onto the D. That being the case, this is a great indicator this team's going to be able to cook this back up again next year and be right back into full contention next year without anything knocking them off their path, with just a couple of the free agent losses they have not being things that are going to restrict you from being able to accomplish that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation, Peter. Says, let's have it go. Rashid Shaheed is huge. He's two birds, one stone type of player. Let's effing go. I'd offer there's a potential you could even say 3 birds, especially because, the fly sweep stuff is a counter to stuff that teams are doing where they sometimes get too concentrated on the running back and they're too locked in on a little bit of what you're trying to show on initial as a kind of a redirect, a misdirection. Because you saw the way they used it last year. It'd be a lot of, okay, we're going to fake the outside zone to the running back, and then we're going to come back to the fly sweep to Shaheed. Maybe it'll be a like fake, and then a pitch back the other way. You'd have a lot of teams kind of buying in on where that running play was going initially. And so he could kind of keep them a little bit into that, you're going to have to play this straight up. You don't just get a cheat to where you think the running play is going to go. So he gives you that. He gives you the kick and the punt returning. He gives you the ability to run the coverage off for JSN at times. He gives you the ability to keep those teams a little bit more into that cover 2 shell. You want to bring the safety down the box. You want to trust that single high safety is going to be able to take care of both JSN and Shahid over the top. Do you really want to do that? You don't got Earl Thomas back there, man. He ain't going to be able to cover all that headway back there. You're going to have to pick your poison on this somehow or another. So he brings a lot into this play. It goes beyond production. It's how this interconnects to the team in full with a guy like Shahid on this deal. And what it brings the whole, he's the dude's rug, man. It brings the whole room together a little bit, interconnecting both your offense and your special teams unit and really allowing your offense then to be able to operate fully without teams sort of trying to we'll just double team JSN, and now we're going to force you into a box and you're not going to have any other answers. Now you can't really do that. And that's going to be another added value here on this one. So with Shahid deal, if you're one that a little worried on the money, cobble together the value in what he brings. Take the individual slices of what he's adding to this team and put those all together when you're trying to assess whether this deal is or isn't worth it. But it sounds like from the 12s here that you all are pretty unanimously on board with understanding. Pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. Leo Ramos, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Leo. Members of the channel, do keep an eye on your community posts. We just did have this last Saturday a call-in show there for you, so I do post the membership benefits over there on the community post board. So keep an eye on that. We'll be getting another call-in show here in a few weeks after free agency before the start of the draft. Have you guys do that. We'll be getting some more membership benefits out to you guys on that side of it as well. But thank you, Leo, for hopping aboard the Hawks Nest. Appreciate you for doing that, man. Welcome aboard. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Shaheed and Jobe said from day one they wanted to be here. They did. They did indeed. And these guys come back, and it's great to hear. It's sometimes players can tell you that, and it's like a line from a politician. It sounds good. It's something that they say, and you want to believe it, but you then come to find that it's not true, and that they're walking out the door at the first opportunity they get. So good to hear that you were able to sell these guys on this locker room experience. I think especially in Josh Jobe's case, it feels like he took a couple million less to come back here, and that he might have been able to get a little bit more in the open market at a lesser organization. And smart on him to recognize this is the right spot for him and where he can do his best. He can be his best and have a chance to be a winner and continue to be a winner. So good on him in that way. Let me get a little more coffee. I'll be right back. Appreciate you, Kyle. Well said on your part, man. Want to have the people that want to be here. Want to target those people who can kind of wrap their head around the dream, Thomas Cox, thank you for the $2 donation, Thomas. What's your opinion of the Jalen Carter rumors? Wild stuff. Real wild stuff. I tend to think that John Schneider is operating from a place of being honest when he tells you that we're in on every deal. I think John is a big believer in, I think that there's general managers that'll hear a player's available sometimes, and they sort of do the quick math of deciding, that guy's going to cost too much. He'll be outside of our range. There's no way we can pull that off. That's going to be too complicated to just, can't do it. I think John instead kind of goes, let's see what they're asking. Let's see what the deal parameters might look like. Let's throw this into the pot and see what sticks a little bit. It's like the Max Crosby deal. Did you have an offer on the table for Max Crosby? You certainly did. Was it going to beat out everybody else? Was it going to be the best offer on the table? Probably not. But I think there's times where that offer comes into play and the offer's good. It fits. It's like the Saints offer for Shahid last year, where you're able to come in, you're able to win it out, striking at the right time to do it, just because you're in on every deal and hey, what would this take, Saints? How do we get this deal done? I think likewise with this feels a little bit more like due diligence from Schneider's standpoint. He's sitting there, he's prepping for free agency, he's in his office, he's working through people. He suddenly has somebody walk into his deal being like, I just heard here that Jalen Carter is going to be available. And then his first thing is he picks up to Howie's Roseman. He's like, hey, Howie, we'd be potentially in on this. What's the cost? And then Howie's like, well, it's going to cost you, a first round pick and a third round pick. And John's like, okay, that's too expensive. So I think he's probably made the initial call on it, but I don't know that I think it'd be more about, is this a market opportunity to add a guy that we can get on for less of a price than he should go for in a trade, because the Eagles have to kind of offload him for where they're at cap wise and all that. So I don't think John's really seriously in on this. I kind of don't understand how it would really work from a standpoint of like, how does the flip-flopping go on this? Because you go get Jalen Carter and now like between Jalen Carter, Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, and Byron Murphy, who's sitting on the bench? Are you rocking those guys out like you do the edge group where everybody just gets like 30 snaps a game and you're going to try to roll it like that? What does it mean for Riley Mills? And I would guess that probably from John's perspective, Thomas, he'd probably try to like, let me throw you a first round pick. Let me give you Riley Mills and then throw you something else down the road or something maybe. But even that's hard to understand how that works, because Jalen Carter's coming up for a place where you're going to have to sign him to a contract extension. In fact, probably any team that trades for Jalen's going to want to try to get him on a contract extension. And then you come back around on this one going, well, why would the Eagles want to move him if he's this good? It's not like they're paying anybody on the edge huge numbers. They could afford to pay Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter at the same time. It doesn't preclude them from doing that. It does make you wonder a little bit, Thomas, with Jalen and the character concerns and the motivation concerns. This would seem to kind of say that this feels a little bit more like smoke to that particular fire that we kind of knew about with him coming out of college. This was that guy that couldn't even get through his pro day without getting winded. And so you do come back to this going, is this just a really hyper talented guy who's really doesn't have a lot of love for the sport, who really doesn't have a strong work ethic? I kind of find myself more in that mode of this where I look at him and he is not a complete player. So you're trading a first round pick plus for a guy that is really a pass rushing 3-tech. That's the value he supplies. It's a lot to pay for just a pass rushing 3-tech at that point. And probably a big part of the reason that the Eagles have him softly at least available up there as a trade target, because Roseman's doing the same math. I give Jordan Davis a contract because he's a nose tackle that's a monster against the run, and he's capable of rushing the passer. I'll give that contract out to that kind of guy. So all of those reasons would be things that would have me a bit hesitant on this one. I just don't know why the fit would work. I think John's doing due diligence, and in Jalen Carter, there are some things to his game that are not perfect, and I do think the character concerns are real on that one. How can they not be at this point? He's not been a bad player for them. Just to simply have him available on the market in itself sort of does confirm a little bit of that, at least to a degree. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. Lord Disciple, what would it take to get the Titans pick for Jeremiah Love? I mean, it's probably going to take, because you're picking at 32nd in the first round and it's essentially a second round pick, you're probably going to have to give 3 first round picks to move up to the Titans selection at 4. There's a chance that this might be the particular year where you don't have to give up as much because it's not as strong a draft, but it's so far to have to get up there. and you're picking so deep in the first round, it's probably 3 first-round picks pure to go up and get Love at number 4. And I think with John going 3 first-round picks out for a running back, that would be way too much. You might get him willing to do 2, but I think for 3, that's where it gets a little bit too beyond. The last team I can kind of think of that was sort of picking into sort of the, they're picking in the first round, and they're like 20s. I think it was the Atlanta Falcons were like 25, 26. And then they traded up to go and get Julio Jones. But at that time, I think it was like a first round pick plus. Let me double check. All right, so the Falcons were 27th overall. They moved up to the 6th overall pick, which the Cleveland Browns owned at the time. And so it cost the 27th and the 1st overall pick. The Browns also acquired the Falcons' 2nd and 4th round picks this year and 4th round selections in 2012. So 2 first round picks, a 2nd round pick, and 2 4th round selections to move up from 27 to 6th. And you're going to have to make a even bigger jump than that. So 3 first round picks is kind of probably about in the right place of this Lord's disciple for the cost to go and make that happen. It's hard to get up that high in the draft. Teams really hold you over the barrel to get up into sort of that top 5 place of things. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. John Schneider is now 3 for 3, re-signing those trade deadline deals. Very well spot on your part. So Ernest Jones, Leonard Williams, Rashid Shaheed, those guys that you signed at the trade deadline. And let's also add on top of that, Kyle, because Quandre Diggs is another guy that he did that with and got him on an extension. I think you might have even, I can't remember if you did that with Carlos Dunlap the next year or not on that one as well. Yeah. So you got Carlos Dunlap kept. So every trade deadline deal that you've made, the last 5 of them that are significant that you've made, you've been able to re-sign those guys after the year. So when you do look at John in the future and you see him make a trade deadline deal for an upcoming draft and a quote unquote rental, let's keep in mind that these last 5 rentals that you've made, you've been able to retain and keep in-house. And this is where we come down to that roster building thing being beyond just the free agent period, but being a 365 situation. Because you're not just roster building to add on top. You're not just roster building for the trade deadline to add for the today and the next 2 months of the season. You're roster building for the now and into the future at times when you make these deals. So a good point on your part. But 5 for 5 essentially on these deals, trade deadline deals that you've made most recently, and retaining and keeping these guys beyond just that short-term period of things. Kyle from South Park, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, can't wait for the roundtable to discredit Rashid Shaheed and Josh Jobe. It's going to be hard because with Jake especially, he was circling around both of those 2 players. He was thinking about the Rams bringing Shaheed back into the fold, and he really wanted Josh Jobe as his main other target in addition to the McDuffie signing. So he's going to have a hard time just sort of waving his hand away at that one. But we'll see. And boy, Mike's got to be in his feelings Cardinal wise, because there ain't a lot going on there with the Cardinals at this free agent period so far. Not that they had a lot of money to spend, but it's yowza. One sec. I don't know. I think we got them fully believers at this point, Kyle. I think they're buying into what Seattle's selling at this point. They know we're dangerous. After all, we're the champions. How can they not think that way? Girl Dad, thank you for the $5 donation, Girl Dad. Appreciate you. Brando, I can't wait to see the excitement on Mike's face tomorrow with LJ Collier re-signing with Arizona. And stoked Shahid is back. I want to be mean to Cardinal fans a little bit just because it's like, what is your organization doing? You know, you want to kind of a little bit like, but then you just feel bad for them after a while. And you go, I can't do it. I can't do it. I mean, they signed Roy Lopez to a 2-year, $12 million deal. Isaac Samulia, 3 years, $31.5 million contract. Cardinals are just going nowhere fast, man. I mean, it just, there's no plan in place. This is not a team that's anywhere, they're not close. These signings almost make me feel like they're going into tank mode next year. Are the Cardinals tanking for Arch? Are they tanking for Arch? I ask you. And how about LJ Collier finding a home in Arizona, Girl Dad? So he signed again today, huh? They're signing back in there. They're trying to make him a thing. They're trying to squeeze out some of that value. Former first rounder. Former first rounder. Shahid's huge, man, coming back. He brings a lot of this offense together. He gives you the deep threat, which can kind of be a low-key hard thing to always find, Girl Dad. You know, the deep threat and the guy that can be the burner on the edge. You'd think it's kind of a simplified skill set to find that you can just kind of locate anywhere out there. I don't need necessarily a grade A receiver. I just need a guy that can get deep and win deep at times. But it's hard at times to find that. And in him, you have a guy that can do that. He can be a full complement as a wide receiver beyond that. Grade A punt returner and kick returner. And a guy that can give you some carries as kind of a fly sweepish kind of guy in addition to it. So he just brings so much to the table, so many layers to Shahid's game and what he does bring for what he does cost, which is very cool. And Girl Dad, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel as well. Welcome aboard on that way. And again, members of the channel, do keep an eye on your community posts. That's where I put the membership benefits out over there onto that side of it. Just did have a call-in show this Saturday. You guys can check out that call-in show if you're a member of the channel right now, but we'll be having another one here in just a couple weeks there for you guys. So keep an eye out on that side of it. Thank you guys again for all of your donations and support today. And I'm sometimes a little bit late on the chat here because I'm get caught back a bit. Chris says Cards are essentially a semi-pro organization. Cards got Kendrick Bourne. Oh, I take it all back. Oh my gosh. Kendrick Bourne, huh? Marvin Harrison Jr. replacement? Ethan, Techworld Hawksnest, great resigning Jobe. Shaheed a little pricey, but I'm happy he's back. Is it me? But it seems like the Raiders signings are kind of a lot of fluff. Linderbaum is great, but wow on the money. Yeah, what's happened with the Raiders is what's happened to it seems like there's always a team every year that runs into this, and that's that they've kept their cap space so cleaned out, so cleared out that they have almost too much money to spend. You want to have cap money to spend, but you don't want to have too much money to spend because it does come to a point where you end up just throwing the money around to just kind of anywhere, willy-nilly. The reference I've been making leading up to this free agent period has been sort of that, I think it was like, 2021-ish or something. The Jacksonville Jaguars were in this position with over $100 million and they went completely nutso. You signed Christian Kirk, you signed Shaquille Griffin, you just went over the top and it didn't turn them into winner and it didn't make them particularly better as a team. It was just a lot of kind of, hey, you spend money. And this is probably going to be pretty similar to the Raiders. None of these signings are going to do anything but keep them right at the bottom of the division into next year. But you got to spend it somewhere, I guess. And hey, I like the fact that they're investing in the offensive line. I'll say that. You can do worse than, bringing in one of the top 3 centers in the sport to start to build your offensive line. It does kind of suck that this now sort of negates Jackson Power Johnson, who you just drafted in the second round. This is kind of the way these bad organizations work, where even when you can find a good deal that they've made, there's some bad on the back end of it. It's like, okay, you signed Linderbaum for $9 million more average per year than the next highest paid center in the sport. And then you also did so for the privilege of being able to push your true center you drafted the second round a couple of years ago, maybe just completely off the team. And now maybe you're going to have to end up just giving away Jackson Powers Johnson for like a 4th, 5th rounder at best, or try to force him to function at guard, which he's not a fit for. Neither of which is a very happy solution to the situation. Still race, left tackle Braxton Jones back to the Bears on a 1-year deal worth $10 million. That makes sense for them there. He's not been a great player for them, but they're trying to get as much help there for Caleb as they can. Tom says, I'd rather keep Murphy over Carter. Something's bugging me about character. Yeah, me as well. I think Murphy's a better player, pure and simple. I would definitely not want to grab Carter with the thought process that Murphy would have to move on at some point. Then no way. And the character thing to me is just, I think there's just too much there. There's a reality to it. Eagles aren't moving a guy like this with this much talent if he's ultimately realizing the high-end talent that he's got to offer. And he's that kind of hard worker, in the background of things, that he's all bought in on the process. This to me is more of an indicator of, there is a little bit of part and parcel of what you thought you were getting with this guy when you drafted it. Maybe it was a little overstated, but it is a part of kind of who he is. So Race breaking, the Browns are signing former Jets All-Pro linebacker Quincy Williams to a 2-year deal worth $17 million. There we go. Browns getting active. Get Grenard, boy. You go get Grenard today. That'd be a nice finish to a day that started off really slowly, but I think that'd have a lot of people, really sold at that point with him coming in. We also need to consider the value of Murph next season because people overvalue Jalen Carter. Yeah, agreed. And you're gonna get him on an extension next year. Antoine Cobb, Shahid, Horton on the same field with JSN. Are you kidding me? I know Sam is smiling big. You know he is. What's up, William? I'd love to get Clowney in here, man. That'd be a great signing. BLM Ben. Yo, what's going on? How you doing, Ben? Considering the Shahid deal was quiet for a minute, I think Reek's coming back. Maybe so. Clowney is available. Yeah. He does tend to wait a little bit of time before he signs. I think he likes to avoid training camp if he can, but we'll see. He's definitely a possibility. Hendrickson has not signed as of yet. He's still out there on the market. Leo says, I'm happy so far with free agency. Only thing I'm sad about is Kobe. I thought he'd come back. He's owned as a safety. I thought he was going to be back too. I had a post last night that seemed to indicate that he was on his way, but the Bears must have come in and thrown a couple extra more million on top of it at the 11th hour on this one. Not Vexo. After the Pierce contract, I'm cool with giving $17 million a year to Shahid, especially the value he provides on special teams. I expect him to get more catches next season. Well said on your part. I agree with everything you said on that, Vexo. 100%. Thomas, I wonder if that was the reason why the Raiders pivoted to Naylor. It might have been. It's kind of interesting looking at their receiving core right now, and maybe there's another move they're going to look to make somewhere else down the line. But boy, it is a cupboard bare situation there as far as that receiving unit goes. Seahawks 60 said we didn't want a card in the draft. We don't want him now. Yeah, hard to see us being very interested if we passed on him once like that, right? Agreed. O'Dwyer, I'm happy with Jobe, Shahid signings. Mafe, Bryant, and K9 were always going to be pricing themselves out of Seattle. Not a bad first day of free agency. Not too bad, man. I'll take it. I'll take it. Rams House, what are your top 2-3 moves in free agency so far according in the NFL? Ooh, good question. I'm looking through right now as we're talking on this. I got to be honest with you, Rams House. There's a lot of these moves where I'm like, overpay. So it is harder to find to me as much of the value in some of these deals because everybody's going over the top. There's not, and that's where, I can give you a good deal, but I'm like, yeah, but there's still, you paid a high price to go and make it happen. Man, all of these are just, they have just a flavor to them of, it's a bit much. It's like Rams House. It's like trading for Michael Pittman and then giving him $20 million per year. Like, well, I like the trade in general by the Steelers, but then you're putting him on an extension of $20 million a year on top of it. It was a late round swap, so it didn't cost him a lot. I like that deal from that standpoint. Maybe it was just a day 3 pick, so that's not the worst way to go on that. Oh, the Raiders are just going, okay, Raiders. Quay Walker, Nakobe Dean. Rams House, it's not good out there right now. And these are all crazy, crazy deals. I don't know, man. I don't know. Everybody's kind of paying max prices right now in this free agent period, Rams House, and I tend to like the value signings. I mean, you go and you overpay on a guy that, okay, he's going to be a fit, but you paid all the money to bring him on in. Those are the ones where I get a little bit uncomfortable as far as like, yeah, I don't know if that's great. I'm really torn. I don't have a great answer for you. On Tariq Brown with the Jaguars back on a 3-year, $33 million deal is a good one. But I think I'm honestly more kind of, I find myself drawing more and more again going, what? You gave that guy, huh? What? You handed him, huh? What are you paying him? I do like this. I think the Steelers got some, the Pittman move's all right because it is a late round swap. I don't like the new money, but Pittman and DK are kind of nice. Two bigger receivers. Jamel Dean then on a 3-year, $36.75 million. It's not the worst way to go. I think the only thing I don't like about that is I just don't think that the Steelers are in a position to be, who's their quarterback? Why are you making these moves? I'm in that position where I'm like, okay, you're doing all of this to accomplish what, Pittsburgh? But they're not bad values on that. Thomas, what's your opinion of Woolen coming back? I'm not a big Woolen guy, to be honest with you. I think he's got a tremendous amount of talent, but I just don't know that this is the guy that loves the sport. I don't know this is the guy that's always locked in, playing and play out. Just feel like he likes what comes with being a football player and no doubt probably loves the money, but I just don't think you've got the same kind of passion on the field that you feel from so much of the rest of this team. And then because of that, it really stands out when he's out there that he's operating at a different RPM level than the rest of the team, defensively speaking. And the talent's great, the talent's true, but eventually you either realize your talent or you don't. And I don't know that I've seen one really realize his talent or really come forward in his game. Yep, Sean Tucker's a possibility, Chris. I'd be open to that. I've liked him since his Syracuse days. He's got some real loose hips. Black says, I got my Jobe and Shahid, my Jobe, Shahid, or Walker signing. Thank you, John Schneider. That's all I wanted. There we go. He's a simple man. Doesn't make a lot to make him happy. Wide receiver's pretty set for the future, Bronze. Amen. And yeah, Carl, I agree. Given that offseason to Darnold and Shahid, hard to jumpstart that midseason in a trade deadline, especially with quarterbacks by the time you get to mid-year, because those guys are a lot of times trying to manage the workload on their arm. You know, they're trying to keep their arm fresh throughout the course of the year. So you can't stay after practice and throw 75 balls to Shahid to get the timing right. You know, you just have to kind of acclimate it as you go along a little bit. Hey, Gene, how you doing, man? Craig, love your stream, Brando. Gamble, Alaska, appreciate you very much. Well, thank you, Craig. Hope things are good out there in Gamble. Starting to maybe warm up a little bit for you up there on the north side of things. Very kind of you, man. Thank you for that. Al Jazier says, Alex Pierce is better, $12 million per year, better than Shahid. I do not think so. Let's go. Let's go, man. Yeah, it does seem like, with the Colts on this one, they got held over the barrel on this one with Pierce being the most valued wide receiver out there heading into free agency. And it was going to mean that they're going to have to overpay him to get him to be able to be retained. And then this does show the value of this contract and that you're not spending that same amount. And with Pierce, is a little bit more of that deep threat like guy like Shahid's been, like Shahid is. And is he 12 million better a year? No, you're absolutely right. He's not. On top of the fact that he doesn't provide the special teams value. He doesn't give you any of that fly sweep ability or running back ability as aligned up in that way. Ron's liking what the Raiders are doing. They're spending money. They're definitely doing that. Joseph says, love the signing. Now we don't have to hold our breath every punt or kickoff. Amen. Rob says, I'm guessing the first year cap hit is low. Then we cut Cup next year and he retires. Yeah. Probably or Cup potentially retires after this year. He is getting into that sort of early 30s. You could see how this could maybe be the last year of it. But we'll see. Steven likes it. I like it. Go Hawks. Let's go Hawks, Steve. Rams house. Dang it. Let's go. Wilbert Brandon, still draft wide receiver. What do you think? I mean, it's possible. Nothing's out of, nothing is off the table here. I think John's going to be heavily driven by value when it comes to the first 2 days of the draft. And that John has had so much successes in the last 3 years off operating with a militant attitude towards the first 2 days of the draft of, doesn't matter what I have in my roster, doesn't matter my depth, doesn't matter my needs. Who is the most valuable guy we have up on our board at the top of our board when we come to pick? Regardless of position, regardless of what we have in house, who's that most valuable guy? And if that's the case, it's going to sometimes lead you around to picking at a position that you're really well stocked on. So it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but it certainly is possible because John's operating really fundamentally from this mindset the last 3 drafts. And that's why you've had the successes you've had. That's why you've gotten back to the Super Bowl, is he stopped picking for need. They stopped slotting guys in there and falling in love and that we've got to take this guy a little bit earlier. And now instead you're taking guys at the right pace. You should be picking them. Abney says, this is crazy. We barely used our cap space. John Schneider must be planning something big. Could be. Yeah, down low, Algier to Arizona for $6 million a year is a good deal. That's their best deal they signed of the day, for sure. Got Dane Belton signed with the Giants on a 1-year, $4 million, worth up to $6 million. Max says Michael Pittman's certainly worth $20 million. When you look at other wide receivers around that price, sounds like a lot, but that's the value of starting wide receiver, sadly. It's kind of getting to that spot. Yeah, Kalani probably won't sign anything until August. He's gonna take his time. Grenard's still out there. Don't know if the Vikings are still looking to move him necessarily. They could. They are in a little bit of a cap situation where it would make a lot of sense to try to offload his cap number to save some money and be able to do what they need to do. The Vikings are currently right now $4 million of negative in the hole as it stands. They got to get all their normal order of business done this offseason. So probably they are going to end up moving him, if not to us, to somewhere. Chris is exactly B. I don't know what the F they're doing with JPJ. Just give him to us and we'll give him an autographed boss word pick. I got one. I'll donate. Yeah, don't make no sense. And this is why teams are bad. You know, you draft a guy 2 years ago. You don't put him at the center position. You don't even know what you have with him as a center. You put him at guard. He's not aligned right at the guard position. And now you get a couple years down the line, he has an injury. You don't know what you have in him, and you're basically going to be punting your second round pick. Not a good look. And organizations are bad for a reason, because they continue to do moves that reinforce their badness. And that is certainly a little bit of what the Raiders have done here, I think. Exactly. Just give JPG an autograph. That's right. That's what they're pretty much going to be giving away for at this point if they move him. You ain't getting much back in return at that point. Texans are getting Reed Blankenship from Philly. Hasn't been a particularly good player recently. So he had quite a fall off last year. Maybe they can reclaim a little bit of that there with him in Houston. He says, I don't know, man. Cards are chasing dead ends. Yes, they are. Orlando says, B, if Arizona's tanking, I called it a year ago. They want to bring Manning to Harrison connection to the desert. I could see it. And look, I at least would have respect for the Cardinals tanking. And my reason being this. The Cardinals have no possible pathway this offseason to success. You've got no signings, no draft, no way set up to you to be able to even get in the playoffs next year. And I always say that every team needs to identify where they are at appropriately. And where the Cardinals are at appropriately right now is you're rebuilding. And if you're rebuilding, it's not the worst of times to kind of go into a subtle tank. I mean, how can you not look at yourself squarely in the mirror if you're the Arizona Cardinals and say, we're going to be a fourth place team next year no matter what we do this offseason. In this division, the toughest division in football, we're fourth place. We're not going to sniff close to the playoffs. And if that's the case, why do a bunch of moves that you're going to put your cap situation into a worse footing in 2-3 years from now? Why not just kind of eat it up and say, all right, let's own it. Let's be bad. And let's go there's going to be some good quarterbacks next year's draft. If it's not Arch, maybe it's Dante Moore. And if it's not Dante Moore, maybe it's Lascelles Norris or Lenora Sellers. Or maybe it's even another guy beyond that we're not even considering. That's the better opportunity to me with Arizona and going about this from their standpoint. I get it. I completely understand it. They've got to eat the dead money on Kyler's contract this year too. They're choosing to eat all of that dead money on the front as far as I understand it. So if that's the case, own it. Own it and move on, man. Not the worst of ways to go. Spud Horner says, Brando, love your dedication, brother. What's happened to Pumpkin's picks? I know we got to get Pumpkin's picks back next year, Spud Horner. I got to shoot it in the off season so I get the time, because I sometimes in season run out of time and trying to get those going. But we will try to get Pumpkin's salmon picks back to you guys. I'll try to get a film this off season if I can. J.D. 9124 Cards run game is going to be strong. It might. That offensive line still needs a little bit of help. Man, you're not going to be scared of their quarterback. Ethan Hawks says, I remember leading up to what would be the LJ Collier last season with us. You had predicted him at a half a sack. That may have been generous from what I remember. I agree. I don't think he even got to a half a sack in that final year. I was too bullish on LJ Collier. Jerome says, it's a good counter to the Rams getting McDuffie. Now they can't just key in on JSN. Give Shaheed an offseason with Darnold. Huge, especially with our running back situation. Amen. Well said. Well said. Buda Baker is still a Cardinal, Doom. He's not been banished. He's just stuck in Arizona without a ride. Man, he says, you guys see us getting Brisker? I know we're good with Okada, but man, he was so locked down in the playoffs. I've always had a soft spot for Jaquan Brisker. He's a fun player. Surprising to me, the Bears let him walk rather than trying to retain him, former second rounder out of Penn State. I'd be open to him on a bit of a discounted deal. He could be fun. Max wasn't getting reborn kind of good. He was all right for a minute, but he's not been that player in a minute. It's been a while, you know. Garth Knight in the house. What's up, Garth? Good to see you, brother. It's good talking to you the other day too on the Collins show, man. Honestly, I wasn't sure Shahid would be back, but I'm happy he is. I know special teams is the third team, but there's no Super Bowl without that kid. Well, amen. You know, you don't have that punt return against the Rams in that second game. And if you don't win that Rams second game, do you lose home field advantage in the playoffs? And if you lose home field advantage in the playoffs, are you able to go win that close game against the Rams in the conference championship, to your point? Maybe not. Probably not. This team has more than any team, I think, in the NFL embraced the building of the special teams unit into a super strength. Not merely an advantage on your team, not merely that you're going to be generally better than most teams you play at special teams, but that you want to be dominant as a special teams unit. You have set out for that to be your goal. And they've really had to invest the assets to make this happen, Garth, with what you put into Michael Dixon and what you put into Jason Myers. But you got to see so thoroughly throughout the course of this season the returns of what that brings to you when you put this amount of investment into the special teams, this true investment into the special teams. Because like you say, you can find key games where you're able to win those games because of a special teams play. But then you can also find how this affects things on even kind of a subtle level, right, Garth? Because it's the Patriots saying, okay, every kickoff that we have in this game in the Super Bowl is going to go into the end zone and you're going to get the ball at the 35-yard line because we don't want to deal with Rashid Shaheed. It's punters punting it out of bounds because they don't want to punt it to Rashid Shaheed. It's you being able to take the points at every turn when all of these teams, how many people lauded Mike McDonald and they go, man, here's finally a coach in the Super Bowl that just takes the points. All these coaches throughout the years, all the coaches in the playoffs that are getting hyper aggressive about going for it on fourth down. Here's a coach just taking the points, just trusting his kicker. And why could he trust his kicker? Because he knew he was going to be accurate. He knew he was going to punch it through. You know, you've got a punter that dropping at the 1 yard line, big punts, deep punts. So this is a phase of the football team that is so important because we've seen how it can be dominant. And this is where we come back to the market opportunities, or where we come down to Garth, like when they say chasing edges. One of the edges that you can chase in the NFL is the fact that there's so many teams that will put all of their work on the offense and the defensive side of the ball, all of the assets and resources on the offense and defensive side of the ball. Then they get to special teams and they're like, what's left over? All right, we'll put a little bit over here. Let's just get it by. We've got all the elements here to get us through on this. This just needs to get us by. That's a market opportunity. Because when you have a majority of the teams in the NFL that are taking that approach to this phase of the football team, and you take a completely different approach, you can make yourself not only a little bit better, significantly more better. And you were watching throughout this year, Garth, you saw when I would say we'd have a Falcons game or we'd have that Rams game in the build-up to those games, not just in retrospect after Shaheed got the kick return, but in the build-up to those games. It was even this way with the Saints game too, because the Saints had a piss-poor special teams unit squad as well. And I said in those lead-up in the games, we were previewing those matchups, I said, you've got a significantly better special teams unit. This is going to play out this week. You're going to feel that this week. It's not merely going to be like, in general terms, it kind of slowly, somewhat vaguely plays out of the game. You will feel it happen. And you did that Falcons game, a game that was very close. Then the second half, you get a kickoff return for a touchdown, and now the floodgates are open. You've got momentum on your side. The Falcons are cooked. And that's what can happen when you put this kind of investment in it. I, like you, if you would have pulled me before the start of today, Garth, I would have said that I don't think Shahid's coming back either. That it looks like all indicators are that he's out the door. But they found a way to make it happen. It's a tiny little bit of an overpay, but not something that's going to cause us to bleed in the long term. And certainly I don't think a contract that we're going to regret moving down the line in the next couple of years. Appreciate you, Garth. Girl Dad, thank you for another $5 donation, Girl Dad. Thoughts on Reek still being a free agent? Maybe shitting the bet on that penalty during the NFC Championship brought his price down. I wonder if he stays and gets a shrink this offseason. Well, we know today that you are in that area of about 10 million plus is right around, exception of a couple of cornerback deals out there. Seems like day one, that's what you can expect to get. Reek is probably going to be more into the territory of about what a Josh Jobe got. And to your point on this, unfortunately with Reek, there's a lot of very signature type moments with him when you look out through the course of this year that are going to stand out, that are going to be problematic. And, it's the first game of the year against the Niners. And on one of the key drives at the end of that game, you give up a shot play over the top to Ricky Pearsall. Then you're standing flat footed and allowing Jake Tonjes, the tight end, to get the touchdown winner because you don't jump up and go attack the ball in the air. And you have a couple of these other moments here throughout the course of this year. You mentioned the conference championship where, again, you have the penalty and then you give up the big play over the top for a touchdown right after you have an awful penalty. You have multiple times this year where he's trying to, flex and gets himself a taunting penalty after making a good play, where you go, what's going on there? You got the Super Bowl where he gives up the touchdown reception in the Super Bowl and is not in the right position there either. These are pretty significant moments that are going to stand out to teams that are looking at his tape. Now, you have a lot of other good tape in addition to that where he's playing pretty solidly, where he's allowing a very low catch percentage on targets thrown his way, where he's still making plays on the ball, where you can still feel his speed and his length. So it is complicated a little bit with Reek on that there is value there, but do you trust it? And I think when you start paying guys this kind of money and you're going, look, I've got you on a rookie contract and I don't see you engaged 100% of the time. How could I come to an expectation that you're going to be engaged 100% of the time when I'm actually paying you significant money? And I think that that's a valid question to ask, and one that Reek's got to kind of prove that that's not going to be a problem and that's not an issue and I'll be fine and this will be great. So we'll see where he ends up rolling with this. I think that eventually some team is going to pay him in free agency outside of Seattle. I think if you really just polled Mike, he'd say, look, I really like Reek. And I think Reek's got an amazing amount of talent. And I would love to be able to have him be part of this team in the future, but I can't trust in him. And the problem here becomes I can trust in so many players on this defense. I can trust in Leonard Williams every week to bring in. I can trust in Love to bring in every week. I can trust in Witherspoon and Eamon and Ernest Jones. I got so much trust across the board on this defense. Why would I want to get myself in the pickle of having a part or piece out on this field that I can't trust? Simply because I'm enamored so much by his talent. And I think I'm making a guess here, Girl Dad, but I think that that's probably where Mike McDonald is at. You could hear it a little bit to me on the frustration of that NFC Championship moment where he was mic'd up and the official comes over to him and he's like, I'm trying to get a number on that guy that the taunting penalty was on. And he's like, I know who it was on. I know. And he was really a little short with the official. He's like, I know who it is. 27. So I think that there's a bit of that frustration there with him, and frustrates me too, because this guy's got as much talent as anybody in this sport. He should be better than he actually even is, but he just can't quite stay fully locked in mentally in the way that he need to be able to take advantage of that talent. Senor Tiny Baby Goats, thank you for the $10 donation, Senor. I like breaking the Shahid deal down into its components. $14 million for receiving, $3 million for returning. Was returning last year worth $3 million? Yes. Receiving will get better with more time with Sam. Beautifully put. Wonderfully said. I don't have a lot to add on top of that other than just I agree with it in full. This is not just a contract that's about purely what he brings as a receiver, but other parts. And I would add on top of that, Baby Goats, throw on to that as well of I can give him 30 carries over the year. I can give him one carry a game from a fly sweep position, and he's going to get me maybe a couple 100 yards extra on top of that, just on what he does on the ground game alone, in addition to that receiving, in addition to that punt returning, in addition to that kick returning. So it's a guy that adds like 4 different layers of value in what he's bringing to the table for that contract. And it does make it worth it. It does. So I don't have a lot more to add on top of it to that than what you said. I agree with you in full there. As well, having an offseason in full to be able to train with Sam, to be able to work together, to be able to get your timing exact and precise, it's going to be very helpful. It certainly was very helpful in allowing Sam and JSN to take off instantaneously from the jump, having that offseason to work with each other. So it's going to do nothing but help. And we could see last year with their timing and all of that, it wasn't quite on that same page. It kind of fits as well to what we saw from them on the field at times, where you could feel with him and Sam that they were just kind of not quite into that synced up phase of things, right? It would get kind of close. There'd be a couple games where some good stuff would happen, but you just couldn't quite get it fully like you do with Sam and JSN, where they're just right on the same page. They're reading it true and similarly. So I would expect that would come with time as well. Yeah. Well said on your part. Well said on your part. Thank you, baby goats. You're awesome, man, as ever on that front. And well said. We'll go 13 million for his receiving, $3 million for his returning, and $1 million for what he gives you as a dynamic with the ball in his hands, fly sweep, running back thing guy. I like your math, though. Your maths. Your math definitely maths. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. I'm a little worried Schneider and Mack are worried about winning games versus hyping ticket selling fans from years past. Where's the splash signing? Where's the big meal ticket item? Where's the season ticket seller? That's what we're looking for, Garth. Where's our season ticket seller signings? Come on, get your eye on the ball. Don't you see what the Raiders are doing, Seahawks? It's all about that splash signing. You don't win Super Bowls in February. You win Super Bowls in March. Everybody knows that. It's an ultimate truth, Garth. And of course, folks, Garth's being a little sarcastic in his post on that one. And boy, it's where you do love the team to be at, is that you mentioned it in joking, Brandel, but it is worth noting as well that so many teams can sometimes get caught up in the wrong things. And that they get lost out there in the process and selling tickets and making owners happy. And my job's on the line. And if I don't do this, then I've got fallout from that. And what happens if we aren't able to sell tickets because fans don't, all these things that really have nothing to do with just constructing the best possible roster. And that stuff can pull at front offices and can pull at teams and drive them away from just smartly operating from how do I make the best possible freaking football team to go out there and win championships. And to your point, what you know with absolute certainty about this team right now is that they were just doing nothing but operating from how do we just continue to get better. Season ticket holders, they're going to buy it. New owner, he's going to want this team. We just won a Super Bowl. Just won it with the 3rd youngest roster in football. We got complete buy-in across the board. It allows you, I think, to operate to where you can really just throw away all of the stuff that's just not important at this point. All that stuff just gets tossed out and you just get cemented down to like what makes us purely the best. And we're coming off being the best last year. We're coming off having that confidence that people don't have to nitpick what we do. And if we do certain moves that are outside the box or not what everyone thought we were going to do, we're going to get a bit of the benefit of the doubt in that. And that's a powerful tool, I think, to have versus being that general manager that finds themselves a little bit on the edge of their chair of like, I've made some good moves, I made some bad moves, and this is going to be a risk. And if this risk goes wrong, I could really pay the price for that. You know what? I just won't make that risk. I'll just keep this business as usual at that point. And that's not John. And that's what I do like about him is he's not going to just play it safe in this way either. It's part of why I think that there's still some probably big moves coming down the line from your Seattle Seahawks this offseason. But it's a good point, Garth. Again, you're subtly you're joking there, but there's something within that these organizations get pulled by other factors, other things that start to yank at them. The Niners last year, they're trying to go for it, but their owner also wants them to start to tighten the belt strap because he's like, I'm paying all this money and it's not getting us anything. It's not getting us any championships. So now last offseason, they got to try to balance the ball of, okay, we want to make the team better. We want to be improved. We want to still take advantage of this hopeful Super Bowl window that we find ourselves in, but our owner also wants us to save money. hard to play both ends of that. Hard to serve two different masters in that way. So you were being kind of funny, but there's an element of truth to it there, Garth, on some of this being driven by other factors with these ownership groups and what's pulling them one way or the other. And right now we're just being pulled pure and simply by just what's going to help us go win football games. How do we build the best possible roster? And that should be how all NFL teams think. That is how all NFL teams should operate. Ideally, you'd think they would, but they don't. I see it every year. Oh my day, Quandre Dingle signed with the Cardinals. That's not a real name. There's no way that's a real name. Josh, Kendrick Ford did beat the Rams single-handedly for the Niners. He also the most genuinely happy human being I've ever seen. This year might test that, though. Maybe just a little bit. Rico Dowdle's gone to the Steelers. Damn it. Interesting move by them. CJ Kurz Hawk says, Brandon, someone mentioned the name earlier, Nick Cross. What kind of money would he command in your opinion? Saw a lot of intriguing praise for that kid throughout the year. Yeah. I was quite honestly a little bit thrown off at the fact that the Colts were letting him get to a place where they were going to have him walk. I mean, a 24-year-old safety who's been pretty good for you. 24-year-old safety that's been pretty solid for you. You'd think that they could find a way to get that deal done. And he's not been one of the first four safeties signed here, which is a little surprising to me as well. He's not still under contract, right? Why is he not showing up on my... Oh, there he is, Nick Cross. Yeah, 24 years old. They're saying on Sports Track that he should get $6 million per year. He had a really rough year last year in coverage. So a 50.4 grade. He was ranked 78th out of 98 graded safeties in the sport last year in coverage was Nick Cross. Good as a pass rusher, good in run defense. But that's where there's probably a little bit of some concern with him as far as paying him that price, because as a safety, if you have some liabilities in coverage, this ain't 1988, this ain't 1998, this ain't 2008, where it's like, well, we'll just have you do box safety stuff and we can overcome this. This is the cover two shell era where you've got to be able to do that free safety stuff on the back end at times. So I'm guessing that there's a little bit of struggle there with that. But almost 100 tackles last year, an interception, 16 total pressures. Just some issues with him in coverage. Jay Spoon missed more tackles and got scored on more than Woolen did last year. Well, Woolen wasn't always playing 100% of the time too, Jay. So Woolen wasn't a pure starter for you. He was more of a rotational cornerback. So there's a little bit of a difference when you come to the snap counts between the two players versus one to the other. To give you an idea of this. So Devin Witherspoon is, he plays 902 total snaps for you last year. And Woolen played, I guess Woolen did play a lot of snaps last year. I didn't know he did 962 total snaps. So I am wrong on that. As far as the missed tackles go, Woolen had 11 missed tackles last year. to 7 missed tackles for Devin Witherspoon. Devin Witherspoon's got a missed tackle percentage rate of 7.7%, which is good. Woolen's missed tackle percentage rate is almost 20%. So even just last year alone, Woolen had higher missed tackle percentage rate, more missed tackles just by total number, both across the board on that one. As far as targets and receptions go, indeed, Woolen gave up a little bit more on that. They're both right pretty close to each other on yardage wise, but gave up a little bit more on that as far as full yardage goes. But Spoon's a significantly better player than Woolen. I can't undersell that enough, that whether we want to look at these individual stats or not, just on game tape and watching the guy go about his business and get after it. One of the things too that affects this with the missed tackle percentage and losing tackles is the willingness to get after it and get in on every tackle and to rally to the ball. And when you have those players like Spoon that are going to get in on every play and every tackle if they can, versus guys like Woolen who will tackle begrudgingly, who will get off a block begrudgingly, you're probably going to get more missed tackles with the guy that's more active and trying to get in on stuff more than the guy that's, begrudgingly coming over to make the tackle. Like he'll do a lot of making business decisions where it's like, well, I got caught on the block. I couldn't get off this block. I got stuck on this block. Whereas a guy like Spoon would get off that block and be in there to try to go make that play. But even still, higher missed tackle percentage with Woolen, significantly so more missed tackles with Woolen. And I don't think that there would be anybody, Jay, in the country. There would be not, if you took 32 NFL general managers and you said, who's a better cover corner? Who's a better corner at preventing completions and yards? Nobody's taking Woolen over Witherspoon. Woolen doesn't miss that many tackles the last couple of years. He needs to eliminate the bonus depth. He has that Sherman ego, and seeing Sherman pump into that before the season doesn't help. 20% still pretty high rate. So it's not insignificant when you got a corner up around 20%. But he's not a bad player either. I'm not trying to dress it as a bad player. It's just, it is the stuff you have in his game that's a bit of a worrisome. He's gotten a little bit better as a run defender, and as a tackler, but it still remains he had a 36.7 tackling grade by PFF last year. It's still an issue. It's gotten a little improved, but it had a long way to go too. Bill Zimmerman, Woolen and Bradford had similar trajectories, some great plays, some terrible plays. Both could use a more steady level of play. Yeah, agree. And that's where too, you're okay with rolling those guys out there and playing them when they're on rookie contracts. But when you actually have to start paying money for them, that's when there's some hesitancy then at that point of going, okay, well, wait, is this the best bang for buck with what we're going to get in that fluctuation? Chris says, every division needs a fourth place team. Go with what you know. Wilbur Brandon trade Nwosu for a pick. I don't think there's a lot of Nwosu value out there in trade. You're probably just going to have to release him at this point because whoever trades for him is still looking at like an $11 million base salary on the year. And that's a little bit too much for a guy that's not necessarily producing at that point. Darian Mensah and the Hurricanes, the name to watch. We'll keep an eye out for him. Thank you for the note. Thank you, Jerome, for reminding me. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. Brando is the man. Reading my comment. Definitely wasn't expected to hear that. Thanks, B. Much respect. No, it's my pleasure, man. I love my interaction here with y'all, and y'all make it a lot of fun. We've been at this almost over 6 hours today, and it just feels like a blink of the eye. So you guys keep me laughing and keep this enjoyable for me, and I love it. So appreciate you, man. And thank you for reminding. Please hit that like button. Please do sub up. It is free. It doesn't cost you anything. Helps out channels like me hugely when you do stuff like that. B. Film Snyder knows you don't play great football to get paid. You are paid to play great football. It's a great way of putting it, man. Great way of putting it. Is Jordan Mason available? Maybe even a 5th round pick next year? I think he is still on the, I think, on the Vikings this year. So he's a possible. It's possible. They'd have to cut him, though, or trade him. I don't know if they'd be willing to do that, Kendrick, because as well, they're probably going to release Aaron Jones. Who's going to tote the rock for us? Hard to say at this point. Probably multi-headed attack. You know, a little bit of Charbonnet, a little bit of McIntosh, a little bit of probably a drafted guy, probably a vet that you mix into the group on that. Josh, the thing I love about Shahid is he's a high character guy. There's no worry he'll get paid and suddenly lose his mind. Indeed. Seems like a really good dude. Really good dude. Obviously, technically, they can't sign Wednesday, but glad we got back Shaheed and Jobe. Hell yeah, man. Jet Hawk, what's up, Jose? It's good to see you, man. Thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for over a year, as well as being a mod on the channel. I'll miss Kobe, but glad we brought back Shaheed. Yeah, me as well. I'm, stop. Pumpkin, stop. No. All right, hold on. I got to stop my cat from... It's good to bring back Shaheed. I think if you ask me, you know, if I've got to lose 2 guys and I got to keep one, and I got to pick between, you know, Kenneth Walker, Shaheed, and Kobe, and I got to pick the one that I got to kind of deem as the most valuable to bring back, it is Shaheed. And it is a bit of a reason within there that he got paid, you know, higher than those other 2 guys. So I'm with you on it. You have to make that tough decision. There's going to be guys you're not going to be able to bring everyone back. You got to itemize and prioritize who is the best guy on the list of going at it and how you want to build that up. And I think that they did so here. It's a big signing. I think it would have been very hard to find a replacement for Shaheed in this draft. It would have been very hard to find a trade partner with just how many of these teams are out here are making these trades for receivers and giving quite a bit up and then signing contract extensions if they trade for them, like the Pittman thing. So you could have been stuck in a real pickle at that point if you hadn't brought back Shaheed here. Whereas I don't think we're as stuck at the safety or the running back position without being able to find some alternative answers there. Former Lions quarterback Kyle Allen is signing a 2-year, $4.1 million deal with the Bills. All right, get a little bit of reinforcement. Linderbaum contract is crazy, Kendricks. Crazy. Josh says, I thought Freeze and Banks were huge overpays last year. Linderbaum said, hold all my bears. Boy, did he ever. And if ever there was a contract of, we're going to have to pay you more to come to our crappy organization, Exhibit A, Your Honor. Antoine, Brandon, does Jerry Jones have a pitch to why his Cowboys will take over the top spot in the NFC? What's he got to say about it? I'll tell you right now. Number one, Antoine, Cobb, we're America's team. Okay? America's team. America's team's always on the edge of a Super Bowl run. That's the benefit of being America's team. Cowboys, best in their sport. You got the Eagles first. All right, let's take a look at the Eagles. Eagles they're gonna trade away Jalen Carter. They're getting worse on offense. They're gonna trade away A.J. Brown. Giants are gonna be bad. Washington's gonna be bad. Who's that leave left? Who's that leave left in the NFC East? That leaves the Cowboys. Cowboys win. Not as much because we're great, but because they're bad. That's how this is going to work. Jerry Jones has seen the future. Rashawn Gary, Quinn Williams, Oza, Ryan Clark. Oh my God, look out. We're sending waves at you. We're sending waves. And then we got Pickens. Now, we're not giving him an extension because that man's a wild man. He's a little bit crazy. All right? But he's part of America's team. He's a winner. And he's wild. And that's the Cowboy way. Jerry's feeling good. He's just counting on the Eagles to just keep going backwards. It's not as much we don't catch up to the Eagles, okay? That's not what we're going to do. We can't be that good. I can't spend that amount of money. We're not going to catch up to the Eagles. The Eagles are going to slow down to us. They're going to slow down to the Cowboy way, to America's team. Jimin, Brandon, what are the chances Seattle can go back-to-back without Kenneth Walker? Well, I think you got as good a chance to go back-to-back as probably just about any team in recent NFL history, as much because you went out there and you won it as such a young team. You were the third youngest roster in the NFL last year. You are going to bring back your entire starting defense, absent Woolen, whether you think he's a starter or not, or that Joe was the starter out there. They kind of went back and forth there. And then... And of course, Kobe Bryant, but you have an Akata guy that started a lot of games for you out there at the safety position. Maffe's like your fourth edge, so you have your starters still being returned there. Offensively, you're bringing back all of your starters with the exception of Kenneth Walker. So, both you're the third youngest roster, and you're almost bringing back every single starter. You're bringing back Dixon. You're bringing back Myers. I think you got as good a chance as anybody out there in recent NFL history. But also the brass tacks on this is that it's very hard to go back-to-back. There's been 8 teams in a 60-year NFL history that have gone back-to-back. So it's hard. It takes a lot going right to make it happen. If it takes a lot to go right just to win the Super Bowl, it takes almost double that to go back-to-back. But as far as the talent, as far as the coaching, as far as the means to go get this done, to still go be aggressive out there, that they're not done at this point, Jimin, yeah, you got a good chance. Kendricks, we're converting Milroe to running back. We're good. I mean, I wouldn't be against it. The Bills are signing Mitch Winowski. All right, a lot of one-year deals from the Bills here. Seahawks show. I disagree with the Woolen tackle narrative, especially last year. Josh says, "Hey Ricky, I've seen you've been a lot of tackles lately. I wouldn't say I've been missing them." Yeah, here's Woolen's missed tackle rate through his career. So to the point that, because I do see a little bit in the chat that there's some folks here that are insisting that somehow he's remarkably improved himself on the tackling front. Okay. So let's look down to the bottom of this list. 2022, he comes in, you can see miserable grades there when it comes to run defense and as a tackler. 38.7 as a tackler in 2022. 38.6 as a tackler in 2023. 56 in 2024, comes up a little bit as a tackler, and then back down to 36.7 as a tackler last year. Now, his run defense scores have come up a little bit better in the last couple of years, but that's also come up to basically about a league average place as far as how he defends the run. But when it does come to missed tackles, 14 missed tackles in his first year, 13 missed tackles in 2023, 8 missed tackles in 2024, and then 11 missed tackles last year. So before this year coming into it, his missed tackle rate percentage for his career in his first 3 years was probably sitting somewhere in the neighborhood of about 18%. His missed tackle rate last year was 19%. So I wouldn't discount the fact that there's some improvements from Woolen on the tackling and defending the run, but has it been significantly so? Has it been like a night and day difference of improvement, or that he's corrected these problems? No. It's just not as much of a glaring issue as it was when he first walked in the door, maybe. Trinity says Rams are Seahawks, and Seahawks are going to be looking at the end of the barrel next year, having to pay Puka Nacua, JSN, and Witherspoon, especially seeing what Pierce got. Not looking forward to it. It's going to be costly, man. And all of those guys are probably going to get contract extensions this offseason. Seahawks 360 on one of the few with a Bryant jersey. Bought it his first year. Oh, man, that sucks. How much is JSN and Puka going to ask for? Over $40 million, Trinity. Over $40 million each. When we sign Clowney, he likes to wait. He's not as big on the whole training camp thing. He's kind of a, I'll come in there just before the start of the season kind of guy. Yeah, I think it'll be a 4-year contract, $40 million per Trinity, $41 million per for both of them. Whoever signs first will probably make a little less than the next guy who signs after him. Outside, upside. The money's going to JSN, Spoon, etc. No need to overpay new guys when the coffee is here. Amen. Well said. I still have JSN, Murphy, and Spoon, so I'm good there. Been trying to get Eamon Wari, but they keep disappearing. Oh, goodness. I imagine they're pretty hot to trot. Oh, Greasy Hendrickson is still out there. Never buy a running back jersey. Yeah, never do that. It's not a good idea. Not a good option. CJ Kurzhawk, really interesting paradox with K9. We could use him more now going forward with the Sharp injury. However, if not for the Sharp injury, he might not have exploded how he did and have his price driven up. It's a good point. Very true. Says Cowboys are not even close to a Super Bowl. You hush up now. Jerry's telling you and I'm telling you true, Kakai. Kakai. We're right on the edge of a Super Bowl. In fact, Cowboy America's team, we're right on the edge of a dynasty. It's all we know down in Texas. It's all we knew 30 years ago. How about those Cowboys? I'll keep my Brian. I usually just grab my draft crushes if we draft him. There we go. It's not the worst of ways to go. We almost had him signed today, too. Space K9 has moved on. He's a Kansas City Chief. Yeah, Brian Robinson makes a lot of sense. I can't do Najee Harris myself, Seahawks 360. He's coming off that injury, and I just have never been tremendously too impressed by him. Girl Dad, thank you for the $2 donation. Pumpkin getting antsy, waiting on John Schneider to make deals. Both of them are. They've been running back and forth here on my desk here all day. They're both getting a little antsy in the pantsy, I guess. You might be right about that. Probably sensing my nervousness. Cummins all over the place. She's up and down the desk. She's eating. She's over here at the window. Wants to go inside, outside. Thank you, Girl Dad. Appreciate you. Jay Stern, thank you for 32 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you for that. Dallas maxing out the credit cards and putting a lien on their house to go 10-7 and get bounced in the first round will never not be funny to me. Yes. Well, here, Jerry's finally now gone to I'll put void year. I'll finally do the void year money. I don't agree with it. All right. CBA says you spend this money, you spend it every year, and that's how you got to spend. You don't get to put it all down the line. But them Philadelphia Eagles can't help themselves. Got a void year here and void year there and void year here. All right, we'll do the void year. All for them to just fall just barely short of the actual playoffs. It is pretty funny. He finally decides, like he's talking like this offseason, this might be the first year I'm gonna have to sacrifice a little bit of that future space for now. For now, I'm gonna have to do that. This year, I'm gonna do that. And it doesn't even get him an inch forward. It's pretty funny. Where do you think Woolen ends up? Probably somewhere like the Titans or the Commanders. You know, one of those teams that's got a lot of money to spend that doesn't mind throwing a little bit of the book at him on that. Cena was here. She was in and out. Thoughts on Joel Coleman in the draft? I like him a lot. I got him as a high third round pick in this draft. My comp for him would be David Montgomery. I think that he is not necessarily a fit to the system that we run here because he's such an inside between the tackles runner. We're running an outside zone system. So he's going to be a running back that's going to be very important to see where he tests at as far as the 40 time goes. And when I don't see him running the 40 at the combine, I got to be honest with you, I can't help but think that maybe there's a little bit of that is that he knows he would have been exposed a little bit for his lack of speed, for his lack of fit in this outside zone system if he had run. So we'll see where his 40 time is. I think he's probably going to be more of that 4.6-ish kind of 40 guy when it all gets said and done. Maybe at the pro day he can get up to like 4.55 or something. But if that's the case, he's probably not quite fast enough or quick enough to be a fit to this scheme. But I do like him. He's a fun running back. Olani might be the guy to take over some of this. CJ is his Dolphins combining $100 million of dead money cap by releasing Tua with a $67 million Malik Willis contract. Some teams stay shitty for a reason. That's true. And some of these teams just cannot buy in and own into that rebuild phase of things. They can't help themselves. And the Dolphins are certainly one of those teams that have been that way for a very long period of time. I've often wondered if it's bad ownership that's really pushing a lot of this to happen year in, year out. But just own it. Eat it. Spin this thing around. Get this thing turned around in the right direction. You're not close. Even if Malik comes in there and he's functional, what's he going to do? Be functional just to have you just close enough to miss the playoffs? What's the point of that? What is the point of that? But these teams aren't thinking clearly. And they get caught up in just sort of just living almost moment to moment in their vision of things. There's a Jimin in the Hawks Nest. There's a Jimin in the Hawks Nest. Ashton, with K9 gone, who are you looking at in the draft to replace him? Is there any running backs that excite me? I think Mike Washington Jr., Jadarian Price, Katron Allen, Damon Claiborne. All four of those guys would be guys that I would definitely be taking a pretty close look at in various places in this draft. It's not a super stock draft with running backs, but you've got some decent guys that could be functional for us. You're not going to get a difference maker like to the degree that Kenyon was, but you don't have to take a huge step backwards at the position either. Can we get rid of Reek? Well, he's a free agent, so we just have to not sign him to a new deal. Carmen, go Hawks. Todd, what would be a good jersey to go get? I think Eamon or Witherspoon would be great additions. Jackson Smith and Jigba as well, because these guys that are going to be here for a very long period of time, still very young players. Eamon would be pretty cool. Or Witherspoon. I'd go with one of those three. We'll go with Devin Witherspoon. We'll give Devin some love here. Girl Dad, any take Reek 3 years, $24.8 million a year, asking for a friend? Well, I can't. The reason being is I'm going to sign Devin Witherspoon to a $30 million a year deal. I'm then going to have Josh Jobe on an $8 million a year deal. And then 2 years from now, I'm going to need to sign Eamon to a contract extension. So I don't think that you're in a position, if you think about it, you're only going to have 3 corners on the field at any one time. You know, if you're paying Reek this kind of money on a multi-year deal, and then you've just paid Jobe the multi-year deal, you're going to have a guy who's making a multi-year contract with significant money, who's spending a lot of time sitting on the bench because there's not a place on the field for him to go out to. You're not going to live in dime coverage. And so if that's the case, then putting him on a multi-year contract at this point is kind of like, it's a little bit of wasted money at this point. No JSN signing yet? No, the extensions for JSN and Witherspoon are not going to happen until we get deeper into the offseason. It's a order of priority. And the order of priority right now is to do free agency, then the draft, then contract extensions. Boom, boom, boom. So extensions will come down the line on this one. Josh says, to be fair, the Finns are tanking. It'll be interesting to watch the AFC East have 2 teams competing to tank. I'm not sure that they are, man. I'm not as certain as they are with that Malik Willis contract. I think that they're still kind of talking themselves into maybe we can be decent. Hey, we're in a division where you got Buffalo, and then you got what else? Who's our other competition in the Jets? I probably feel like they can get something done, man. You know, these teams talk themselves into it. And New England, I know, is a tough one, but New England's got a hellacious schedule next year. We'll see. The thing is, they didn't have it's less of them being frugal here and more of that. Why you don't see them doing more beyond the Malik Willis deal is that you got to cut the Tua deal, and then you got to sign the Malik deal, and then you were already walking into this offseason with very little cap space as it stood. Daniels is signing 2 guys on day 1 might be a high for JS. It might for John Schneider. True. It's a good point. Not Vexo, Brando, do you think Caleb Johnson could be our potential running back since the Steelers got Rico? They're kind of 2 different running back styles. Caleb's a little bit more of the outside zone guy. Rico's a little bit more of the inside guy. They just did draft Caleb last year, so I don't know if they'd be looking to move on from him that quickly. I mean, it's possible. I don't think the Steelers are going to look to move him a year out of drafting him. But he had a hard time finding a place on the field last year, not Vex, so I will say that. CR, hello from Germany. Late to the party as always, 1 a.m. here. Loved our signings. Reasonable, important, and the others were just too expensive. Now I want to see B-Rob, E. Wilson, Herbert, Tucker next. Khalil Herbert. All right. I see what you're doing there. Sean Tucker. There's some good options there, man. I'm with it. And I do think that they are going to go find a vet running back out there to have a little bit of that certainty in-house in what they've got rolling on there at the position. So I would expect one of those to come along. Might not happen fast, but we should hear one of those 1-year deals out within the next week, I would estimate, when it comes to running back position. No new stuff yet, Vorcha, since the Rashid signing. Pretty quiet except for that. Dan Los, the Titans already spent too much on 2 cornerbacks. They did. They're in that same place that the Raiders are, where they've got almost too much money to spend. And so you're just going to start throwing money around even to players that you don't. I mean, Wan'Dale Robinson at 4 years, $78 million. Really? Really? John Franklin Myers, 3 years, $63 million. But yeah, you mentioned it. Cordell Flott is going to make more than Josh Jobe. Alontae Taylor, 3 years, $60 million contract. So you're doing $20 million a year for Alontae Taylor, who's basically a slot corner. I that's silly numbers. I like your approach, CR. Free agent be Shul Douglas, B. Rob, E. Wilson, right guard Zeitler, Teller, Clowney in 2 trades, right chain for a second, and JPJ for a third. Other than that, I'm good. I like your approach, man. Sign me up. Probably not Zeitler or Teller. I'm good on those, but all the rest of them I'd be all on board with. Teller's just not played particularly well recently. CR says, you heard the rumors about Carter? Would you think it's worth it? With all those good nose tackles in the draft, like Banks, McDonald, Hunter, Durant, Keenan, Cape, Hart. No, I don't think it's really worth it. He's got to be signed to a new extension. I just don't, it's not a need. You're stocked up fully. You've got great talent in-house already. I can understand John kicking the tires on this one, but I don't think he's doing much beyond just doing that. I haven't taken a look and seen if they're selling the rival jerseys. I'd estimate they are. Jimin says, Brandon, Seattle doesn't have a running back now. We got Zach Charbonnet coming back. We got Kenny McIntosh coming back. We got George Holani coming back. So you got 3 guys brought into the fold. Walker hurts. I see your comments on here about Walker. I think it's a bit overstated on this, Jimin. I will say that. I don't think that it's smart to overpay for running backs. I don't think that the history of John Schneider and paying running backs has been one that you operate off of saying, wow, it's been so successful giving this 3rd contract to Marshawn. It's been so successful giving this money to Chris Carson, or giving the 1-year deals to Eddie Lacy or Carlos Hyde, or the 1-year deal to Rashad Penny that was $7 million. Like, it's made so much sense in doing that we should continue to double down on that approach. It hasn't. And while Walker had a great run at the end of the year here, it's not like this guy's Saquon Barkley, and he's being paid like Saquon Barkley, like in the amount of money that you're putting on him. And while he runs the rock well, Jimin, he's horrible in pass protection. Let me say it again. Horrible in pass protection. This is the reason why Zach Charbonnet's been your 3rd down back throughout the time here that both him and Walker have been here when they've both been healthy, because you can't trust him in that way. You also have him at best as average as a pass catcher. So it's great that he can break tackles. It's great that he runs for a lot of yards. There is at times some vision issues that can hold him back a bit. It's not just pure and simple that this guy is the most game-changing top 4 talent running back in the sport, no doubt about it. There's some ifs on this one. I'm also a big believer in Jim, and that we've had a thing here that's played out where we had John Schneider a couple of years ago look at the analytic folks and raise up 2 middle fingers to the analytic folks and said, you know what? You guys are dumb. John said, you know what? You guys that tell us that a rushing attack success is built upon a great offensive line, capable quarterback play, a great offensive system, having a defense that's not living on the football field and can get back to the offense so that you can actually run the ball because you're not behind all the games, so you have to be throwing 24/7. These are the factors that drive rushing game success. John said a couple of years ago, F you, that's not right. Running backs drive running game success. So he went as the only team in the last 10 years, back-to-back in the 2nd round, drafting running backs back-to-back twice. Walker was so good after his rookie year that they went and drafted another running back right after that. And what was the case? Did John, in raising those 2 middle fingers to the analytic folks saying, you guys don't know your head from a hole in the ground, was he proven true on that, or was he proven wrong on that? Because the data's gone one way or the other on this one. It's really succinct. And what the data said is the analytic folks were right. Because when you didn't have the offensive line in place, when you didn't have the scheme in place, when you didn't have capable quarterback play, when you had a defense that was living out on the football field, you weren't getting much out of your running game. Once you took care of those factors, now you were able to get something out of Charbonnet and Walker. Now you were able to maximize their talents. So it's one where we literally put this thing to the stress test. We literally said, oh, there's 31 NFL teams that are going left. We're going to go right on this. We're going to disprove this fundamental truth. And you didn't disprove it. So it does hurt to lose Walker, but it's not going to decimate the rushing attack because you've taken care of those items up ahead of the stack that actually determine and dictate rushing game of success. It's not that a difference-making running back can't be successful and can't find more yards than your average running back, but it's just that it's not a requirement for rushing game success if you've taken care of those parameters up ahead of time. Can a team still sign players today, or do they have to wait till tomorrow? Well, I mean, everything's not official until Wednesday, Jose. All of these are deals that are basically verbal agreements. They're not officially signed until Wednesday, but you can negotiate throughout. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a huge void in the offense, Jim, and I don't. I really don't. I don't think our rushing game success was dictated by Walker out there being a miracle worker. He's a really good back. It's going to hurt losing him, but it's not going to decimate an offense that's returning all 10 of the rest of their starters back onto the team for an offense that was a top 3 scoring offense last year. Girl Dad, Texans signing all defensive players is wild. Maybe they can play O-line also. I mean, they've tried. They made a trade with the O-line. Remember that. They did move to bring in, they left. They trade away a lineman. Excuse me. They got Ed Ingram brought back in. Trent Brown, they're bringing back in, but they're not better. They're not improved. I'd love to re-sign Josh Jones as well. I think you'd really like to get him back on that 1 year 4. I think he's going to be more into that sort of $6 million per year territory, which might be a little expensive. Josh hasn't signed anywhere yet, Jerome. Vorcha, Chiefs running backs have had several injuries over there. Wishing the best for K9. Me too. That's another part with K9 to take into account is the injury side of it. He tends to get very beaten up. And running backs, once you pay him big money deals, never get healthier after you sign him to bigger deals. If injuries were already a problem coming up to the big contract, you can better believe that they're going to be a pretty major problem beyond that contract. That's just the way it works with running backs. Stoney says, so was Pumpkin surprised at the Shahid numbers, Brandon? No, she actually stood up and did a little clapping of her paws. If you were here on stream live, you would have seen it. She literally went right up on her hind legs and went, when we announced, when I said Shahid just got signed, she was like sitting right here and she kind of went up and went. So she's in favor of it. She's very pro Shahid in this situation. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Garth, I appreciate you for that. Does anyone think that attention whore Aaron Rodgers won't be coming back to have a mid-year with the Steelers while McAfee glazes him? Maybe so. I was kind of hearing that maybe Mike McCarthy was kind of not as much in favor of having Aaron back, that he wants to sort of establish things there. But to your point, where else do they go? I mean, what other options are on the table for the Steelers at this point, as far as if you really are going to try to go out there and compete next year, which does kind of feel like, when you're making some of the moves they've made, that that's going to be your intention. And let's face it, they've got an older roster that's, you could try to reset things, but you're not really giving a lot of indicators that your intention is to reset things. So I don't know on this one. Michael Pittman, Jamil Dean, 2 big signings that you're making that are kind of go forward moves. Who's your quarterback though? He likes the attention too much, Darth. He'll play it like, I don't know, but then he's going to come around. He's like, I need that attention though. I'm going to get that attention if I come back around. It'd be hilarious if McCarthy, though, ends up being the guy that's like, no, we're good, Aaron. You know, his former Packer coach is like, I've been on this ride before with you already. I don't need to go again. Joshua says John's going to end up trading up for a running back in the second round. I could see it, man. Very possible. And certainly he's taken some running backs in the second round before, hasn't he? Christian Michael, Zach Charbonnet, Kenneth Walker. Even in Rashad Penny, it's kind of a pick you made at the very end of the first round, if I'm not mistaken on that one. B. Film says, I'm so blown right now. I can't believe Walker left. Generally salty and sad for him. Hey, you got paid. You know, at least like those running backs have a hard time getting paid. So feel good for him on that. Iona, how you doing? It's good to see you in the house. KC will wear him out by K9 by week 6, probably. Girl Dad, Tyler Linderbaum's contract's bonkers. $20 million signing bonus, $10 million 2026 salary, $30 million 2027 salary, fully guaranteed. They went over the top on this one, Girl Dad. That is for sure. Over the top. Rams have signed a long snapper, Joe Cardona. Appreciate you, Brian. CR, I have a curveball. I want to do some fan service, get Bobby back, not as a full-time starter. I know we were set at inside linebacker, but deploy him like the Rams did for blitzing and clear rundowns while Emanwari covers. He's actually gone back to the Washington Commanders, CR. They're bringing him back on a 1-year, $9 million contract. Congrats to Bobby for that. So he is going to remain. He's going to remain out there with Washington. But still a really good blitzer. Boy, there are some limitations in coverage with Bobby right now, though. He has lost a couple of steps on that side of it. Just a couple. Not Vexo, Colton Hood or Brandon Cisse. So I have them both as the top of the second round, and then I have them both back to back. I mean, you can really almost put them even Stevened up on flip a coin and pick one to the other. Very kind of similar talents in what they're going to bring to the field. All around players. They can play man, they can play zone, they can play press. Fairly good tacklers, engaged in the running game overall on that too. A little bit of ball skills, not next level, but decent. So there's some similarities there, and I've got them both rated about the same place, Vexo. Technically, Colton Hood's a little bit ahead of Cisse, but it's neck and neck. I'm doing great, Iona. Hope you're doing well as well. AJ Brown to the Jets. That would be an odd fit. Not been moved yet. I'd almost feel like that's the Eagles sort of relegating him out to, you're gonna be a problem for us, huh? All right, we're gonna ship you out to the Jets. And from a Jet standpoint, I don't know what that move does for you out there. It gives your receiving core a little more legitimacy, but who's throwing them the ball? Seahawks 360. Mine shredded my toilet paper roll in excitement over the Shaheed shining. Crazy start to free agency. One mad smoker. Sounds like Rico did sign somewhere else at this point. I think the Steelers signed him. CJ says, in my mind, there was only one free agent I was going to get pretty upset if we lost, and that was Shahid. Look, we won the Super Bowl, so the traded picks for him were already worth it, but double down on that. We did. Well said, man. Yeah, I think with me, it came down to with Walker and Shahid, I can afford to lose one. I don't feel like I can necessarily afford to lose two and hope that I can go find both of the fill-ins for that here down the line. But one, yeah, I think you can for sure. Outside, upside, down. Outside, upside. Yeah, I think poor K9's going to quickly return to injury-prone form as a feature back with a poor line. That tends to be one of the things. That was what got K9 hammered here with our battle line. Battle line, more hits in the backfield right after the handoff, more hits you can't see coming, more of a chance that you're going to get beat up, especially with KC because they're going to have him run it to the moon. They're not going to load balance him like we did last year with Charbonnet. He's going to get all the carries. And wouldn't surprise me in the least if he gets worn down very quickly out throughout the course of the season because of that. Smokey, we should have known that Shahid was going to wind up staying in Seattle. He didn't want to leave in the first place. Yeah, you were hoping he wanted to stay there. Though players sometimes will say that and then they don't live up to it. You know, they'll kind of give you the line, but they don't really believe it. So it's good to see that he actually did believe it. Sometimes though, they can give you a little bit of that. You guys have any draft crushes? I think mine's Dunker. So far, the mullet and his character is just vibes. Dunker's definitely one of those guys for me. I like me some Colton Hood, Cisse, Dalen Everett. These cornerbacks are really nice to me. Anthony Hill is a guy that I like quite a bit. Kind of like Josh Cameron. I wouldn't take him early. He's kind of a fun player for me. Katron Allen. I like him a lot. Logan Jones is all right. Kalon Rutledge, another right guard out there. I like him quite a bit. Dunker's great though, CR. Maybe they want their running back to get the heck out of the way from Mahomes magic. Maybe so. Trade for A-Chain or sign Aaron Jones? I'd be open to both. Jaquan? A-Chain seems to be one that would be make a lot of sense, but of course that's going to be relying on Miami being willing to move him. Last I heard, Miami's trying to figure out a contract extension with him. Iona says, thank you so much, Hawks Nest, for your show. My pleasure. Thanks for watching, Iona. Appreciate you. Outside Upside says, well, maybe feeling out the market for a few days. Yeah, just getting a feel for it. Just dipping the toe in. Don't want to do things too fast. Dane says, the only time I'll advocate to sign Bobby Wagner is a day one contract so he can retire a Hawk. Understandable. And I was kind of surprised, to your point, that he was coming back another year at this point. Brian Myers B, Michael Carter or De'Ami Brown? De'Ami Brown doesn't do much for me. I don't think there's much of a need there on that one. Michael Carter, maybe. Neither really moved the needle a whole lot. Oh, dude, A.J. Brown would never go to the Jets. Hard to see him being sold on that unless they're giving him all the money to do that. Hard to trade for Chain. I just, part of the thing with that is I can understand why Seattle would have an interest in it, Hawkline heritage, and I'm expecting them to try to make another run at him as they did the trade deadline. But why would Miami let him go? But then again, he is coming into the last year of his deal, and maybe they just don't want to do an extension, And so it's like you can make a trade for him, but you're only getting him on a 1-year contract, and you got to let him be a free agent. Got to kind of find out the details and make it work that way or something. I don't know. I'm doing good as well. Hopefully we'll find a good running back that we need, what Mike Nell wants. I think we will. We'll figure something out there. Power Code, how you doing, man? That's fam. How we doing? The need for Shahid is back in Seattle. Let's go. Hey, let's go, man. Feels good. Burner account says, how do you feel about Jalen Milroe? I'm open-minded to Jalen Milroe. It's a balanced game here. I think that people sometimes think that the assessment that you have on guys coming out of college means that you have a dog in the fight to that assessment being proven true. And we all like to be right. We all like to be proven true. But I don't want to be proven true at the team not being as good because I was proven right. And so with Jalen Milroe, I didn't have a lot of faith in Jalen Milroe coming out and realizing the high upside that he sort of teases in what he has from a physical ability standpoint. I thought he was a long way away coming out of college. I don't think there's a real rich track history of players that have a long way to go like Jalen does of realizing that potential. You got to have a little bit more finish to you coming out of college, in my opinion. And so a lot of the basis of my outlook of this is going to go back to a bit of the draft evaluation that I had of him. And unfortunately, Burner, what I saw from him in training camp, what I saw from him on the field in practice at training camp was more confirmation of what I had saw from him on tape in my evaluation of him. He's not that he doesn't have talent, but it's just that he plays the position like a blacksmith, and you got to play the position like an artist to be at your best. And I don't know if you can teach him how to be an artist. I think he's just kind of a blacksmith. So it's possible. I'm hopeful still that I'm wrong on this and that he can develop long-term. But again, the track record, which is what we always base this upon with players of this type that you hope are going to develop, the track record, there is not a real rich history of guys that have found their footing, that have this much work that they've got to overcome to get to become the player that they tease that they could be. So I still will fall down on that as far as my landing zone with Jalen, but I'm hopeful I'm wrong. I don't want to be right on that one. Power says, bring back Reek too, man. He's too special an athlete to pass up on, especially seeing as his market has disappointed. We shall see on it. We shall see. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Appreciate you for all your support today, brother. I'm glad to hear Pumpkin and Zena gave a standing ovation to the Shahid signing while also giving an appreciative salute to K9 and Kobe. They did. Like Pumpkin was doing this and then she did one of these. You had to look closely, but she did it for sure. She appreciated K9 and Kobe's contributions to the championship roster. But the Shahid signing, that was just too good for them. It's real rare you get Pumpkin up on two legs like that. Those little beans being pounded together. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate you for that, man. Oh. What the hell? What the hell? Brian says, catching my breath. I've seen some redonkulous signings today. Indeed. Indeed. Anthony Sandoval, thank you for the $2 donation. Is drafting Mike Washington Jr. in the second okay? He's probably with the testing times that he's been able to rod out with the combine and running as fast as he did, he's probably solidified himself into the second round. I do have more of a third round grade on him. But the one thing with this is that when you are picking at the literal last pick of a round, if you've got a third round pick on a guy and you're picking at the last of the second round and you took a guy there then in the second round, it is kind of like a high third round pick anyway. So if you were to take Washington there at that spot, it's not an awful place from a valuation standpoint. He's got the explosiveness you're going to look for as far as a fit to this scheme and system. And that he's got some of those baseline markers that you'd ideally like to be, looking at. I wasn't necessarily wowed by his tape. He's a very interesting prospect. Again, do think he would be a guy that's kind of a fit to this offense and just how he's built. There's a little bit of a lack of sometimes quickness on tape, but he is, 6'2", 223. He's a little bit of a bigger back. So maybe you'd expect that a little bit, but he's fun. I could be signed up on taking him in a second at that point, Anthony, especially if you're not able to really address much out here in free agency as far as an alternative option at that point. It's got some of those, I don't know what it is, Arkansas. They like their long-legged guys. Got a little bit of the long-leggedness to him. Runs a little upright. It's where there's some things with him just a little bit stuff that you can kind of pick up on him where it keeps him from being a top end running back prospect, but the testing times were pretty redonkulous. I mean, what he ran was at that size, speed kind of thing. That's tough to beat. Daniel, yeah, Brandon, love catching up with you and everyone in the chat, especially this time of year for agency and draft time. Let's go, baby. There is no off season. You know what I mean? We keep it cooking here. Power says losing K9 will sting for a while, but it is the price we must pay, I suppose. Wish him well in KC. Me as well. Hawkline Heritage, Brandon, what's your least favorite move today? There's a lot of them that are in contention. Boye Mafe at 3 years, $60 million is ridiculous. I mean, come on. That's a dumb contract. The Jalen Phillips ones is very close to the same place in my opinion. But $20 million a year on a 3-year contract for Mafe with 2 sacks last year? Huh? What? But, huh? I wonder if Kane faces as many stock boxes as he did in Seattle. Hard to say, man. Remember that Slobby one? A lot of this is interconnected back to Patrick Mahomes and how defenses play Patrick Mahomes and the proliferation. Oh my gosh, Cat. We'll see. Hard to say on that there, Slobby one. Remember, Patrick Mahomes dictates a little bit of this when he's out there playing, and so there's a bit of a counterbalance on that. CR, I'm still not happy about Milroe and Arroyo. We could have had Will Johnson and Jared Wilson, which would have been a flawless roster by now. Could have been better for it if you had gone a different direction on those two picks. Hopefully those guys can realize some of their talent. But I agree with you. Those are the two picks that still kind of stick in my craw from that draft, which was a very good draft. No update on the Ravens corner, Marlon Humphrey. So we're still kind of waiting to hear from that if the Ravens are going to release him or not. Master B Chiefing were the most recent moves? You mean in the NFL or was Seattle Master Chiefing? We got Shahid and Josh Jobe have been brought back to your Hawks. Loved your Mackay impersonation on the Syndicate. That guy's weird. Do you see him falling in the draft? Yeah, very strange. How he was coming across there a little bit in those interviews. No, he'll be taken probably still in the top 20. The tape is just so good with him, and wide receivers are always known for being a little bit weird. They're all wired a little bit funky. Some of them are divas. Some of them are just weird. But Mackay's tape's really good, and I just think that the draft is so weak in the first round this year, Kendricks, that it drives you to just take a guy like this, even if you're a little bit worried about some of the character stuff there that could be in play on this one. So, nah, I don't think so. If he did, I certainly would jump on him, but I don't think he'll last. You mad, bro? Hey, Brandon, why are people so mad that we are not overpaying? Would you rather be like the Raiders and overpay for Linderbaum? John got us to the Super Bowl. I will trust what he will do in free agency. Yeah, I found myself a little bit confused as well by some of the people that were doing some of the hand-wringing earlier on today, you mad, bro? Number one, because this has never been John Schneider's track record of ever going into wave one free agency and spending big. So I don't know why people thought that was going to be the case this year, other than they just kind of imagined that it was going to be that way. As well as I don't know why people would advocate for wanting to overpay players. People seem so worried a little, not everybody across the board, but there's a collection of people that I've seen in my chat today that have been so worried about the possibility of losing any players that they're willing to overpay at every turn. That's not the championship approach. That's not the approach that literally got us to a Super Bowl. If that was going to be our approach prior, then you would have just signed Geno Smith to whatever contract you wanted to pay. You would have just signed EK Metcalf to whatever contract you wanted to make. And you didn't do that. And so that helped to get you to a Super Bowl. That helped you to win a Super Bowl. And not 10 years ago, not 5 years ago, but this last year. And so I think beyond all of the kind of question on this with some of the folks that think this way, you mad bro, to your point, if there's any time that the team's earned the goodwill to trust in what they're doing, isn't it now? Especially when they're continuing to do the same approach that just took them to the greatest of heights last year. So I don't quite understand it as much either on the side of it. I certainly wouldn't have advocated for doing it. I've got no problem with the losses that we've sustained so far. I love the deal on Josh Jobe and Rashid Shaheed. I think John's playing this very smart. And that's really above all what I want. I want my organization to make smart moves rather than it has to be paying for this guy and you have to pay for that guy and you got to overpay for this guy. Just be smart in your approach. There's a lot of teams being dumb in their approach today, being openly dumb, being just right out the gate. You look through every one of their signings and you're going, what in the hell are they doing? And that's not what we're doing here with ours. So Yeah, I don't kind of get it as well. There is a lot of that clutching the pearls, wringing the hands, but doesn't need to be the case here. We're doing just fine. Chris says, I'd assume the Ravens wouldn't cut Humphrey until post June 1st to save more money, but could be sooner. Well, you can designate somebody, Chris, as a post June 1st right now. That was the whole point of that. You can do that designation thing so that you don't put those players in a position where now they're being put out in the open market when everybody else has already been signed and nobody's got any money left to spend. The way that they overcame this a little bit and didn't have these players put in that predicament is now you could post June 1st designate them. So they can do that at any point in time. Femi, hey, Hawks Nest, how you doing? How's your day? I'm doing great, man. Feeling good. We're rolling along. Got 7 hours in the books. We're cooking. Not Vexo, thoughts on Jadarian Price? What round value do you have him in? I'm a big fan of his. I have Jadarian Price in the 3rd round. So just behind Jonah Coleman and Washington Jr., the Arkansas running back. I'm not quite as big on Jadarian. I'm not anti-Jadarian. So I'm not like he's not a good player. High cut athlete, good quickness, good speed, tends to be decisive downhill. Not a pure burner, but good speed. Little stiffness to him. There's a little bit of like remember David Johnson with the Cardinals? There's a little bit of like a David Johnson and Jadarian Price in what I see from him. I'm not anti him. I'm just not, because I do know there's a lot of people that are a lot more hot to trot for him than I am. And I don't have a really great reason. Maybe I just don't trust Notre Dame running backs. But I haven't been able to get quite as sold on him as tape as much as others have. Yep, it's Mafi outside. That's the worst one. And IG, yeah, Washington's definitely, I can understand if you were hesitant on him as well with some of what he does. The legginess, both him and Jadarian Price have this going on. They're both real high cut runners. And as a running back, you're better suited to be more of a low cut runner. Like Ashton Genty's a low cut kind of guy. Walker's a little bit of a low cut kind of guy because it's your ability to then change direction. You don't have as much of the legs getting in your way when you're trying to change the direction like these long legged guys can kind of run into. And both Washington and Jadarian Price are kind of running up into that a little bit. And it does have to have you then thinking a little bit creatively with them as a running back, because it can be a little bit of a factor that holds both of them back at times, especially on the lateral change of direction stuff. Cincinnati's roster management is terrible. Danlo says, yeah, that signing away is almost as bad as D. Lewis a couple of years ago to Carolina for such a huge deal. Oh, it's worse than that, man. I mean, at least the D. Lewis one you went back of and you're like, well, that makes a lot of sense even a year from now as to why you made that deal. The Mafe deal is going to look bad a year from now, in addition to this. That one's just, that's next level. I would not have thought he was getting anything close to that. I thought he would have been around 10, 11, 12 million at most. 20 million and 3 years, not even a prove it deal, but 3 years. We do get the good comp pick though, because of this. Seattle's probably in alignment right now for a 4th round pick and 2 5th-round picks as it stands. I think Arroyo will work out, needs seasoning. I'm open-minded to both with this. I'm not anti either of these two guys in Milroy Arroyo. I just do have my general assessment that I fall back on with Arroyo. That's a guy that I struggled to understand the 2nd round valuation on him as well. A guy that had a hard time staying healthy in college and had a hard time staying healthy in his first year as a pro. You got all 4 years of college. You can't stay healthy. Can't stay healthy at the Senior Bowl. Can't stay healthy in the first year as a pro. I don't know if there's a lot of confidence in me that health thing is going to be not a problematic factor to him as we go into the future. HSGB, if no one picks up Reek after free agency, bring him back on a super cheap deal. Also, do we get a comp pick for him even after free agency? You get a comp pick for all guys signed before June 1st on free agent contracts. If he signs before June 1st on a free agent contract, he would count towards the compensatory system. Obviously, if you sign your own, they don't count against your compensatory system. Yeah, if I can bring him back on a 1-year deal that's like a couple $1 million, I'm not giving him a multi-year deal. I'm not giving him $8 or $9 million per year. So it's got to be on a real functional place that makes a lot of sense for the team. But if it's down to a 1-year deal for a couple $1 million, I'm okay with it. Sure. Why not? Jack says people get wrapped up in winning free agency, quote unquote. Winning is subjective. It is. And he who wins the day today isn't necessarily those that will win the day tomorrow and how it actually plays out. And the difference between what looks good on paper to what looks good on the field itself can also be diametrically different. So, yeah, be hesitant to necessarily say this team won free agency or that team won free agency. We'll see. One thing we know about free agency is that if you're hyperactive, if you're spending a ton of money in free agency, it doesn't tend to bear out to a ton of success because of that. You might have success, but it ain't going to be because you went wild and crazy in free agency. Who's the best available free agents left? By market deals, by those who will make the most money out there on the open market, you got Trey Hendrickson, who was slated to make $25 million per year on a new contract. Juwan Jennings, a wide receiver. Taylor Decker, left tackle. Rasheed Walker, another left tackle there out of Green Bay. Devin Lloyd is on the open market. Jacksonville Jaguars linebacker. He might be the purely best, just all things being considered. Nashawn Wright, cornerback from Chicago. Debo Samuel. Elton Jenkins, Tyreek Hill, Juwan Taylor, Joey Bosa, Braden Smith, Micah Becton, Cam Robinson. Those would be the best ones. I'll also kind of show it to you right here so you can kind of see like this here. So you can kind of see which ones are these are the best available guys right now currently as it's standing here. Outside Brian is good. Yeah, you're right. Just not that good of a contract. 10 million, not 13 million plus. Hey, geez, man, I wish we were in a range to get a Colin Simmons or a Dylan Stewart in next draft. Don't know too much about those two guys. Chris is overpaying is a sign you don't know what the F you're doing and are just desperately throwing darts. Agreed. And I think desperately throwing darts sometimes, for instance, to save your job. You know, you're trying to do things to make sure you can remain in what you do. And we don't have to worry about that. We've got guys that are solidly in their place, in their positions. And so you're really able to have guys just operate purely off what do we think is the most smartest thing to do in the situation. We're not driven by desperation. We're not driven by we better do this today or we're out tomorrow. We're simply driven by what is the smartest move to make. It's part of what gives me so much confidence in this team as we go through this year, because I think so many teams are impacted by those factors. I've got a touchy owner. I've got a general manager on the hot seat. I've got a coach unsure about his positioning. I don't think that these things create great parameters for success. Thank you for hitting those like button, folks. Got a bunch of people hitting that like button. Appreciate you for doing that. CJ says, watching the trials and tribulations our Hawks went through to get to the top this year just makes me even more frustrated with the Patriots dynasty. Constant, complete trash division for them. You know, well, it aided him, right? It definitely helped him. Being able to moonwalk your way through your division every single year for almost a 20-year period will certainly help set the stage for a dynasty run. And likewise, you can make the argument that maybe it'll be a preventative aspect of anything from any of the teams in this division, that as long as it's this competitive, as long as year in and year out, it is going to be by far the toughest division in football. It's going to probably always make it hard for any team to really ever find a dynasty. But the other side of that, what you get is that how many Super Bowl appearances have come out of the NFC West, out of the NFC, over just simply the last 10 years alone? Quite a bit. Quite a bit. JX's price gives me the nopes. It's a fit thing. I just can't. I'm similar. He's not bad. JX, he's not bad, but doesn't exactly blow up the dress, Leaves a little bit. Leaves you wanting a little bit there more. Hawkline, I don't get why people are mad. We let Bryant walk when we were already paying Love, and we just got burned paying Adams and Diggs both top safety money. Bingo. I find myself in the same place where I go, look, you literally tried out this experiment just a couple of years ago and it crashed and burned. And if that's the case, why would you want to get yourself into that same predicament? And I don't think you would. And to me, the canary in the coal mine on the safety situation and not paying safeties at the same time, top of the line money, is that there's no team out there in the NFL doing it. Somebody mentioned earlier in the stream as they're looking through probably Sports Track and they're like, oh, you got the Rams and they're paying, Cameron Curl and they're paying Quinn Lake, but Quinn Lake's more of a slot corner than he is an actual safety. No team out there's paying two safeties this type of money. So it's like, if no team's doing it, does that mean that you're being at the forefront here, or is it that you're doing something that's just kind of obviously a little bit dumb in what you're trying to pull off? And I think it's more of that latter. And again, having that you tried to run this already and that did not have the ultimate effect of taking your defense over the top, of turning you into a contender, of you being like on the cutting edge, and seemed to like reinforce the rule of thumb. Powers is at this point, I feel for the Cards. What are they doing? Gardner Minshew? Yeah, they wanted Malik Willis, but they weren't willing to pay the price, especially pay that price when they're eating that kind of dead money like they were. Dolphins said, well, we don't care about the money that we're eating dead-wise on Tua's. We're still going to sign this contract. And once you got past Malik Willis, there was nobody else. You're picking through basically Gardner Minshew types at that point. Sucks for the Cardinals, but it is what it is. And maybe they're already in a little bit of a quiet sub-tank mode for next year's quarterback class and power. AI says that Nick Singleton is better than all those running backs. He's interesting. Guy that you can get a little bit later on because of the broken foot. Chris says, I thought I read yesterday cutting Humphrey pre-June 1st saves 7-8 million versus post savings 19. Maybe I read it wrong. No, you read it right. Chris, the teams have the option. So they built in the pre-June 1st designation was added a couple of years ago, because what happened with this, Chris, was you had always a collection of players whose teams would have to wait until June 1st to release them. Then they got released on the market, but then there were no teams with any available money to spend, and those guys could see their careers end almost ended just because of the fact that they got released at the time of year when nobody else had the money to spend. And so the NFL sought to rectify this situation by allowing teams to choose one of two ways. You can do a pure release, where if I do a pure release, then I'm gonna save the 19 million, or if I do just the pure release and it's going to hit all right now, all that dead money hits on the books right now, and my savings are going to be minimized. If I post June 1st designate them, rather than taking all of the brunt of the hit on the forefront of this, if I just go, I'm just gonna go ahead and post June 1st this, I can then split it into two parts. So remember on this, Chris, like the Russell Wilson deal with the Broncos, they post June 1st designated him when they wanted to release him. They didn't release him after post June, but they released him before with that post June 1st designation so that they could cut both of the parts of that dead money into two different seasons. But the team has the option to go either direction on that. They can take the full brunt, or they can post June 1st it if they want to split it into two. Got Cole Strange signed a 2-year deal with the Chargers. Interesting deal there. Hey, Maze, still going? This is Brandon. Yep, still going over here. Oh, Chris, never mind. I didn't hear you fully what you said. Discard. I was probably being unclear in what I was saying. Do with it. Jax says 5'11", 220 is John Schneider's archetype running backs. It's definitely where he's gravitated towards in the past. The one thing is with that is the speed explosive factor is more about the outside zone stuff. And how does that affect his typical outlook on running backs? Does that adjust his view on it or not? because I do think that archetype is as much to the archetype of what a Coach Carroll would tend to look for. You may be a little bit different with this outside zone scheme where sometimes you have to pay the price of going, I'm getting a guy with a little bit less of the weight so that I get the explosiveness and speed, because that's the more important factor to be able to have. The edge market does feel inflated in power wildly. Anyways, I'm so happy we kept Shahid after losing K9. This makes me more comfortable. Me as well. It was looking like earlier in this day we're going to lose everybody. CR says, while we're looking at defensive back, linebacker depth, I'm also looking at former Hawks, Diggs, Adams. Adams switched to linebacker, which he wasn't willing to do with us. Eamon Warrior might have to play more cornerback, so it would make more sense. Maybe. Eamon Warrior doesn't play a lot of linebacker as it is. I think Adams is going to want a starting opportunity, CR, wherever he's going to go, coming off the year that he did. I don't know if he's going to get that opportunity or not. So, you're also 3 deep there right now as it is with Tyrese Knight. It's kind of your first backup for both Mike and Will. So it's probably going to be hard to pull that off. Not that I'm against it, just that it might be hard from those factors. Jags, we don't need a stud free agent edge. We need a rotational dude that can thrive. Go get one of those ring chasers, man. One of those elder statesman ring chasers. There's about 4 or 5 of them out there. You mad, bro? Amen, Brando. Thanks for all you do, bro. My pleasure, brother. Thank you for watching. Not Vexo. Elijah Vera Tucker would be interesting. Don't think he's going to cost a lot. Empower Go, Brandon, curious on your outlook on Woolen. I've always praised his unique athletic profile, but you seem a bit less enthusiastic. The occasional brain fades. Is that really worth passing on Woolen? I think Mike McDonald has done a good job of getting buy-in and getting people that are operating with full buy-in at every turn. And when Woolen does not have full buy-in at every turn, he stands out in a like a big old wart on the football field. And it isn't just an occasional brain fade here. It's that I can't rely on him in the biggest moments. I got the end of the game against the Niners and the pass is coming his way. And rather than rising to the occasion and being clutch, he shrinks. That whole situation that happened with the conference championship game and that taunting penalty, that could have been an all-time moment. That wasn't just merely like just a kind of bad moment of a thing that just happened in the moment. That could have been one of the all-time moments in sports history that we look at a player costing his team that didn't have to cost his team. And let's remember with Woolen. How many times this year did he flex and get a freaking taunting penalty called? How many opportunities did he have up until that conference championship moment to rectify and change his behavior on this? It's the Super Bowl giving up the touchdown over the top when you know that the Patriots are going to be trying to take shots down the field and you have him operating like he's unsure that they're trying to take a shot down the field. I also think sometimes the way the 12s talk about him as a tackler and as a run defender gets tremendously overstated, that he is somehow, it was awful when he walked in the door and he's cleaned up and corrected all of this stuff moving forward. I don't think that's the case. I think that I have a real issue personally with players that are doing what I would term as clocking in and out. They like being a football player. They like the money that comes with being a football player. But do they love the sport? Are they passionate about it? Are they all bought in? Or are they just really supernaturally talented and everything just kind of guided them to be this? I think if Woolen had his druthers, he'd rather be a wide receiver than a cornerback. I'm not so sure he really loves playing cornerback. I think he recognizes he can do it and does it begrudgingly, but I wonder about that. So I think that when you have a guy in a rookie contract, I can deal with the brain farts. I can deal with the up and down. When I'm starting to give you millions and millions of dollars and I got a finite amount of space, it gets harder for me to excuse that away. And I think if you're in year 4 having these kind of issues, and you're in year 4, I'm still having to teach you how not to have brain farts on a football field, I don't think you're ever going to get it, quite frankly. Rookie year, okay. Year 2, all right. Year 3, and it's getting a little long here. Now we're into year 4 and you're still doing it. Man, I'm good. I don't, and I kind of don't know. I think a little bit on this too, Empower, as I sense with this, I think that there's sometimes a little bit of a draw within Seattle of, and it's a good thing, of loving our own players and loving our own guys and valuing our own guys to the utmost. I mean, you want to do that. You want to be supportive of these guys. So it's not a bad inclination by the 12s. But I do think that sometimes the 12s get over the top of this one a little bit, into where they start to overvalue certain guys beyond what they truly, really are, because there are our guys, you know, because you've seen him do this and you've seen him do that, and you've rode with them through the years. And so it creates a fondness for the guys, and not that it shouldn't, but that it can't be the process that drives you to ultimately signing the player or not. You got to look with just completely sober, unbiased eyes at the guy and say, all right, what are we getting in full? And I think the fact that Woolen, for as talented as he is, for a guy with as many interceptions as he's gotten in the books in his 4-year career, did any of the guys taken today, did any of the free agents today, all of them that are being signed as free agent cornerback contracts, do any of them have the amount of, or near the amount of interceptions that Woolen does in his career? So I think that from some Seattle fan standpoint, and the way they talk about Woolen and in their outlook of Woolen and how good they think he is as a player, if all of these things were true, Woolen wouldn't be sitting right now without a contract. There's been like 10 cornerbacks signed today, 15 cornerbacks signed today before they've gotten around to him. That's the league kind of telling you and confirming to you a little bit of some of my worries and hesitancies when it comes to Tariq, in my opinion. CR, I'm wondering what is the big spending move? We still have a ton of cap money and NFL rules indicate. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be forced on the whole. I know we've got to spend a little bit of money, CR, this year by the NFL rules on the 3-year, blah, 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 blah. But that's also going to be completely reached once you get the Witherspoon and the JSN deal done. So you're going to get to that mark. But I do agree that there's probably some other, major deal you're going to look to make at some point or another. Azaria says Cincy has to overpay for Mafe because they're the Bungles. That's a heavy tax there. That's a heavy, heavy, heavy tax. Maze Guru, I think John Schneider's a great general manager and knows what he's doing. I'll stay relaxed and watch his magic this offseason. Let's go. Chris, I love my old Coug Minshew, but that's a tank signing, sadly. Probably so. They probably are moving into a little bit of a soft tank mode. And how can they not? There's no moves if you're a Cardinal general manager this offseason, bringing on a new coach. There are no moves you can make to turn this team into even a playoff contender. Say nothing of having any chance in this division to win it. And if that's the case, lean into the alternative. I'd have a lot of respect for the Cardinals if they did so. Rick Zapata, thank you for the $14.48 donation, Rick. Very kind of you, brother. Very, very kind of you, man. Thank you for that support. Hope you're doing well. It doesn't have anything that listed underneath your donation there, Rick, as far as the message goes, but you're very kind for that support, man. And you guys have been amazing today as ever on the donation front. So thank you for that, Rick. You're awesome, man. Awesome. Rick, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, I'm still celebrating. Did you go to the parade? I did go to the parade. I had a great, great time. I was able to fly out there for a couple nights in there and come into Seattle, and I was just drinking in the experience, man. Just being back down in downtown Seattle, all the Seattle fans out there enjoying themselves, going to a couple of the bars, having a few drinks in there, just kind of just soaking it all in, Rick. When you're away from Seattle like I am and away from home and have that kind of opportunity, and I missed that first Super Bowl parade, back 10 years ago, and I was like, I'm not missing this one. I want to be a part of this. I want to be in the presence of this and feel this. And it was a special experience. It was very, very cool to be able to go out there and hang out with everybody and just drink it in. And it was really awesome in that last year, I think they had like 57 arrests in Philadelphia, and it got crazy and it got wild, and no arrests in Seattle. Everybody just out there purely just celebrating. Nobody trying to draw attention to themselves. Everybody's celebrating the team. Because when you're going out and getting arrested on something like that, you're trying to, it ain't about you. We're out here to celebrate these guys and what they accomplished and what they laid out on the line to make happen. And just another testament to how cool the city of Seattle is and how good the people are of this city, that you have a moment like that and you have no troubles, you have no issues, you got nobody firing a gun, you got none of that's happening. But it was a great experience. Got a chance to meet with a few people from the Hawks Nest here at the bar and do that as well. And really was glad that I had a chance to go out there and do it, Rick. But I'm still celebrating too, man. I'm going to be enjoying it all off season long, brother. All off season long. But thank you, man. Appreciate you for the all the support, brother. Very kind of you. Stats says draft a cornerback like Devin Moore after trading back and take Kamari Ramsey in the second for a safety. You could sign me up for that. You could sign me up for that. CR says, by the way, B, your voice seems to stay strong this year. Any tricks you pulled off to prevent losing your voice after all this talking? I think just over the years, it's gotten more used to me hammering it. You know, I eventually it just kind of, it was able to just kind of, I think, build up the callus after a while. So I'm pretty impressed at times that it has held on pretty well this year for the most part. We had some days where I was like, oof, we're going long on this one, but it's hung in there. It's remained strong. I wish I could say I'm drinking honey or tea or something, but nah, I just hammered the voice long enough that it's like, all right, fine. This is the reality we're in. Brandy says, did we sign Reek yet? Not yet. Yeah, Brian, I can understand if you're right. He started as a wide receiver, so you can understand why he'd be less enthusiastic about being a cornerback. I get it. And it's no thing or slight to Tariq on this. It's just about the right valuation and what you're willing to spend and what you're not willing to spend. Hey, there's a reason Woolen's still a free agent at the end of day one of free agency. There we go. There we go. Bauer says, I see. Thanks for sharing your perspective, B. I can see why Woolen appears more like a risk. As his jersey holder, I also might be a bit biased laughing out loud. That rookie year had me believing. I don't want to seem like I'm anti-Woolen and that he can't provide value down in the field. It's really about the value on the field versus the cost. And I would still estimate that though Woolen's not going to make the prime contractual numbers of some of the corners on the market here so far, probably still a team willing to throw him a couple-year deal at fairly significant money. And that's where I'm kind of measuring this up against Empower is the anticipation of the type of deal that Woolen will sign. If it's a 1-year, $5 million deal for Woolen and you're bringing him in on that point, I got no issues with that. I'll applaud it. I'll be perfectly happy with that kind of move. But if we're talking about it being a 220 or a 223 and a half, something like that, well, that's where I start to go, well, I got to take more into account now some of the negative aspects of what he brings to the table because the cost is going up. The talent is still very much true there. And I wish I had more faith in him. And this would have been the year to where if he could have just locked it in a little bit more in full, I could get to that place of things. But boy, I just think that NFC Conference Championship moment on top of what happened this year with some of the taunting penalties, and it's like, oh, you're creating something new now? Like taunting wasn't a problem in your first 3 years. Now suddenly it's a problem the second you decide you're going to tackle. Like, look, see, I'm tackling. Let me flex. It's like, just tackle him, Deke. Just tackle him. That's all you need to do. I don't need the flex on top of it. Just tackle him. Please, just do that. So it just, there's a frustration there at point on that of like, I teach you one lesson and then I got to teach you a different lesson. It's like at one point or another, the light bulb needs to come on, big guy. You're 4 years into being a pro. Come on. But I ain't going to be mad about it if he's on a good value deal. Quam says, he seems like he's the DK of our defense. He's got the talent, has the flashes, but the boneheaded penalties and bad tackling efforts make it hard for him to stay. You capture it perfectly well. And DK, I've got his jersey right here. Love me DK. And I love Woolen too. But I can love a player and then still be very honest about the good and the bad that they bring to the table. And you bring up a good point. And I think that's a very good comparison to be made. DK had a lot of great stuff he brought to the table on the team. But he also had some things inherently that also seemed to be the price of doing business with DK that you were going to have to deal with. And did we not just watch the Steelers this last year have to deal with some of those same boneheaded things that we had from DK here? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's kind of the point, is this stuff does, if it is a part and parcel of the player throughout their time, it's going to persist. It's not just going to magically get cleaned up, especially after you pay guys. Guys don't get less of what they are after you pay them. They get more of who they are after you pay them. They get more confident in what they are after you pay them. And that would be a little bit my concern here with a guy like Woolen. Strong fiber systems. What's our best game plan at running back right now? Sign a guy like a Brian Robinson. You're not getting a highly talented guy just to reinforce the depth in the running back room. And then you're going to come back around and look at drafting a guy in this draft probably into day 2. It's probably the route you're going to go on this one. I think that there's an outside chance that you can pull off a trade for a Devon Achane. There's not a lot of Devon Achane-like trades that potentially could be on the table out there. Maybe Miami's willing to do it. He's a guy that is interesting as far as potentially giving you a real game changer there for the position. Absent him, you're probably not going to find the kind of game changer there that you've had in Walker. But it doesn't mean that the running game's got to go tremendously backwards either, because there's going to be some other things that are going to increase the running game, like the continuity of the offensive line, a second year of the outside zone system where you're not learning the ropes through the first half of the schedule, but actually now refining the details of the system, hopefully. CR says Bengals basically bitching about paying Henderson last season just to overpay Mafi this season. Yeah, it's kind of wild, huh? I can't believe that one either. I'm like, really? After all that, that's what you're going to do? Ethan Hawksnest agree with Woolen in the NFC title game. That penalty was late in the game and the margin for error was incredibly slim. At that point, Darnold had to play nothing but perfect. Yeah, agreed. And there's one game where it's like, you're going to give me confidence that you can lock it in, that you can figure it out, that you're not going to suddenly just check out randomly on my ass. That would have been the game that would have kind of proved it. And the fact that in one of the biggest moments after you just made a grade A play, you're over there going over the top. Not that it was a ticky-tack penalty, not that the officials somehow did you like dirty, but that you went over the top to force the penalty to be called. That's the part of it to me that's just like, dude, that is an absolute indicator right there. There's an example within that. There's a reason that Mike McDonald was so frustrated in the mic'd up video of him on the sideline when the official was like, hey, we're going to get you the number on that. I know the number on that. That wasn't just the one play. That wasn't just that moment. That's also the culmination of that frustration with that player leading to that moment and the way that he was kind of speaking there. Would have been an all-time bad play, right? It would have been looked at as like one of those all-time boneheaded plays. Like you cost your team a Super Bowl. Because we would have watched the Rams go on and beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. And you were like, you said the center costing your team a Super Bowl. Brando, you think the Hawks are targeting a cornerback in the draft? If you're looking at like Master Chiefing, when you're looking at picking into the top of the, when you're looking at picking in the top of the bottom, I should say, not top, the bottom of the third round, and you're looking at what's kind of available option wise here. As you can see, this is my big board here, and we'll cut off here, huh? Why did it cut off? Okay. Sorry, it looks a little weird here. There we go. We'll do that. So when you look at my big board here and we go over and we specifically take a look at the cornerback position, what you'll notice here is there'll be a tremendous amount of these guys that I've got right there in the second round, at the top of the second round. So I do think that Jermod McCoy, Mansour, Delane, and Avion Terrell are all probably going to be taken up ahead of us in the first round. But Colton Hood, Brandon Cisse, Dalen Everett, Chris Johnson, Malik Muhammad are all players that are very closely aligned for me right at the top of the second round. And if Seattle was to come to me and say, we're in love with Chris Johnson over Hood, we like Johnson over Hood, or we like Cisse over Hood, or Dalen Everett over Chris Johnson, I'd be okay. You could sell me on that. I'd get it. But I think that the value, because you're going to see in this first round, a couple of those edges go, a couple linebackers, Caleb Downs, you're going to have probably 3 or 4 tackles in the first round go. You're going to see 4 receivers in the first round. You're going to have Jeremiah Love go in the first round. Okay, so that all plays out. I think that then pushes the value to where when you look at the top of your board at the back of the first round, Master Chief, and I think it's a cornerback at 32 that'll be the best value for you at that spot. That's the way it looks as we're kind of walking into this. There's a lot that could kind of change, and I could be off on this, that the draft plays out completely differently, and we see like 7 corners taken in the taken in like the first round, but I tend to think that you're going to see corner be one where the value is about right to pick there. Maze Guru Brando, do you have any faith that Milroe will ever be a starter or even a good number 2 quarterback? I don't, but I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to be right on this one. So I really hope I'm wrong. And I've often said that with Milroe, the point of why I've come to the assessment and my evaluation of him comes to the track record of players like this, not able to really get the stuff figured out, not able to overcome all of the detriments in their game that need to be cleaned up. But with that said, if there's a guy that's got the work ethic to do it and the want and the will to get it done, this is the kind of guy that's wired in such a way to put the kind of work in to make it happen. But there's so much there that needed to be cleaned up. And there is a little bit of things within his game that I wonder about where I'm like, can you learn to play this game like an artist? Can you learn to build a little bit more of less of this feels very crunchy and a little bit more smooth, a little bit more just in a flow state at times rather than he makes the like quarterback position is a hard position to play. And there's some quarterbacks that make it look easy. And there's some guys that make it look very hard. Jalen Milroe makes playing the quarterback position playing it very hard. So I don't have a lot of confidence in that because of that track record, but I'm hopeful and I don't want to be right on this one. It is just where my evaluation goes. And I think people thought last year in the draft, when I did this breakdown of Milroe in this way, they thought that I have a rooting interest or a dog in this fight to see Milroe play out this way. I don't. The dog in this fight for me is that he completely makes me look silly, that he completely disproves my outlook on this. But I'm also going to be true to my assessment as well and what I saw on tape. And with Milroe, I got to watch 2 years of him starting at college. I didn't have 6 starts that I looked at. I didn't have 1 year of starting experience. I had 2 years with him at Alabama starting in 2 different offenses. I had a lot of tape to go off of with Milroe with that assessment. So it is still where I kind of arrive at. Yeah. As Zaria says, every time I see a Weiner fan, I know I say to them, who's the effing champs? Aha. I was like, I just go to Jesse every time. I'm like, whose house? Whose house? Whose house? Hawks house. William Tarkowski, Sean Tucker would be interesting. I've liked him since he came out of Syracuse. Swivelly hipped guy. Really good with changing direction. Kind of would have thought that there would have been more of an opportunity out there with Tampa Bay to get some runs, especially last year without Irving out of the lineup as much as he was, and with Rachaad White not exactly blowing the Buccaneers away in what he was doing running the ball. But he's interesting. Low cost. Outside, upside. I like your approach on it, man. I'm with it. William, maybe are you scared about the running back? No. I think that the rushing game success has been proven really fundamentally in the last couple of years, especially that analytics are right. You build up a great offensive line. You have a great offensive system. You got a capable quarterback to keep the defense honest. You got a defense that can get off the football field so that you're not having to score every time you're on offense, and that they're actually giving you an opportunity to run the ball. You take care of those things as the most important things, the most important items, you will have a successful rushing attack. That is what analytics has taught us. That is what they've trained us. We tried to disprove it with the Zach Charbonnet and Walker situation. We didn't disprove it. Instead, we proved the rule of thumb. Filler says, Woolen's value seems to have a crazy range depending on who you ask. Indeed. I don't know if he gets the 18 to 20 million per year at this point, AI. Maybe there's some funny contracts being thrown out. I didn't see Mafe getting 20 million per year. And you could make the argument that Woolen's done way more than Mafe has in his career to earn that kind of contract. But that does feel like if that's going to be a deal that he was going to get at 18 or 20 million per Azaria, I think he would have gotten that today. He would have gotten that already before we get this deep into day one. Williams says, AB, are the Seahawks putting too much money at the wide receiver position? No, I don't think so. It's one where the cost tends to be a bit higher because it's a valued position versus being a devalued position. And you're going to be paying 3 guys legitimate money, but I'm okay with it. You've got to there's going to be some games where you need the receivers out there to be able to pass the ball where, not every game is the defense going to be able to shut down offenses, and you need to have the pass catchers out there to go make it happen. So, no, I'm okay with it. As well with Rashid Shaheed, it's not just the value that he's giving you for a receiver. It's also what he does for you as a special teamer. In addition to that, it's expensive, but this is the cost of doing business if you want to put a vibrant receiving core together. Ethan says, the Hawks Nest, for the record, I was done with Woolen at the end of the last season, 2024. Almost had me looking back considering his latter half of the regular season, but then the NFC Championship. Exactly. Exactly. Brian Kennicott, thank you for 29 months as a Hawks Nest member, man. You are the man. We continue to see the strength of John Schneider and Coach Mike, finessing their craft in masterclass fashion. It's their ability to have buy-in, not just buy-in in. I see what you did there. And they do have them bought in this team. And Mike has done a great job of that. I think it's one of the, as much of what he does as an X's and O's guy, as much as what he's done as far as building a culture here, his ability to get these guys bought in the way that he has been phenomenal. Especially as we saw so much of the struggle from Coach Carroll, strangely so, to get that from those guys at the end, as though, this new generation of player is a little harder to get connected to, and that you've got to have some kind of secret sauce to make it happen. And Mike's figured that out. But definitely in John and Mike, we trust at this point, Brian. They've earned that trust hugely. Daniel Barry, how you doing, man? Daniel Bailey says, maybe Woolen has his mental lapses because he was daydreaming about a bag, laughing out loud. I'm conflicted with him because of those crucial moment lapses. But TBH, I would take him in 2 years, $20 million. I get it, man. I do get it. Can't overlook the injuries with Walker Gibson. It's the par with Walker when you talk about making him a top 4 paid running back in the sport, or top 3 paid running back in the sport. Injuries, pass protection issues, average as a pass catcher out of the backfield. Do I want to be paying basically top 3 running back money for that? Do I want to give out the biggest free agent contract for a running back in the history of the NFL for that? No. If I'm giving out that kind of big contract, I want the full meal deal from that player at his position. CJ, not going to lie, I move for A-Chain. While I don't see it happening, would be so interesting to see how his pass catching would add a different element to our offensive screen game. Indeed. I would. You talk about almost winning the offseason if you can bring in A-Chain off of what you've done. That would be phenomenal. Phenomenal. Even if he's just a rental. Just we find a way every year to make a commitment towards finding a way to get a difference maker at the running back position, but then also find a way to not have to necessarily pay for it. We just kind of, as you say, we sort of, you finesse it a little bit. And I'd love that. He's great. Strong Fiber Systems. What's our best case scenario with the comp pick game? Well, you have today, I would say it's obviously you've not made a free agent signing yet. That's going to counterbalance this, but you have probably as of today, 2 5th-round picks and a 4th-round compensatory pick being returned back to you next year. So if you were to lose Woolen, let's say on a $10 million deal to your 2-year 20, something like that, and then you have a Josh Jones signed for a $6 million deal, you could probably pull in maybe another 5th-round pick, maybe potentially even. So a 4th-round pick, 3 5s, something like that. But you're probably looking around as a counterbalance on this of probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 comp picks, because you're probably going to sign some offset. You're going to probably sign a vet edge out there for $8 or $9 million, and that'll counteract the Woolen contract when eventually that one's signed. But you should be in alignment as it stands right now for probably like 3 picks when it's all said and done. CJ says, if we lost the Rams game, Woolen would have needed to leave the country for his own safety. He might not have gotten out of the stadium alive, to your point. And we don't pay attention to it. It's one of those moments that gets kind of lost in history because you won the game and you figured it out. But boy, oh boy, that would have been an all-timer. Dick Hammer, B. Do you think the Hawks keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster again this year? Should we try to trade Milroe for picks? I would love to find a way to move Milroe for picks, even if I could get an improvement on the 3rd-round selection that we made for him last year in the same round. Would I be willing to do it? You better believe I'd be willing to do it. Especially this year, as you might have teams that are a little bit hungry for quarterbacks because the free agent class has sucked. The draft class sucks. So maybe that causes them to drive a little bit more to a Milroe being a team that's looking, like a Steelers team, for instance, that's looking to try to, find a couple of different options there and let one of them kind of rise to the occasion. So I do think we end up keeping the 3 quarterbacks. I do not think that there's going to be a trade to be found, but if there was one that was opened up, I certainly would jump on it with 2 feet. At this point, there's really no way that Milrose is being looked at as the long-term option here outside of Sam deciding that he wants to make all the money next year, which I don't think he will. So yeah, I'm open to it for sure. I would definitely look to move him if there was a possibility of doing so at this point. Part of making that pick was a little bit of the uncertainty in what you had in Sam. Now you have the certainty in what you have in Sam. So I think that's got to draw you in a way of saying, all right, let's know we got what we know we got now, and we can operate thusly. Banker Elpries, Brando, after day 1, in your opinion, what team had the best free agent pickup, the worst free agent pickup, and biggest release of the day or to be? Well, I would say, Banker, the Boye Mafe contract, $20 million per year, Banker. Like, the Bengals are going to pay like $5 million less than what you end up paying Byron Young for. That's kind of the worst. That's very, to me, almost easily is the worst. I think I would throw Jalen Phillips as well as another deal on top of that just makes me go, yuck. That's not good. The best day. All right. Well, I could give your Rams as much the nod on this one as anybody else, Banker. There's a lot of teams that have made a lot of moves, but in all of those teams that make a lot of moves, you take a New York Jets team, for instance, Kingsley Ambari, 1 year, $10 million deal. Joseph Asai, 3 year, $36 million deal. David Onyemata, 1 year, $10.5 million deal. Minkah Fitzpatrick, you're going to trade for him and then put him on a contract extension. There's a lot of that with these teams that made a lot of moves where I'm looking at them. I'm like, what are you doing there? I probably lean a little bit into the range of probably something like, what the Steelers did. I liked quite a bit. Jamel Dean, Michael Pittman. You gave up what sounds like almost nothing as far as it was a late round swap for Michael Pittman, and then you're getting him on a contract extension. I certainly think your Cardinals have made a lot of smart moves, and that there's no moves that you guys have made that I'm looking at and I'm like, well, that was dumb. You shouldn't have done that move there. You overpaid there. I do think that there's a little bit of a worry I would have in giving a guy like McDuffie the contract extension you gave after you gave up the draft capital. I've got no problem with the trade itself, but then coming around and giving him a 4-year, $124 million deal, that is a little rich. But the Jalen Watson signing is in the right place. I like seeing you guys double back down. It completely frees you up in the draft to go any direction that you want to go, so you're not reaching for the quarterback need. So that's as good as anything else. So, you guys are the Steelers, probably in that territory. But I don't know if there's anybody that's like blown me away by what they've done in free agency or what they've done so far this offseason either. So it's kind of mildly impressed would be kind of my thinking. What do I think about quarterback Pons from Indiana? He's fun. He's got to be able to play on the outside if I'm going to draft him, Jeff. I can't draft that guy, and that's going to be a slot-only guy in the future. And I don't know if he's going to be able to play on the outside at 5'9". And there's very few cornerbacks in the league that are able to do that. We may not have one starter in the league that's playing on the outside at 5'9". He's got a 43.5-inch vert. So when there has been those shorter corners that could play on the outside in the modern era, I've often referenced to Brent Grimes as like this. They've got to have a jump through the gym kind of ability to them. Because what's going to happen is teams are going to target those corners with bigger receivers. They're going to high point the ball on them. There's going to be times that those guys, if they don't have the jumping ability, can reach those balls. They're going to get bodied out of the play. That can happen a lot. So, you've got to have a guy that's legitimately can jump through the roof. He can do that, which gives him a chance. But again, still, I wouldn't want to draft him early here. I'd want to have him be more of a later on pick because of that fact that I think there's a really good chance he ends up just transitioning full-time into the slot because of the size stuff when it's all said and done. Hell of a player, complete player, ball skills, good tackler especially for his size. But that's my one worry with him is a bit of it's like going out there and drafting tackles that have less than 32-inch long arms. Like you can talk all the day about, well, the tape tells me that he's great, but I literally have like one team in the NFL that's got of their 2 tackles, I got like 1 or 2 teams that got tackles of less than 32-inch long arms. It's kind of like a cliche thing, but it's a necessity for a reason. And when you don't have that length, it shows up on tape. And so that'd be my one concern there. But he's a really good player, feisty, competitive. He brings that kind of spirit that you want on the outside, and that you can't knock him off his spot. You get a catch, he's going to come right back even harder at you on the next rep. You love that about him. But 5'9", he ain't growing anytime soon. Ethan Brando, do you think we'll sign Marlon Humphrey? Only if the Ravens release him. And we need them to release him, and I'm kind of a little bit thrown off as to why they haven't released him already if they were going to intend to do so. Kendrick, so if Dunker were there at 32, you taking him over those 2 second-round corners you have? Yes, I would. All those guys are very closely graded into the same place, but I would say that with Dunker, I'm really committed to wanting to build this offensive lineup into a strength and letting that be a driving force of this offense, of this team in a lot of ways. I also want to get some insurance and reinforcement for this offensive line moving into next year, and he would accomplish both of those 2 things. So Dunker's a guy that I just got a soft spot for. I really do think he's going to be a good player in this league. I think he's going to be a great right guard. He gives you a huge improvement over what you have at right guard as it stands right now. He gives you a plan for the future. He gives you reinforcement on the depth front for both tackle and the other guard position. Hell, he can eventually even transition into center potentially. So he can play like 4 positions. He's got upside in addition to being able to play those 4 positions. That flexibility, that upside, at the very least would be an equivalent in matching the cornerbacks that you could get, if not definitely superseding it. Milroe would be a great running back. Yeah, it says as a seriously serious hardcore whiner fan since Kyle got hired in 2017, signing Mike Evans does not move the needle in overcoming our big brother Seahawks. We are mediocre. Strange move. That one was definitely a strange move. Baker says trolling Niner fans with their VHS Super Bowls is still elite. Yeah, I can't go to pawns in the middle of the second. I do just think there's going to be probably transition into the slot when it's all said and done. Maybe he's the one outlier there, but 5'9's 5'9. As I hear my Bronco fan buddy won't even reply to my text. What are things going on with Hendrickson? I don't think he's probably got the money on the table that he thought it was going to be available on the table. And so that's probably got him now trying to balance off. Do I take the biggest contract out there, or do I go try to play for a winner for a little bit less money? May says, just give me a running back that can block. That would open up our offense wide open. 3rd down running backs can also play outside zone. Amen and amen. CJ Brandon, do you think Horton helps put with return duties after what we saw from him last year, or is Shahid too good to keep from taking the full load? No, I think you're going to have Shahid take the full load, in part because you're going to be so run heavy as an offense, and that's just not going to give you always the opportunities to maximize Shahid out on a touch front. So the punt returns and the kick returns turn into a way to get him a couple extra touches throughout the course of the game for an offense that's just not going to be hyper volumeric when it comes to passing the football. Banker says, I think no one pays Woolen besides the Hawks on a team-friendly deal. I think that's a fair outlook of it. I think there'll be a team that'll be willing to give him some money, but I don't think there's anybody who's going to give him big money. And I agree, Azaria. I think John's already looking at those comp picks, man. Especially with the way that the cost got inflated today on the Walker Kobe Bryant deal. Ms. Guru, Walker rarely fumbled. That balances his injury potential. It's definitely a benefit, for sure. Great to see the regulars today. Absolutely it is. Daniel Bailey, is the Dowdo details out yet? See what he signed for? I haven't seen it as of yet. Let me see if it's been updated here. No, they don't even have the details updated on that one. Don't see it quite yet. I don't want to pay a corner over 30 million bucks for a wide receiver over 40 million. You're going to let both Devin Witherspoon and you'd have to let Devin Spoon and JSN walk then, Azaria. Because you're going to have to pay both those guys that mark. I'd be uncomfortable doing that. I don't like paying that money, but I think it just depends on the situation where you're at team-wise. You know, Kansas City's got a lot of work to do. They're really probably at a place of having to kind of reset the stack a bit. If you're in a place of resetting the stack, do you want to be paying those kind of high watermark money? No. But if you're already riding on the high of highs, you know, if the Chiefs were coming off a Super Bowl victory right now, Azaria, do you think that they'd be paying OJ McDuffie the contract? Yeah, they would. They definitely would. But that you're coming off a year where you didn't even make the playoffs. I think that's got them looking to kind of hit a little bit of the soft reset in this situation. Shoulder Devil. Horton's awesome. He's the future. We got Shahid as a gap filler, and he did a fantastic job. But Horton is even more talent as a running back. As a wide receiver. Yeah, that's probably fair. I think they do keep Rashid on returns. Again, it's part of the value of bringing him back and why you pay the money you do for him. And that he's maybe the most dangerous returner in the sport. You don't want to put a less dangerous guy back there. And there's no need to protect him because he's not going to be seeing 115 targets at the wide receiver position. You know, he might be seeing like 80 targets at the wide receiver position this year. So you just feel like you don't have to balance that out in that way. Nick says, what do I think that the trade package would be for Jonathan Grenard or Kayvon Thibodeau? I think Grenard's probably going to cost you a second round pick. Thibodeau is probably going to cost you a third or a fourth. Part of what makes this hard, Nick, is you're picking at the end of the round. So, you might have to up the ante a little bit because you're so deep. So Grenard might be a second and a future fifth or something, or a second and a future fourth. Likewise, Thibodeau might be a third just because of that. So Grenard would cost a little bit more. Outside upside, Raiders and Titans spent the most money today, crazy money day, and they had the most money to spend of the two teams, the most of any teams in the National Football League. So the Broncos do anything today? No, they've been quiet. It's been a bunch of in-house signings for them. J.K. Dobbins, Troutman, Singleton, Strand. I don't think they had a ton of money to spend as well. And they did cut Greenlaw. Brian Kennicott, show me a tackle with 31-inch arms, then tell me have tape, and I'll tell you, me too. I'm measuring tape, and it says 31 inches. It's true, man. It's one people can laugh at and go, what is it? Just it's an arbitrary mark of numbers. Like, it makes a difference. It does track on tape. I was telling you guys when watching the tape and preparing for the New England Patriots that when you're watching Campbell on tape, you're seeing his arm limitations play out in real time just through the playoffs alone. Just through the playoffs alone. Still live. We're still live here. Can Nugger play guard? I do believe he can. He plays with great leverage and bend. I think he'll be a guy that can easily transition into guard position. Banker Brando, rate my list of what I think are the NFL's top 5 most insufferable fans. 1, Dallas. 2, Patriots. 3, Philly. 4, 49ers. 5, Chiefs. Ooh, okay. I would probably put... Yeah, I think I'd probably put, right now, at least at the moment, this is always a fluctuating thing, but I'd probably put Philly in at 1. Dallas fans tend to be pretty humble, at least those that come into my chat, Banker, in that like they've had to wait so long to be a winner that they can't lean on old Super Bowl success. They're just kind of getting by. Pats would probably be number 2 for me. Chiefs fans would be number 3. 49er fans would be number 4. My 5th would be my 5th would actually be Denver Bronco fans. We had a lot of toxic Denver Bronco fans in my chat, especially throughout the playoffs. You are the OGs of the Hawks Nest area. 100%, man. Can I see us trading for someone or just getting complimentary pieces in free agency? Probably more complimentary pieces. I think Devon Achane is a guy that makes potentially some sense. Jonathan Grenard as an edge makes some sense. These are kind of two of the names that have been slightly attached to Seattle. There's not a lot of names out there that are going to be available to be traded for, but I could see them making a move like that. Definitely don't see him going big in free agency here. And somebody's asked about Aaron Rodgers. I think he does end up going back to Pittsburgh just because they don't have any other options. Yeah, I'm not a Thibodeau either, but Grenard would be cool. He's a good player. Powers, appreciate your coverage as always, Brando. Great job. Love talking ball with you and your fellow 12. Thank you, Power Code. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I have to pay the plumbers so much money, but I guess it's not related. Oh, no. Jet Hawk B, who do you prefer, Chris Johnson or Malik Muhammad? Hope I spelled that right. I'm probably a little bit more in favor of Chris Johnson, but I've got them neck and neck, Jose. They're right there next to each other on my big board in the second round. It becomes at that point, you're really like, you're pulling apart the attached pieces, so to speak. They're right next to each other. Both second round value, both good all around players. They can do some man zone stuff, off coverage press, got pretty good tacklers. Johnson probably just a little bit over Malik, but it's neck and neck. IG says Joe Thuney's the Jennings Dunkard comp I always see, and I get it. Need that mullet on the old line. I need it. I want to see the thing flapping in the wind. That's a good comp. I like it. Yeah, Campbell will be a good guard eventually. Maybe even this offseason. You saw them move on from their center. So now you're probably going to transition Wilson into center, and it wouldn't shock me if we learn at some point this offseason that he's making the move to guard. Those arms aren't getting any longer. CJ Brandon, if he returned to the Hawks, is there any way to give Woolen a deal with lots of specialized incentives if he doesn't commit X amount of unsportsmanlike penalties or something to that effect? I've never really seen anything put into a contract like that before, CJ. So probably not. No. You can put incentives in there, but I've never seen those incentives put in there before. I think if you're that worried about it, you're probably just not signing the deal. What about Rams fans on the insufferable list? They're making some headway, Doom. They got a lot of toxic fans up ahead of them to get around, though. Bronco fans were really salty this postseason. It was kind of crazy. You guys are real mad at us, aren't you? You guys are really angry. You're on the edge of going to a Super Bowl here. I wouldn't expect you guys to be so mad. Surprised the reports of Seattle in on Jalen Carter. Yeah, John kicks the tires on everything, Visor. He's literally in on every trade as far as just ear to the ground. What's the deals? What's the offering? What's the cost? But it doesn't mean he's like necessarily tremendously interested in getting the deal. Just wants to know what it would take. What's a UFA edge do you like the best? I'm still a big Clowney guy above all else. I was looking at Khalil Mack, but he's off the board. Clowney would be a great addition. It was not 2 years ago that he had a career best season in this defense. And he was maybe the best outside of Kyle Hamilton. He was maybe the second best defensive player on that team. Outside of Roquan Smith and Kyle Hamilton. Ebiketie would be interesting, man. Outside, he's good. We know the team's been interested in him for a while. Femi says Saints fans were very mean when they were good. Wait till they wait in the shadows waiting to strike. Doom, there are some old 49er fans. They're the only ones who remember the Niners win the Super Bowl. It's been a while for them, man. Charlie and Zeus says, can you say go Chiefs for K9? Congratulations, man. He'll be a good player for you guys. Rams are so good they don't need any fans with a home field advantage. Yeah, speaking of Chiefs, Bronco Busters and the Raider haters. That's right. The good old days. Good old days. Grenard or Hendrickson would give us some juice. Love me some Grenard. Don't know if Hendrickson would be as much of a fit on this team. Again, think he's more of a hand in the dirt guy, but Grenard would be a lot of fun. And you never know. Maybe they can make Hendrickson work, find a way to make it go. You never know on that front of it. Mr. Isaac, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well. And we will, I think, put a little bit of a wrap on this. If you got any last questions or comments, let's go ahead and get those in. We're at 8 hours in the stream today. So I think we've covered day one pretty heartily today on this one. I don't think Hendrickson's a decent scheme fit at this point, Chris. He's a hand in the dirt guy. So there's guys that are good at standing up. There's guys that are good at putting their hand in the dirt. Sometimes there's guys that are good at doing both. Hendrickson is a guy to me in watching his tape who's way more comfortable going from low to high rather than high to low when he's rushing off the edge. Not to mention he's more of a guy that you want in a tighter alignment towards the ball. You don't want him out in that wide 9 or that wide 10. You want him in more of like a 7 technique. So between those two factors, it just doesn't make any sense, especially when you have to spend as much money as you're going to have to spend to bring him in on a short contract that you're not going to be able to bury the money down the line. Isaiah Azariah says Rams are spending $46 million a year on 2 corners. That's nuts. It's a lot of money. I do think that the McDuffie contract is one that I wonder about if they're going to have a little bit of some, 2020 hindsight stuff going in on that deal. That's a lot of money. You need about their industry. That's right. Xavier Salazar, I know you've heard about all this all day, but what do we do at running back? No, it's all good, bro. You're going to go and make a run and see if you can probably try to pull off a Devon A-Chain deal. You're probably, if you can't pull off an A-Chain deal, you're probably going to sign a low-cost option like a Rashad White or a Brian Robinson, and give him a couple $1 million, bring him in here for some insurance policy, then go draft a guy. So, if you get an A-Chain, you're not drafting a guy. If you don't get an A-Chain type, you're probably drafting a guy, and you're probably drafting a guy in the first 2 days of the draft. So this is probably like, okay, this is option A. Okay, here we go to option B. And that's the way you're going to roll with it at this point, I would say. Charlie and Zeus, I think Seahawks would sign Devin Lloyd. Don't have the room for him, my man. We just signed Drake Thomas to a 2-year extension. He's going to be our will linebacker. You've got Ernest Jones here as an all-pro. Love me Devin Lloyd, but we're just stocked up all the way fully loaded up as far as our linebacking room. We've even got Tyrese Knight for depth. Outside Upside, great job today, man. Really enjoyed hanging out here. You and the 12s. Appreciate you, Outside Upside. Thank you, man. It's been a lot of fun here chopping it up with you guys today, but it's always a good time chopping up with you guys. Yeah, Salazar, I think it's A-Chain 1. Second option is draft a low-cost guy in Rashad White, Brian Robinson, and then draft a guy into day 2. It's probably the way it's one or the other probably is their option here. Banker Brando, do you think Cam Chancellor is the offspring of Mel Blount or Ronnie Lott that we do not know about? I don't know. That's the thing that everyone likes to say about Ant out there in Minnesota, Banker, right? With the Timberwolves. They all like to say that he's maybe, Michael Jordan was rolling through Minnesota sometime back in the late 80s, might have ran across, and people joke about this stuff, but you never know on that stuff with it. Maybe so with that. Mr. Isaac, dude, I saw a Rams fan on Jake's channel say he felt sorry for Seahawks fans because no one cared about our Super Bowl and it will be the Bad Bunny Super Bowl everyone remembers. The level of cope. Yeah, I don't all right. People are definitely going to remember that Super Bowl, especially for the butt whooping that Seahawks defense put on that Patriots offense. CJ said, I'd be a salty fan too if my head coach was Sean Payton. That man emanates salt. He does. Back when he walks, there's a trail of it coming off the back of him. Thank you for that, Mr. Isaac, for hitting that like button. If you guys can for me today, do me that favor here as we do wrap up today. Hit that like button if you could for me. This does push me out to Seahawks fans that are looking for Hawk content to try to understand what's going on today, what moves have been made, how to make sense of the moves that have been made. So when you do hit that like button, you push me out there on the algorithm in that way. And it's really, really, really much appreciated. As well, it's free. Sub on up today. Get subbed up. Doesn't cost you a thing. We're on the road here to 30,000 subscribers. That's our next big goal here for this channel. I'd love to get there if we can in the next year. If it's at all possible, you can help get us a little bit closer today by smacking down on that sub button. Again, it's free. It helps out channels like me tremendously, tremendously. Jet Hawk, where's Pumpkin? She's bouncing all over the place, Jose. She's in, she's out. She needs water. She needs food. She wants to go out the garage. She's been just full of energy lately. Can't keep her pinned down. Rams are definitely pushing all their chips in, Chase. And you can't blame them that there are, because you don't know when Stafford's going to retire. Just came off maybe the best season of his career. Why wouldn't you do all you could this year to maximize this team from their perspective? It's part of the understanding of your window's closing. Your window's closing. Oh, almost shut. Almost shut. Are you maximizing? Are you maximizing where our window just got thrown open? Just initially now has been thrown open. So it's two different franchises operating with two different sets of urgency and two different sets of a bit of principles walking into this offseason. Moose says, I still can't get over the Mafe deal. I can't believe he got that. Good for him, but geez, man. So he was joking earlier. You got to try to get a player to sign up to go play out in Cincinnati. You got to pay significant and more to get him to do that. And boy, did they pay significantly more. I can't believe it either. I think it's the craziest deal of the day. $20 million, and not on a $20 million one-year deal, but a $20 million three-year contract. Get out of here. That was wild. Maybe sorry, Marshawn Lattimore to teach younger guys. He's done, dude. He done got nothing left in the old tank there. He's at that point, 29 years old, Charlie. You guys learned this with Peters, right? You've had a couple cornerbacks, less Ladarius Sneed, right? Those cornerbacks hit that wall, man, and you got to bail off of them at the right time. You don't want to hold on to them too long. You know what I mean? They push too hard, laughing out loud. Hey, that's can't blame them for doing it. We'll see if it pays off for them. They're certainly being aggressive. Moose is true. You'd have to pay me the mother load to play in Cincy. I'd be the same way. Like I'm Boye, I'm on the phone like, hey, agent, what's up? What are you doing? How you doing? Hey, how you doing, Boye? We got a deal for you here, man. Oh, yeah? You got something good for me? We got something good for you. What do you got for me? I got you $20 million a year. Oh, yeah. And a 3-year 3 years? You got me 3 years? We only had 2 sacks last year. You got me a 3-year contract at $20 million per year. I got that for you. There's just one thing. What? Well, I mean, what? I mean, we're a deal here. We're good. I'm ready. That's what's left to ponder. Yeah, about that. So it's in Cincinnati. Sorry, I couldn't hear that, agent. What'd you say? It's in Sorry, it must be a bad connection here. I thought you said Bengals. Did you say Bengals? 20 million, boy. Okay. That's how boy was like, I went from like 20 million. Okay. No, I'll talk to you soon for the signing. Oh, it's a little bit of that. A little bit of that going on. Appreciate you, CJ. Thank you, man. Enjoy the bag. You ain't get another ring out there. That's for sure. But no, I don't think the boy is worth half that. I thought it was a stretch to say you should give him a 1-year, $10 million deal, much less a multi-year deal at $20 million per. But that has been a bit of the canary in the coal mine today for this free agent class. Because I can go through all these deals. We had Banker Alpries was just asking me about who had the best day. And to me, that this day in the narrative today is not that somebody had a great day. Somebody won the offseason with day one of free agency. The narrative today is that teams went into Crazyville. They went over the top. That there were so many bad contracts that were put down on the books today. It might be one of the worst days I've ever seen in NFL history on the day one of free agency as far as bad contracts. And that is saying something. But it's almost like every single team's got some contract that you're looking at that you're going, what? What? What are you doing? It's wild. Dolphins taking $100 million cap hit for Tua, legendary. But even there, it's like, okay, Miami, you're finally taking the pain. You're finally owning up to it. You're finally owning your mistake. You're going to move this on. You're going to reset the stack. You're going to get this team right. Now we're going to sign Malik Willis as well. So you're going to put all that money into the quarterback position, and which means you can't counterbalance to the rest of the roster to build it up right, to be a success, to be a contender. What are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish with this move? Where do you think bringing in Malik Willis, where's that going to take you next year? To 6 wins? To 5 wins? It don't make any sense, a lot of these teams, in the way that they go about their business. RT, I'm afraid of what it'll cost to keep Hall next year. Justified. If Mafi's making $20 million per on 2 sacks a year and Hall goes out next year and puts 10 sacks up on the board, that's a $30 million deal in this market. For the love of God. I'm getting a little bit concerned with it myself, RT. It's one of the reasons, too, where I like just living in that place of where you try to find those vet ring chasers. You did it last year with DeMarcus Lawrence. Guys that still got meat left on the bone. You bring them in rotationally, but you don't have to break the ever-loving bank to make it happen. That's why I like to target those kind of guys. All right, we will finish up on that note. RT, you're awesome. Thank you, man. Appreciate all of you guys for some great discussion. We will be back tomorrow with more free agent coverage. We'll be here all 3 days of this week to kick this off and kick this off right. So please do rock with me here throughout this week. We will be chopping it up again tomorrow. Please do join me for that. I want to thank all of the folks that donated here to the channel. Just tremendous amount of support to the channel as ever here. Really appreciate all of you guys from the bottom of my heart. Me dropping that $200 donation, starting us off right. But you guys have just been absolutely tremendous. I really, really appreciate you for that. We will be back soon. But I thank you guys for watching tonight. Again, just one final note. Hit that like button if you could for me on the way out the door. Maybe subscribe on up if you get the chance as well. Really appreciate the great, vibrant discussion here and seeing the Hawk fans, for the most part, being very patient in the approach and understanding this team's going to do things smartly. We're not going to do things fast. We're going to do things smartly. And if it comes down to doing things fast or doing things smartly, they're going to lead to the other side of it. And that's just where we want them to be operating from. So great signings today. Great value to be had. No major overpays. No sacrifices that you had to make. You lose a couple of guys, but you knew you were going to lose a couple of guys this offseason. The point is, you're almost returning all of your starters across the board as it stands right now into next season. So things are still well set up for us to have a potentiality of going out there and repeating today, and not being hyper aggressive today was not going to determine that. But they got back Shaheed. You got back Jobe. You're setting the stage to be able to draft from a value-based mindset when it comes to the NFL draft in a month from now. And that's the best of places to be. That's part of what has driven the great success of John Schneider over the past 3 years in his approach to these recent drafts, and how many guys you've been able to pull out of these drafts that have been so successful. So just keep operating that value model. Keep looking for market opportunities where they present themselves. Keep doing what you do, which is being smarter than the average bear out there, smarter than the average team that's going over the top to desperately try to make themselves better by throwing around a lot of bad money to try to go make that happen. And we don't want to be a part of that. I really appreciate you guys watching today. I thank you guys for the great discussion. Really appreciate all the support. Good day for your Seattle Seahawks. Solid day out the gates. There's going to be more tomorrow that's going to come along. This is going to continue to just keep unfurling slowly and surely, but we're going to see this plan come into place. And just like last offseason, when we see the finality of this plan, I think we'll all totally understand what direction John was trying to go, what he's trying to accomplish, and how potentially he was even able to make this team, dare I say, better than last year's team. We shall see on that front of it. Thank you for watching. Be back tomorrow, but please don't you forget in this next 24 hours, for those of you that are a little worried about this first free agency day, and you're a little bit waffling, you're a little bit worried, you're a little bit concerned for the running back position, keep the faith, my Seahawks fans. And don't you dare ever forget, especially coming off a Super Bowl victory, especially coming off being the champions of this league, they're chasing us. We're not chasing them. They're chasing us. So don't you forget that. Keep that at the forefront of your mind, and never forget, don't you dare. Go Hawks.